flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As everyone probably knows by now, our mayor underwent open heart surgery yesterday. It was very successful, so that's why he's not here today. So please keep him in mind in this observation of silence. Thank you very much. A3, roll call.
Hastjeff? Absent Guston? Zadra? Sferaza? George? Ayazi?
Here.
Kashel? Absent.
Excuse, we'll give him an excused absence today. Item A4 is public comment. Paul McKenzie, followed by Mercedes Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Monday morning, I opened my Gazette Journal newspaper and saw an article about an Apple building being built downtown in the Star Bonds district. And I wanted to make sure that as we move forward on this, that we don't come into the encumbrances that surrounded the Cabela's project in the Star Bonds district, where we let the cart get ahead of the horse. The new NRS, as changed by Assembly Bill number 376 in the last legislative session, made some major changes to the Star Bonds legislation. And among those changes is a requirement to advertise subcontractor bids publicly, and those have to be advertised at least 10 days before the bid. Now, I'm not sure that the intent is there to pay for this building with Star Bonds down there, but if it is, and we haven't followed the provisions of this law, I can assure you that there's going to be certain individuals that are going to show their concern over the failure to follow those provisions of the law. There's also a new provision in the NRS that requires that public bid be noticed to the public body, and that the public body notifies certain parties of that public bid, public notice for subcontractors. And it's our understanding that all of these subcontracts have already been awarded for this building. So that would say that they didn't publicly notice and didn't publicly notice the public body. We understand that Apple is tying everybody's hands with their secrecy agreements, and we don't know that this is part of the Apple agreement or Apple project, whether it's Jonathan, Pedro, or who it is. But if this project's in a Star Bonds district and is going to get reimbursed with Star Bonds, we ask that staff assure that we follow the current NRS and assure that the bidding process and the prevailing wage procedures that are outlined in the new NRS are followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Oh.
Paul, I'm going to place that on the agenda for next meeting so we can get clarification, because I would like some clarification from staff whether they have the right to build it and then and go through the things within the legislation. So I'd like some clarification on that.
Thank you.
Mercedes Willie. I'm sorry if I got that. Witty, I'm sorry. You're pretty fancy
Hello.
with that Y.
That's all right. Honorable Council, my name is Mercedes Whitty. I live at 3000 Scottsdale Road in Northeast Reno. In the month of September, our neighborhood and Melody Lane Park in Northeast Reno were inundated by the Sierra Youth Football League. When this started in September, there were approximately 150 football players at our neighborhood park running in cleats, and along with the players were their coaches, parents, and other family members, which added an additional 200 or so people at this small neighborhood park each night for a total of 250 to 300 people per night. This park has no bathroom facilities, and the league did not bring in any Sani huts. I personally watched several players, coach members, family members walk into our tall bushes at the neighborhood park and do what they had to do because there are no bathroom facilities at the neighborhood park and no Sani huts were brought in by the team. I spoke with the city of Reno, and I was informed that the city of Reno can lease the neighborhood public parks at will to teams, groups, and other parties. I would respectfully ask that in the future, the city of Reno keep in mind when leasing the public parks, the size of the groups, the size of the park, and the bathroom status of each park before leasing to anyone. And if there are no park bathroom facilities on site, that any leasing group of any size be brought in a Sani hut, either by the park or it be mandated that the group itself bring in a portable hut. This matter was partially resolved after a 2-week period of this occurring by only having 1/4 of the team, 32 members, and some of their coaches and family at the park each night, but no Sani huts were ever brought in. Unfortunately, by the time the matter got partially resolved, the grass was destroyed and the park was in a degraded condition. Yesterday, while walking my dogs, I was told by a park maintenance worker that the grass would be replanted at some future date. Again, as a neighborhood park user, we would ask that our neighborhood parks not be randomly leased to large groups and some sort of procedure be in place to figure out whether or not they need to bring in a porta potty. But let's just not trash the neighborhood parks, because these people were not part of the neighborhood. They weren't coming back anytime soon, and they really didn't care whether they threw glass, trash, or defecated in the bushes. I thank you. Please keep it in mind.
Thank you, Ms. Whitty. I think those are good comments, and we'll take those to heart. Thank you. Chris Oberg, followed by Sam Dene.
My name's Chris Oberg. I live at 3000 Scottsdale. I'm a lifetime resident of this city. First tip, don't go deer hunting without your hat, because it's very painful. Anyway, I'd like to address the matter of the easements that I graciously granted to this city behind my home in an effort to buffer the Home Depot and the Starbucks and the 4 o'clock trash and Saturday and Sunday pickups in my backyard that wakes us all up. I planted trees behind my house after Home Depot went up there with a bulldozer and mowed them all down, and you guys are all aware of this. I planted them in good faith. And 15 years later, I gave you people an easement behind my home, and your city staff went in my backyard and cut down my trees. I would like to know, and I've talked to the city attorney, I've talked to Bill Thomas, I've talked to Ed, I can't remember his name, he came out and looked and goes, why'd they cut these down? And it's actually a benefit because it slows down the flow of water into an area that is unacceptable, unaccessible, because you guys built the Ross Center, and now there's no way for the city to get up and maintain Home Depot's catch basin, which I worked very hard to make this work for everyone. And you people came in my yard and cut down my trees. I will be 70 before they regrow to the height they were at. I won't live that long, I smoke. I got an estimate from Moana Nursery, and it's 10 grand to replace the trees that you people cut down in my backyard. At this point in time, here's the deal. I have revoked your easement, and I'm locking my gate, and I will no longer cooperate with you people. Every time I do, I get shit on. And I've tried to work with you people, and you know it. And it's not fair.
Thank you, Mr. Oberg. I think that's something we'll look into about why those trees were cut down. I'd like to know that answer myself. Mr. Dene, followed by Mark Markell.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Sam is an Air Force Academy graduate. He spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the border. And since Sam's airline was blown out of business over Lockerbie, Pan American World Airways, since they were blown out of business, Sam has started his new career of watchdogging local government. By the way, I'm Sam, for anybody who's been living in a closet for the last 18 years. I'm Sam. At any rate, my prayers go out for a speedy and strong recovery for Bob Cashel, the mayor of Reno. When people ask me throughout the years who my favorite bureaucrat is, I tell them I cannot use that word favorite without having a adjective in front of it. My most least non-favorite bureaucrat throughout the 18 years I've been monitoring and watchdogging government, my least non-favorite bureaucrat is Bob Cashel. So I wish him a speedy and strong recovery, because I'd certainly like him on that dais as opposed to some of the other people around. Notwithstanding Mr. Ayatsi over there, I speak through the mayor. Oh, you are the mayor today. At any rate.
Nope, I'm still not the mayor.
You're still not the mayor. Yet, right? At any rate, some good news now. I was just told recently that EDON, the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, is bringing in a company that's going to bring 300 top-notch, super good jobs to the Reno area. Actually, it's going to be over there in the Tahoe Reno Industrial Complex, but that's still a place where many of the people will be using Reno as a base or a place to live. Now I've got to talk about along with my prayers for Bob Cashel, I'm going to say some more prayers, and I've been praying my heart out all of these years for two things. There's many other things I could pray for, but my top two prayers that I can pray for would be, first of all, an honest election system. Will Northern Nevada ever have an honest election system? We will never have an honest election system until Northern Nevada and the rest of Nevada gets rid of those Sequoia video game vote-stealing computers. They are susceptible to tampering, and they've been outlawed by California for 8 years, 12 years now. Reno continues to use them, and we can just look around at some of the quote-unquote elected officials and see that the vote stealing is working. My third prayer goes out to have an honest media. An honest media would change everything. Throughout these 18 years, Sam has been at these podiums advising and warning everybody about the problems coming down, and now we are in these horrible pickles. If the media had not been so deathly afraid and jealous of Sam, they would have been reporting the truth.
Thank you. Mark Markell.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I want to wish the mayor a speedy recovery, and I want to tell you people that I met a gentleman on the bus the other day who was going to get his car. He was partying the night before, so I'm doing a good job here, I believe. I hope so. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Mark. I'm here today to warn you about drinking and driving and getting in a car with a drunk driver. I'm reading from this because I suffer from a traumatic brain injury, and I get off track and curse sometimes curse involuntarily. I'm sorry. When I was a young adult, I had 8 drunk drivings and 23 reckless drivings and 32 driving on a suspended license. In 1989, we drank 4 gallons of wine and were on our way to get more. We had a car crash, and the police report said we were going over 100 miles an hour. When we came to a bridge over a freeway, there was a car exiting. We swerved to miss it. We wouldn't have hit it, but we were drunk and thought we were. We hit the curb and rolled 8 times, going over 150 feet. I was not wearing a seatbelt. It wasn't mandatory back then. I was ejected and the car landed on my head. I was dead at the scene, but when I got to the hospital, the doctors brought me back to life. I was in a coma for a month, in the hospital 5.5 months more. When I was released from the hospital, I was wheelchair bound, but the Holy Spirit helped. Thank you. God willed me alive to show people what could happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver. And I can't walk. I have to use a walker or an electric wheelchair. I ride the bus now. I can't drive. I can't even clean my apartment. I can't find employment. I can't have a relationship. I think my time is over, but please, people, don't get in the car with a drunk driver.
Thanks for keep giving us that message, Mark. This is the last of my public comment cards. Anyone else wishing to make a statement under public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and go to A5, approval of the agenda. The only thing I have here is time certain for item F10, Bella Vista Ranch, and a time certain at 3:30 for the parking kiosk update. Anyone want to pull anything or move anything else around on the agenda?
Dave, I saw a hand
Nope.
in the back for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Christica? You're usually not that shy.
Don't want to slow the process down, but my name is Christy Chakarolu. I'm with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, and I'm here representing Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful and the Legal Dumping Task Force. And I just wanted to talk about the single stream recycling proposal that is coming up today, I understand.
You can talk about it now, or you can talk about it when it comes up, whichever you prefer, or both,
Since I'm here, should I just do it now?
whatever you prefer.
Okay, so we are very supportive of single stream recycling. We are excited about the opportunity to have more options for people to recycle various materials. We also are in the plan are excited about the containerizing of the recyclables with the lid, so that'll help prevent the spread of litter when it's windy. We live in a windy community. We are also very excited about the menu of services. That's something that we get calls on all the time, people confused about what the costs are for waste management. So that's really great. And the 4 trips to the transfer station and the 10 stickers of up to 2 items each per sticker, we think that's going to solve a lot of the issues that people have called us with as far as affording costs to the transfer station or not being able to go out to the Lockwood landfill. I think this will be more convenient for folks. And we're very supportive of that. Just want to encourage, again, an education component with this as far as educating the community about what the changes are going to mean, and also hoping to leave the door open for handling hazardous waste materials and green waste items, because we've got a lot of illegal dumping of green waste in the hills and hazardous materials. Some people still pour them down the storm drains, which of course flows directly to the river. So just hoping to leave the door open for resolving some of those illegal dumping issues. So sorry if this was not the appropriate time to comment on that.
Yes, sir.
I was going to comment on that, but can I do it now?
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I really appreciate everything you do for Reno. And my name is David Von Seger, and I'm representing the Sierra Club today. And you have before you this agenda item I3 to approve the staff recommendations for the single stream recycling. We have worked on this issue for a couple years. We've met with a couple of you. We've you've probably seen some email come in from our members. But I really approve of the going forward with this contract. I hope you do that today or very soon. This contract, I think, will help to make Reno look a little bit more green and progressive, and maybe help to attract some of the industries and companies that we need to come to Reno. A couple things about the contract. I noticed read in the paper, there was a 33-cent to 61-cent increase per month in fee. In our want list, we thought this should not, that the users should not have any increase in fee, but I think when that small amount, I think we're talking about real chump change. It's probably the amount of change we lose in the couch and our car seats, every month. So whatever you choose between that range, I think that's something I can defend, and I can defend with people that are in sync with me on this. The second thing is, I read through the contract. I'd like to see some language for a modest reporting by Waste Management on exactly how much waste is turned into commercial products, recyclable waste, how much is turned into commercial products versus how much has to be turned back to the landfill. So those of us been working on this for a long time would just really like to know, maybe on a yearly basis, quarterly basis, how well this is working, how much it's improved our true recycling rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll close the public comment. Anyone else wishing to move anything around the agenda? If not, I'll take a motion.
A couple things, on E5 and, E4 and E5, Mr. Mayor, to move that till after the public hearing, I believe it's at 2 o'clock,
F9,
F9.
F10, I'm sorry, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2.
Yeah, F9 and F10.
Okay. After F10 then? Okay.
And F9.
Right, so F9 is before F10, so. We hope. Any other changes? Take a motion?
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Have a motion to second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. A6, approval of the minutes for September 26th. Motion to second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item B, cash disbursements. Anyone have any disclosures?
Move to approve.
A motion is second to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. C1 is a proclamation declaring the month of October as Community Planning Month. Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proclamation is for the month of October being Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places, and whereas community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live, and whereas the full benefits of planning requires public officials and citizens who understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. And whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorse National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions sound planning and plan implementation make to qualify of our settlements and our environment. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Planning Commission and other citizens, and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of Reno, Nevada. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners of Reno, Nevada, and extend our sincere appreciation for their continued commitment to public service by these professionals. So therefore, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel, Sr., Mayor of the City of Reno, we do hereby proclaim October 2012 as Community Planning Month in and for the City of Reno, Nevada, in conjunction with the recognition and celebration of National Community Planning Month. Ladies, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stacy Huggins and myself, Angela Foos, and Andy Dearling, the president of our APA chapter, who's unfortunately not here because he's at the state APA conference. We would like to thank you for acknowledging Planning Month. We would also like to thank and acknowledge City of Reno planning staff who often don't get the acknowledgement that they deserve. That includes Bill Thomas, Fred and Claudia, Jody, Vern, Nathan, Lauren, your new intern. It's through their hard work and their technical expertise that so many of our development projects are actually built, and we thank you for all that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next is C2 proclamation declaring the week of October 7th through the 15th as Fire Prevention Week.
Hello. I feel safe. And before I get started, I wanted to congratulate the chief. He won a big honor about a week ago, the Plum 100 Awards, and I'm sorry I forgot which category it was.
Public Safety Heroes.
Public Safety Heroes, so just wanted to wish the chief, and he was up against some pretty good folks, so congratulations on your honor. Whereas the City of Reno is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all people living in and visiting our city, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and whereas people are at greatest risk from fire in their own homes, with more than 2,600 people having died in home fires in the United States in 2010, and fire departments having responded to more than 369,000 home fires. And whereas residents who have practiced their home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire, and whereas almost 3/4 of Americans have a home escape plan, but only half of them have actually practiced it, and whereas 1/3 of Americans estimate that it would take at least 6 minutes for a fire in their home to become life-threatening. The reality is that fire doubles in size every 30 seconds, making every second count. And whereas a working smoke alarm cuts the risk of dying in reported home fires in half, and whereas the Reno Fire Department's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education, and whereas the 2012 Fire Prevention Week theme, "Have Two Ways Out," effectively serves to remind us to develop and practice our home fire escape plans, both during Fire Prevention Week and regularly throughout the year. Now, therefore, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel Sr., Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby proclaim October 7th through the 13th, 2012 is Fire Prevention Week. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the council, for the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief. As you are aware, last week our long-serving Fire Marshal Joan Presley retired. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our interim Fire Marshal, Chief Cochran. He's got a few words, and we will follow that up with just a very brief discussion and statement on what we're going to be doing during Fire Prevention Week.
Thank you, Chief, for that introduction, and thank you, council members, for having me and us here today. I'm very excited and grateful for this opportunity to take over the Fire Prevention Bureau. A fantastic group of people here that I'm going to be working with. We have a lot of exciting projects and functions that we perform, from investigations to inspections, but one of the big things we do is the public education and the public outreach. And toward that end, I'd like to introduce Inspector Pat Mooneyhan to describe what we're doing.
Thank you. As mentioned, the theme for this week's Fire Prevention Week is Have Two Ways Out. What this deals specifically with home fire escape planning and having two ways out of each room of your home. So what we're doing as part of Fire Prevention Week, Reno Fire Department, both the people behind me and engine companies throughout the city, are visiting the elementary schools and educating second and third graders on the importance of working smoke alarms and the importance of developing and practicing a home fire escape plan with their families. So that's what we're working on this month. The most important aspect of any home fire escape plan, of course, is a working smoke alarm. As mentioned during the proclamation, a working smoke alarm increases your chances of survival in a fire by 50%. It doubles. So we impress that upon the kids. With that in mind, what we're currently doing is distributing smoke alarms to residents the crews identify as in need when they're out on a call. They have some smoke alarms on the rigs. If they're out on a call and they see a family who either does not have a working smoke alarm or is in need of one, period, we have that ability to provide them with that. So it's something that the Reno Fire Department is doing. We also requested and received approval from this council for funds to purchase more than 1,900 smoke alarms via the grant process. With that, this will help us continue this program that we've implemented and continue this not only during this week and month, but throughout the year. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager, thank you. And these are the men and women that get the job done day in and day out. They prevent fires from occurring. And I just wanted to take a quick second to recognize them and thank them for the work that they do. Thank you so much.
Very much. No proclamations. Item E is the consent agenda. Anyone wishing to pull anything from the consent agenda, E4 and E5 have already been pulled. Anything else?
Move to approve the remainder of the consent agenda. Excuse me.
Motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F1, public hearing, lease of Southside School. This is a public hearing.
For the
All
record,
notices.
proper notice was given, no correspondence was received.
I don't have any public comment cards. We just to handle this in an expedited manner.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, I just have one question. I didn't see it in the staff report. Sierra Nevada Journeys, who is that?
Lori Miles Public Works. It's a local nonprofit that teaches education of outdoor resources to the elementary students. And
so do they go to the schools and do it, or they bring them into the Southside School, or how does that operate? Because I noticed they rented some of the furniture and the meeting room, et cetera.
they actually do both, and they will put on classes in the auditorium upstairs from time to time.
I have no further questions, Mr. Mayor, and I would move to approve the F1 agenda, the lease to Sierra Nevada Journeys.
A motion is second. First, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the table, and I have a motion is second on that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F2, Riverside Drive and Jones Street abandonment. Is there one, no public comment? Mr. Gordon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. Manager. For the record, Garrett Gordon, the law firm of Lewis and Roca, representing Detroit Assets today in a partial abandonment application. The subject property is located on Riverside Drive regarding an alleyway running north and south between Jones and Riverside Drive. My clients own both properties abutting this abandonment area, so is the only applicant and the only entity requiring to sign the owner affidavit. Here's a picture of the alleyway looking north. Certainly hasn't seen much improvement in quite a long time. Alleyway looking south, again, hasn't seen much improvement in quite a long time. And I'd quote from the staff report, the alleyway is severely deteriorated, and the abandonment of a portion of the alley would reduce the maintenance burden on the City of Reno Public Works Department. The intent here by Detroit Assets, they just signed a lease with Newmont Mining. So Newmont Mining is going to now have a presence in downtown Reno. The idea here is for the partial is to connect the two properties by a patio, by a landscaping plan, by pavers, and really make it look nice for Newmont Mining and some future tenants who hopefully are going to come in and continue to beautify this downtown river corridor. We received 2 letters last hearing. I've worked with staff and submitted a letter today. You should have it with you, addressing many of those concerns. I do believe there will be no material injury to any property owners by approval of this application. And I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a partial abandonment you're asking for.
Yes, sir.
Right. There was some question last time when you came and you had it continued about the parking for the other residents. Now, you said you thought you could work that out. There was discussion. What happened there, Mr. Gordon?
Sure. So when I went back and looked at the letter from this property owner, it was strictly written in the contemplation of a full abandonment. So the concern was there'd be no access or parking to that property owner. Given this is a partial abandonment, there should be no effect whatsoever.
Okay, I got you. Okay, that clears it up. I don't have any other questions. I'm prepared to
Anyone
move
else from the
forward.
public wish to make a comment on this? Seeing that, I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the table. I have one question. Can you leave that up there, Garrett?
Sure.
If the city keeps the northernmost portion and someone drives down the alley, what's the plan? I just want to put that on the record here.
Great question. Condition, let me read the condition for you. Condition number 7 was added to address just that concern regarding if a car comes down the alleyway, realizes that it's now public property, a condition requires Detroit Assets to provide a public easement and construct some kind of turnaround cul-de-sac so a vehicle coming in would have the ability to turn around and exit back on Jones Street.
Are staff comfortable with that?
For the record, Bill Gall, Senior Engineer, staff is comfortable with that condition. We believe with the conditions in place, the findings can be met of no material injury. I did want to note that in the order of abandonment that's attached to the staff report, it identifies that council approved this abandonment on September 26th, which was the original date this was intended. That, of course, will be corrected if it's approved today to today's date.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Guston?
I would move to approve the staff recommendation on
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. Would you please make a finding regarding material injury?
that there'll be no material injury to the other property owner, so I can make the staff, to the public, and I can make the, approve the staff recommendation.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F3, Colorado River Boulevard abandonment. Madam Clerk?
For the record, proper notice was given, no correspondence received.
This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to make a statement at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the table.
Yeah, just a couple comments on this. I just want to compliment the developer, Kelly Ray, on this site. This is the vacant dry cleaning site on the corner of Wells and Colorado River, and if you've passed by there.
She's the one doing that, huh?
Oh, there she is. Oh, she's here. Hi, Kelly. Just wanted to compliment her. It looks amazing. If anyone's driven by, that building's been vacant for years and years, so it's really bringing life back to the building. And this abandonment is necessary, and I can make the findings, Mr. Mayor. It'll cause no material injury to the public. So I'd make a motion to recommend the abandonment.
Second.
The motion is second. Yeah, I've driven by there. I was wondering who was doing that, and I'm a lot more confident knowing who's doing it. She did great work. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F4, Northwest Gateway Master Plan Amendment. Madam
And
Clerk?
Proper notice was given, and again, no correspondence was received.
Anyone from the public wishing to make a statement on this agenda item? Seeing that, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the table. Mr. Guston?
I have a couple questions if I could.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't know if you had any. Just for staff, is this the parcel in front of the Flying J?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. This parcel is owned by Flying J Properties.
I'm sorry,
It's adjacent to the,
Maverick?
adjacent to the TCA site, if you recall that.
I didn't mean the Flying J. I mean in front of the Maverick gas station there? Is it the parcel in front?
No,
I'm
it's on the
thinking of
other side of the freeway. I'll have a
Okay.
graphic.
What's the closest residential as far as footage? Because we're changing it from LLR1, which makes sense, but I want to make sure the uses aren't
Correct.
intensified that close to residential.
There's several hundred feet of elevation difference
Okay.
from the adjacent residential, so you would not be able to see any commercial development.
And then what would be the prohibited uses in the land use table?
prohibited uses.
Yes, with this change.
Not sure I'm following. The master plan designation would allow for subsequent zoning designations. We're aware that the applicant will soon, if this is approved, would be pursuing arterial commercial zoning.
Okay. And so is the applicant here? Can I just ask you one quick question? What's the plan for that site?
Hi, thank you. Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group. We're representing the property owner. I'll try to keep this brief, but this is a previously contentious site, so I think a little bit of elaboration is in order. The site is still owned by Flying J. However, they are no longer in the truck stop business. They went into Chapter 11. They effectively no longer operate truck stops. They're now just a real estate holding company, and they're positioning this for commercial development, presumably by someone else. They're likely to sell it. So we're looking for arterial commercial zoning following this step. To elaborate on your previous question, there's no direct access from this site to residential sites. There's access to this site from Robb Drive and from the freeway. So it's served by a freeway and an arterial street only.
So a truck stop would be prohibited at this location and if we change the master plan?
That's right. Even if we wanted to propose a truck stop, which we don't, that lesson was learned several years ago. We've worked with the neighborhood. We've presented to the NAB. They were very supportive of the change to arterial commercial. But city code has since been changed, and we couldn't put a truck stop here even if we wanted to. We're too close to some existing mixed-use zoning that's listed in the locational criteria. So we couldn't do that even if we planned to.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. It's your word, Mr. Gustin.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
A motion and a second. Discussion. I just want to point out that the comments from the Neighborhood Advisory Board they did go there, and they were complimentary toward their statements like we'd like more business in this area, and they've steered clear of the truck stop. So it did go to the Neighborhood Advisory Board, and they're supportive of this change also.
Well, that's good, because when it was proposed as a truck stop, because it bridged both our wards, we both worked on that, and we knew that the feelings of your ward and of mine and the Neighborhood Advisory Board, and with the help of the City Planning Department, I think this is the best thing for everybody, and now I'm hoping that Flying J can liquidate this property and we can go forward.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F42, resolution.
Resolution number 7766, resolution to amend resolution number 5673 by adopting a change to the land use plan of the Reno Master Plan as approved in case number LDC 13-00010.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
It looks like we had some comments still from staff. Would it be regarding the resolution or the prior? No? Okay.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F5, the Verdi Fire Station. Madam Clerk.
Proper notice was given, no correspondence received.
It's a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to make a comment or statement at this time regarding this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the table.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Even the adjacent property owners are in favor of this, so I would move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F52, ordinance.
Bill number 6818, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a 5.02 acre site located 50 feet north of the intersection of West 4th Street and Interstate 80 at 10201 West 4th Street. The site's master plan land use designations are special planning area McQueen neighborhood plan, mixed residential 14 DU/acre, 21 DU/acre from MF 14 multifamily 14 units per acre to PF public facility together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Refer, excuse me. Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item F6, Vista Hills zone change. Madam Clerk?
Proper notice was given, no correspondence received.
This is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to make a statement at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the table. Mrs.
Yeah,
Raza.
just disclosure, I believe Mr. Vasquez represents the applicant or owner on this site. He did do a few of my campaigns in the past, and so it's just a disclosure. I have no financial interest in this project, so I feel that I can vote on this project.
Okay. Any other disclosures? Questions?
Move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Ms. Zadra had a question.
Yeah, just for clarification or reconfirmation, gaming is entirely removed from this as it has previously been in there?
Fern Close, Senior Planner, no, gaming is not allowed in this area, and it's specifically not allowed in the PUD.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Yeah, just one question about the bus stops, and it was one of the NAB comments, I believe, from Mr. McKenzie, and he did call me on this. What's the staff's response as far as the improvements on the bus stops?
For the record, Bill Gall, there's an existing bus stop on Sky Vista that's just north of the the existing intersection where the Walmart is. That is going to be moved and widened slightly by RTC. They're in the process of the design for that to improve that bus stop location. And then other bus stops, as they come in, we'll make sure that those are necessary when the development comes in, that bus stops are designed appropriately.
And then also the right turn onto Lemon Drive.
For the NAB comments? I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, the Vista, the extension that goes out to Lemon Drive, that will actually be a signalized intersection, and it will be designed and constructed by the applicant and the developer at the time.
So that'll flow the traffic better out there.
It will.
All right, thank you.
If I may, I'd just add to the comments, I think even Vice Mayor Ayazi may know about it, but because we sit on the RTC, the bus stop was brought to my attention, and that a bid was let, I think, a week ago. They said they would have it in before snow flies, whenever that is, but projecting to be early November, and taking care of that, because that was a real hazard at that corner. When a bus pulls up and stops, it backs up traffic. But RTC said they would get that finished.
Move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F62, ordinance introduction.
Bill number 6819, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a 112.59 acre parcel from 4.3 acres of AC Arterial Commercial, 13.8 acres of CC Community Commercial, 9.8 acres of OS Open Space, 3.51 acres of LLR 2.5 Large Lot Residential, 2.5 acre lots, 75.1 acres of LLR 1 Large Lot 1 acre lots, and 6.2 acres of SF6 Single Family 6,000 square foot lots to PUD planned unit development to allow for the development of 338 multifamily and/or senior residential units and up to 487,000 square feet of office, commercial, lodging, and entertainment space, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F7, design standards for large retail establishments. Madam Clerk,
Proper notice was given, no correspondence received.
I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to make a statement at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back. Ms. Raza.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I know, council, we wanted to do these changes. The problem is we have a lot of vacant big box retail stores, and this ordinance is a hindrance to getting those stores filled. So I think this is a good change to do this modification. So I'm going to go ahead and support staff's recommendation on the text amendment.
Is that support a motion?
I'll go ahead and move to, is it refer?
That's the second one.
Okay, move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. F7-2, ordinance introduction.
Bill number 6820, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.12, General Development and Design Standards, Section 18.12.306, entitled Design Standards for Large Retail Establishments, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer. Sorry.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F8.
We need to continue that till after 2 because F9 is at 2.
believe.
You want to continue that after F9 also? After 2
At
o'clock?
the same time, correct.
Okay. Anybody have any issues with that? Okay. Then F9's at 2. We had F10 at 2 o'clock, not F9. You want to make them both after 2 o'clock? You want to combine those three together, 8, 9, and 10? Was that the plan?
Yes.
Because
I thought
F10 was the only one that was at 2 o'clock time
Okay,
certain.
then we'll go ahead and hear them now.
You want to hear those two now?
Yes, as long as the applicant's here. I don't see them here.
Maybe they thought it was at 2 o'clock. Why don't we wait
I
then?
thought we said 2. Here he is. Okay,
Is it the same people for all three of them?
correct.
We ought to hear them all at once then. Okay.
Yep.
Item F8.
Yep.
Madam Clerk?
Proper notice was given, no correspondence received.
This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to make a statement? I have no public comment cards. Seeing that, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Questions? Do you want to report? What would you like to hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Craig Scoff from the Reno City Attorney's Office. We are requesting, staff and the developer in this office are requesting one minor change to the proposed handbook that was recommended, the changes that were recommended. And if I could have the clerk take a look at the document. This had to do with a change in the design and construction commencement dates in the PUD, and those were changed when the developer was going to build. Now with the changeover to the city build, all parties want to keep the original dates that were in that PUD, so we would ask that the entire PUD proposed amendment be approved, subject to condition A, except for paragraphs 3 and 4 of the public park timing and implementation provisions at the bottom of page 43 as shown here.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I think there's some confusion. This is the South Meadows PUD, not the Bella Vista PUD.
We're on 8?
Yes.
Well, good. Can I just put on a tape recorder what we went through, and I'll do this again in just a minute?
Yeah, we'll have to do that when that public hearing's
Okay.
open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, this is bill number 6821, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled zoning section 18.08.102B.1285 to change the text in the PUD development design standards to modify the location of the fire station and the terms of attachment 1 fire protection located in the area bounded by US 395 and Double R Boulevard to the west, Damani Ranch Parkway to the south, and the Damani Ranch and Bella Vista Ranch PUDs to the east in a PUD plan unit development zone together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Aye. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted, going back to E5, Councilman Ralston, did you want to put that in with this because it talks about the fire station? Okay.
Well, we said we were doing the consent after F10, that's what we said earlier.
Oh, okay.
That's just what we said when we moved it.
Okay.
Proper notice was given, no correspondence received.
Yes, this is actually an amendment to the Phase 1, and again, Craig, that's correct. Craig Scoff, How did you know, Councilman Ayazi? Craig Scaw from the City Attorney's Office, and this is Memorex.
Paragraph 3 and 4, okay.
I'm sorry? Okay. Anyway, we are requesting that, that the Planning Commission's recommendation be adopted, except as to these two items at the bottom of page 46 of the proposed amendments. As to the public park timing and implementation, we're requesting that those changes be not be approved or be rejected from the recommendation, and that the original language be retained, and the agreements that are in front of you are drafted with respect to that original language, the agreements from the consent on the park. Okay. I have a new proposed motion, if I may read it. I move to, it would be a move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve the amendments to the Bella Vista Ranch PUD Development Design Standards Handbook by ordinance, subject to compliance with Condition A, but removing from the amendments the proposed changes to paragraphs 3 and 4 of the public park timing and implementation standards appearing at the bottom of page 46 of the handbook.
Bill number 6822, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Section 18.08, 102B 1284, to change the text in the PUD Development Design Standards to modify the fire services agreement related to the per-unit fire fee, and to address the location and timing to construct a fire station associated with the project, and other modification necessary such as map, graphic, and text changes in the to the design standards to affect the changes proposed with item 1 listed above on 364 acres located along the south side of South Meadows Parkway, extends to the south 3,785 feet, 0.73 miles along the east and west sides of Veterans Parkway from the South Meadows Parkway, Veterans Parkway intersection in a PUD planned unit development zone, together with other matters properly relating thereto, which would include any amendments proposed by Mr. Ska.
Thank you, council members. Jason Geddes, Environmental Services Administrator. As you recall, back in 2007, we did a pilot study in Northwest Reno looking at implementing a single stream recycling program. At the successful completion of that, this council directed us to go out and work with Waste Management on changes to the franchise to implement the single stream recycling program. Through the years, you've gotten reports, updates on where we are, what the progress is. Most recently, we got a proposal from Waste Management with proposed changes to the residential, commercial, and disposal agreements to fully implement the recycling program. They're going to come up here in a minute and give a presentation as to what is in the proposals and give you an overview of what's there. After we received the proposals and went through them, we did send out a notice to impacted haulers. We had a meeting with them yesterday. There's still some issues with definitions that we have to look at and work to resolve. We've scheduled another meeting with them for next Monday to sit down and try and go through those things. So today we're not really asking for action from the council, but we want to get the proposal out in front of you so that you can evaluate it and have your comments and questions. And with that, I would turn it over to the proposal unless there are any questions at this point in time.
Any questions? I know there's been a lot of questions for us about whether we're going to take first reading today. It might affect some of the public comment. I wasn't anticipating a first reading today, but it depends on, I mean, council can take a different tack later on. But I think there's a lot of questions out there. So.
Yeah, I would agree, Mr. Mayor. There are way too many questions out there for us to even consider a first reading today. I think that while staff and the applicants have been working on this for a long time, probably 2 years, until it actually got close enough and in a staff report, the majority of the public that will be affected by didn't realize that they had reason for concern in special requests. So I do believe that we need the continuation. Okay. Absolutely.
I guess.
With the full presentation today so people can understand it.
Right, and I understand that because I get quite a few emails and inquiries from people, but I knew they were going to have a meeting yesterday, and I was hoping that all be resolved then. What is the timeline then in terms, if this is not, if just for information, that we come back on the 24th for the first reading? Is that what's anticipated?
If we can come up with the agreeable language to bring forward that council is willing to move forward, we would have the first reading on the 24th, and then we could have second reading on the 7th.
Okay, and that my concern to that is that 3 of us sitting at this table will be gone after that 7th, and we all have had input over the last year or so about this, and I would like to see that. I'd like to see that come to fruition as soon as possible. I understand about people who maybe think they're left out of the process, and maybe they were left out of the process, I'm not sure. That discussion has to go on, but I certainly would like to see this move with like you say, there's a meeting on Monday, Jason, with those people, and then resolved as soon as we can. If we have to have a special meeting, I'd be in favor of that. I really would like to see this move forward because there's been a lot of work by a lot of council people with staff and with the applicant to get this moving forward.
Yeah, and that timetable, Dan, what my concern was, if we do a first reading today, and because the public comment or what we hear in the next week, we make substantive changes, then we have to do a first reading again. And that, I think that makes us slip that timetable.
Well, that makes sense, that so we can keep that timetable. That does make sense. Okay.
Ms. Franzen?
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, just on timing, for passage of an ordinance, it has to be in a regular meeting of City Council. Introductions could be in special meetings.
Just to follow up on that, so Tracy, if it came down to that, could the introduction, the reading take place on the 14th or no?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Council still sits on the 14th to do old business for a period of time, so there is a potential to do it on that. I know that council didn't want a lot of old business to go into that meeting, though.
But if it had to, for clarification of the ordinance, it could?
Legally, it could, yes.
So we still have, if we don't do the first reading today, will we still make the timeline?
You can make the timeline if you have the 10 days in between the 2 meetings. That's the other consideration I just thought about.
We'd have to have the first reading on the 24th.
24th.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. What's the next plan, to have waste management?
Yeah, we'll have Waste Management come up and present the proposal.
So you can toggle back and forth this way.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Gary Duhan for Waste Management, Reno Disposal, and Refuse Inc. I've got to get to know the little device here. I apologize if I'm not real familiar with it. I'd like to start off by saying that we had a very productive meeting yesterday with some stakeholders. We learned a lot. We took a lot of concerns in, and we look forward over the next couple of weeks of talking with them and seeing what we can do to address all those concerns. We'd like to start off by saying why we are here. You know, we had a number of serious challenges and problems, and this is just the highlight of it. The current solid waste and recycling franchise system has some inherent problems. It's antiquated and broken. It's decades old. We've got, it's not really financially sustainable anymore. We have source-separated recycling, which discourages and limits citizen participation. And it causes an erosion of the waste stream. Now, we've talked about that a number of times. What that means is that the loss of commercial revenues that have been subsidizing the residential side will continue to erode. And that could happen very, very quickly. We anticipate, as that occurs, we will have an increase in the franchise fees for residential of about 50%. It'll go from about $15 to about $22 to maintain the current service level. In real terms, that's $425,000 per month that the residential households will be paying. That erosion will also cause a loss of franchise fee revenue to the city of about $900,000, diversion of about $1.7 million of revenues that are allocated specifically to support recycling. And it will cause, sorry about that, and it will cause recurring and ongoing administrative legal disputes, expensive enforcement costs, et cetera. Bottom line here is if this current system is not changed, all these negative erosions impacts are unavoidable and imminent. That's not anybody's choice. Nobody wants that, but it's just the fact that there's not enough money in the system to support the current system. Previous city action, this process has been going on for about 5 years. City initiated efforts to improve the recycling system and fix some of the problems in the franchise about 5 years ago. They came to Waste Management, started discussing it, and over the course of those 5 years, there have been studies commissioned, pilot studies done. UNR did a study. Sorry about that. And let me find this out. Hold on. All right, well, maybe we'll do this a different way. All right, you do that. Okay, we got to go back one. Okay. During that 5 years, we considered many program modifications, and we worked closely with the City of Reno in partnership to try to find resolution for all this. Now, after that 5 years of public study and input, we came up with a proposal that's before you today. And what I'd like to do is kind of go through, at a 50,000-foot level, the city goals and requirements that were imposed on us while we're trying to find a solution. The global comment is they wanted a modern, efficient, cost-effective solid waste disposal and recycling system to serve the current and future needs of residents. That includes the single-stream recycling we're going to talk a lot about, which will increase the volume as well as the types of materials recycled. The city said they wanted expanded service choices for the city residents and also meet the unique needs of this community with regard to the particular people within it. They wanted the flexibility to adapt to future needs, more green facilities. They wanted to stop that erosion problem, which we've just talked about. And they wanted to stop these disputes and enforcement costs. A couple major things. They wanted stable, reliable, and predictable services as well as customer rates. And here was the real challenge. They wanted to do all of this while keeping the residential customer rates at or near current levels, which are among the lowest residential rates in the western United States, as well as maintaining commercial rates. So with that huge task in front of us and many, many other tasks that went into this program, we came up with this solution. In general, it's an integrated, comprehensive program using 3 components: residential collection, commercial collection, disposal, and recycling. Those 3 components combined together to use economies of scale, efficiencies, and stringent operating requirements on service providers to achieve economical, efficient, and well-regulated service. It requires coordination and allocation of revenues and expenses between all 3 components, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, to balance the revenues and expenses between the components. They do not stand on their own. And it's a proven and successful structure that we've used in other markets that's been adapted for this unique market. Now, there are 3 components, as we talked about. There's residential collection, commercial collection, and disposal. This is a highlight of the residential collection franchise agreement. Under that, we provide standard services. Standard services are services that you pay 1 monthly set fee for. You'll have 5 choices of service level, and you pay a set rate. The service level and the rate is set and approved by the city. There are 4 components. 1, there's a solid waste cart of 3 different sizes. You'll also get a separate wheeled, enclosed, single-stream recycling cart in one of 2 different sizes. You have 20 stickers. In your staff report, you saw where there were 10 stickers, and you could do 2 bags for each sticker. We thought that might be too confusing and difficult. So we said, well, let's change that to 20 stickers. So you have 1 sticker per item outside the cart. And then transfer station access. Every customer will be able to go to the transfer station without additional charge 4 times per year and bring about 3 yards down, which is about a standard pickup truck size. Now, we need the guidance from the Reno City Council on the rates. This is a schedule also contained in your staff report that highlights the various franchise fee levels and the various rates that can be charged depending on which franchise fee you want. We currently have an 8% franchise fee, and that's what we're paying under the current franchise agreement. You have a choice between an 8%, a 4%, and a 3% here. There are other choices, but these are the ones that we recommend and staff recommends. The lower the franchise fee, the lower the rate, because all the savings on the franchise fees are going in to lower the rate. It doesn't go in a waste management pocket, it lowers the rate. And again, all three of these rate options here are among the lowest in the western U.S. On the right-hand side, you see the no action rates. That $21.56 is again restating the price that it will be for current service, not the new services. That'll be the price that will be for current services if we can implement the program. Also, under the residential collection franchise agreement, we provide menu services. We heard this from people with whom we spoke. City council members were very interested in this. And so we will provide side yard pickup as an extra menu services. And menu services, by the way, are services that not everybody pays for. That's asked for, well, like ordering off a menu, you only get it upon request. Extra stickers are about either $2 or $2.25 a piece, depending on how you buy them. Comparable prices we found for that type of outside the container item were between $3 and $8, so we consider that to be quite a bargain there too. You can obtain extra carts, 96 gallon for the price, 64 gallon. But if you already have maximum service, which is 2 96-gallon carts, 1 solid waste, and 1 recycling, at the request of Ms. Zadra and I believe Mr. Ayazi, and there were so many requests I kind of get them lost, they said, well, we need a way to take care of the overflow of green material that occurs, you know, in those people that have big yards. And so we came up with this solution. We provided a discount on an additional 96-gallon cart for $5.37, which is, as you can see below, the other large rates. What that does is provide a combined rate of about $22 for 3 96-gallon containers. We currently have 1 for about $15, so we can go to 3 for $22, and that's lower than pretty much any rate we found anywhere for that level of service. One of the things we talked about was that the residential collection service does not support itself. So we provided a structure so that the commercial service can continue to subsidize the residential service to the degree necessary. And that's what we call a balancing payment by the commercial collection haulers. The commercial collection haulers pay an additional fee to the City of Reno in addition to their 8% franchise fee. That goes to the city, and that's used to subsidize the price of the residential rates. Now, that's one of the reasons why we can keep them at the lowest rates in the country. The good news on the commercial side, though, is the commercial rates are competitive with other rates around. The commercial collection franchise agreement. This is the second of the 3 components. There'll be 2 service areas with 2 service providers dividing into 2 separate zones. The services also include solid waste container services with small, medium, large size containers. We'll also have single stream recycling services on the commercial side. And under the commercial, there won't be any standard 4 things that come in one set rate. Everything is menu. You pick out what you need and at what price you need it. The customer rates, solid waste rates are consistent with the current rates. We did not raise those. And we set the recycling rates to be about the solid waste rates. Well, what does that do? Well, people can save money if they recycle instead of they dispose, which we're confident will increase recycling rates. It's been proven effective in other markets. Franchise fee is 8% of gross receipts, and as we discussed a moment ago, there's an additional fee paid by the 2 commercial collection haulers that is paid to the city that goes back into to support the residential side. We'll continue to provide city services at no charge with a value of about $950,000 annually, and that's shared by the 2 commercial haulers, Waste Management and Castaway. Under the disposal agreement, we will accept, process, recycle, and dispose at a landfill only collection materials. We'll talk a little bit more about what collection materials are. We'll also pay a host fee to the city at 42 cents per ton of the franchise collection materials, but not just the franchise collection materials. We'll also pay that on all other materials going through the transfer station. So that's a very viable source of revenue for the city. Now, under the disposal agreement, we have some significant obligations. I want to make sure it's clear, though, that these are set forth in the disposal agreement, but all these facilities that we're going to talk about here are necessary to support the entire integrated system. We're going to buy 12, at least 12 compressed natural gas vehicles. And then they have savings, significant savings, 22 metric tons of greenhouse gases annually. We're going to build a compressed natural gas fueling facility. That will not only be open for our trucks, but it will be available to the city as well as other governmental agencies to help contribute to those environmental savings across the city. We will purchase and provide 25 solar compactors for placement by the city. We'll continue city services on the disposal side, valued about $215,000 at no additional charge. Finally, we'll do kind of the big one. That's the Eco Center. The Eco Center is going to be a modern, state-of-the-art, one-stop solution for Reno's disposal and recycling needs. It's necessary to perform the single-stream recycling services. We'll accept, process, dispose of solid waste and approved recyclable materials that we talked about that are within the franchises, but we'll also be able to handle a lot more stuff. We'll be able to do household hazardous waste, electronic waste, medical waste, and provide a resource for the community, both the residents and businesses, to get rid of those materials that are now difficult to get rid of. There'll be a public drop-off. This facility will also continue to facilitate waste-to-energy solution. We create energy through a process where we use the residual materials at this facility. We'll continue to do that. And then it'll also have a community education center, as well as a full-time recycling coordinator who will be responsible for encouraging recycling and educating the public on how to recycle more and better. These are terms that are applicable under all three agreements. We just talked about the specific provisions that are applicable to each of the three. These are provisions that are applicable to all three. All of them will have a 17-year term. 17 years sounds a little strange. How did we come up with that? Well, we have an existing term, a 7-year term, under our existing franchise agreement. Waste Management currently is in a franchise agreement that I believe has been in place for almost 20 years, and it has a 7-year remaining term. That's for residential and collection of garbage as well as disposal. We added an additional 10 years because that's necessary to amortize this tremendous investment that's being made. We provided for a review of the program by the city every 5 years or so to see what improvements we can make to the system, and there are 10-year extensions that are available at the option of the city. It's not our option, the city's option. Now, a real important concept here is, a lot of what the stakeholders were concerned with is what materials are exclusive and what's covered under this contract. Only what we call in the contract franchise collection materials are exclusive under the agreement. That's composed of two categories, solid waste and approved recyclable materials. Solid waste includes what we consider dry waste and wet waste. We've talked a lot about what that is. Approved recyclable materials includes everything that we recycle today under the system, but we're actually adding 4 more. So not only will we increase volume through more convenient systems, single stream recycling, we'll increase it because we're adding the type of materials that can be recycled. Very important concept here. What's excluded from the franchise? What can other people haul and dispose of that won't be a violation of the franchise? The franchise, all of them, all the way across the board, include all these following items. They're called excluded materials under the contract. Construction and demolition materials, now that's a huge carve-out that's not contained in most franchise agreements. That's usually contained because it's a big portion of the solid waste stream, as much as 40% of the materials that are hauled to the landfill. That was carved out with the express intent of accommodating the small haulers so they can continue business in that area. Another big area is service provider generated materials hauled by the service provider. That needs an explanation. Service providers who come to your home or commercial establishment, such as landscapers, remodeling companies, contractors, cleaning services, and all that, can come there and provide the services, and any materials that would otherwise be under the exclusive franchise can be hauled away by that service provider. So your landscaper comes, cuts your lawn, they can take those clippings away and haul them off. That's not within the franchise. Provide them some flexibility. Also excluded, scrap metals, paper shredder materials, bulky items, electronic waste, hazardous waste, medical waste, special waste, all have defined terms that are fairly inclusive. Rendering facility materials. Now, for the commercial collection, in addition to all those prior ones, you add another one, and that's called excluded recyclable materials, which are recyclable materials sold by the generator directly to a buyer of recyclable materials. So say a store or a restaurant wants to separate their recyclable materials and sell it directly to a buyer of those materials. They can do that. That's not in the exclusive. For the disposal facilities, it's all the above, and you add additionally food waste and green waste, so disposal facilities can take any and all of the materials on the page. Selected other requirements and obligations of the contractors under all agreements, and that applies to waste management as well as Castaway. We've heard a lot about public education. We're obligated to do that. We have a full-time coordinator, as we talked about. We have many, many operating standards. I won't go into detail, but we have customer service standards in complaint system, accounting and billing, audit and inspection, operational requirements that are stringent that apply to virtually every aspect of our operation, vehicle safety, employee conduct, hours of operation. We're obligated to provide development planning assistance to new developments so that they can build and design an effective solid waste place on their new project. And then we're providing a variety of protections for the city. A full indemnity of the city by the contractor. We're increasing the insurance from, I can't remember, I think it's $1 million, $2 million. We're over doubling that from $2 million to $4 million. And the performance bond goes from a current $50,000 performance bond to a total of $1 million. So we're going up 20-fold on the performance bond, because that's broken down into 4 bonds, $250,000 each under each of the 4 agreements. Now, what kind of investment is required to make this thing a reality? The Eco Center is going to run about $14 million. The trucks are about $325,000 each. The fueling station's a couple million. Solar compactors, $5,000 each. We didn't talk about this component yet, but just to do the recycling, we're going to require a recycling cart for every household in the city of Reno, which is about 62,000 recycling carts. We've already purchased land from the city upon which to locate the Eco Center for a total of about $27 million. Now you can understand why we need a little bit longer term to amortize these costs and keep the rates low. Other investment and consideration provided by Waste Management include the relinquishment of the existing franchise agreement. Remember, we already have a franchise agreement that has another 7 years. We'll relinquish that as part of it, and we worked together and spent hundreds of hours with the city coming up with a solution over the period of the last 5 years. That's also, I think, a fair contribution to this effort. So, why are we going through all this trouble? We talked about single-stream recycling. Why is that good? Well, just talking about single-stream recycling, what are the benefits of this whole program? We anticipate an increase of 85% of residential diversion and recycling rates. That means 85% more materials recycled, 85% less going to the landfill. But, well, that's 50 million pounds of recycling annually increase. But we have a pilot study up in northwest Reno where the rates tripled. So if it triples, we will divert 120 million pounds additionally from the landfill and into recycling. Of course, what does that do? Reduces greenhouse gases, not just from the trucks, but because of a reduction in the need for manufacturing. Reduce our carbon footprint, save water, save natural resources. As we discussed, we expand the type of recyclable materials, not just volume. And here's why it works. It's cleaner and more convenient. There are wheeled and closed recycling carts instead of carry bins, and you can put all the recyclable materials, this expanded list, all into the same container. No more separation, no more hand carrying out the bins. It's been proven to be a highly effective recycling encouragement across the country. And then finally, of course, we're providing public education encouragement regarding the new program. More benefits, however. The city asked for expanded residential choices. We've replaced a single service level with 5 service level options. It's greener, more environmentally friendly. We will continue to provide $1.2 million in city services at no additional charge. We estimate we'll create 15 permanent jobs. Those are union scale wage and benefits jobs, plus 200 construction jobs. Of course, this stops the erosion that will lead to the price increases. That's one of the major goals of this program, and this does that. And we maintain, under any of the 3 options provided you, rates among the lowest residential rates in the western United States, while still providing a full spectrum of solid waste and recycling services. An important concept here that I've touched on, but I want to expand on a little bit. This is an integrated, mutually dependent system composed of 3 different components: the residential collection, the commercial collection, and the disposal. The revenue generated by all 3 of those components are used to pay the expenses of the 3 components, and transfers between the components are necessary to keep them in balance. We talked about that balancing payment. Money actually moves from the commercial to the residential side through the city. In addition to that, though, all those facilities that are obligations under the disposal agreement are necessary to support the other services. So all this works together. Essentially, all the money goes into a big pot, and all the expenses are paid. So if you take revenue out of one component, unless it comes back in from another revenue source, and there's only one of those, that's customer rates, that will, without adequate controls and limits, that'll negatively impact the financial status of the entire system and each component. It'll impair the ability of the system to pay its expenses and continue to function. And it'll divert revenues, if you divert revenues from any part of the system, unless it's carefully limited, you'll cause the same type of erosion of revenues described previously that threatens to erode the system, cause the rates, and have the system essentially fail. So whatever we do when we put this together, we want to be mindful that we don't create a situation where those revenues will be eroded over a period of time, depriving the system from the revenues necessary to pay the bills and support itself, resulting in those higher rates and ultimately maybe a problem with the system itself. This is just a quote from the staff report where the staff recognizes, and I think they recommend approval, and they recognize that we have addressed all the matters and issues and concerns expressed by City Council, and there were many, and all the concerns expressed by staff over a period of 5 years. We believe this program does an exceptional job of doing that. We request your approval. We are available for questions, and we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions at this time? Go right to public comment. Jason, did you want to?
Yes, Council Jason Geddes, if I may. I just wanted to emphasize the point that we did put together the staff report. We have been working on this for 5 years. We've tried to address every council concern with waste management in one way or another. Not sure if it addressed it fully, but every issue that has been brought up by council, the neighborhood advisory boards, we have worked to resolve. When we did do the notice and we talked to the haulers, there were more issues that popped up. And we heard those issues with the haulers at our meeting yesterday. Those are summarized, the primary concerns in the memo that we distributed today as the issues that we heard, and that's why we scheduled another meeting for next week. And I'm sure that'll be the focus of the public comment today, is there are some issues still in there that we didn't realize we needed to address. We thought we'd address most of them, but there's still a few there that we need to work on and continue to work on. So.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. There's a lot of public comment cards here. I think we've made clear we're probably not going to take action today. So as long as your point gets across so we can follow up with that by the next meeting, we don't need to repeat everything. We just want to make sure we get all the concerns on there so we can look into it for the next, between now and the 24th. Dan Reeser, followed by Brett Scolari.
Good afternoon, Council and staff. Dan Reeser of Lionel, Sawyer and Collins, and I'm appearing, as you know, on behalf of Castaway Trash Hauling. And we are supportive of the proposal that is before you today, and I want to take a couple moments, and I might go over my 3 minutes because you know we have been here for the last 4 or 5 years as Waste Management's primary competitor. And so probably in the back of your mind is why all of a sudden is Castaway supportive of this. As you'll recall, we've been before you. We had proposed a MRF a number of times ago. We've given you public presentations on that. We've talked about the necessary funding. We've been before you and asked you to consider passing an ordinance that would make clear that the commercial market was an open, competitive market. None of those proposals have ever made it to a conclusion before the council. And that is not a criticism. You've been working through these issues, but for a company like Castaway, there has been a lack of public policy direction and a number of very important issues that incent development and investment in this area have not been answered. This proposal answers those so a company like Castaway can move forward. So let me very quickly identify why we support this and what public policy decisions are embedded in this proposal that we support and believe are the solutions. First, you're making a decision we've asked you to make, and that is the commercial stream going to be franchised or is it going to be open market? This proposal decides that. It's going to be franchised subject to certain exempt waste streams. We now know what the rule of the game will be, and we assume, and have been told that we will be one of the franchise holders. So we now know what that issue, how that issue is going to be resolved. Second, a very important issue to us that we've raised in discussions with staff and with you. What's going to happen with this, the subsidy between the commercial and the residential markets? This proposal makes implicit, and it actually has a mechanism of calculating by the dollar what that commercial subsidy will be for the residential side. So now the subsidy becomes explicit instead of implicit. As a hauler who's going to have a franchise, we know what that cost is. We can put it into our rates. The rates are going to be regulated. We understand what the rule of the game is now. Third, it solves the city's long-term concerns about franchise fee deterioration, the wet-dry debate that's been going on for years. This decides it. It defines what's going to be wet. It defines what's going to be dry, and it makes clear how that, who's going to have what rights over what parts of the solid waste stream.
Mr. Reeser, are you quick, or are you going to have to wait until someone asks you to come up at the end of public comment? I mean, I'm not going to set the tone of the first public comment saying I'm taking as much time as I want. So either wrap it up, or you'll have to wait till after public comment and wait for a council member to ask a question to have you come back up.
Okay, let me just make 2 additional points and then I'll move on.
No, I'm sorry. You'll have to sit down now.
Okay,
And somebody
that's
will
fine.
ask you to come back
Well,
up.
how much time do you have left?
Well, that's what I asked him.
Yeah.
I'll
I didn't
come
hear.
back when you want to hear the rest of it, Member Hashjeff.
All right, thank you. Brett Scolari, followed by Bill Beelzer.
Thank you, council members, city manager. Brett Scolari from law firm of Gordon Silver on behalf of Nevada Recycling and Salvage, doing business as Green Solutions Recycling. What is Green Solutions Recycling? Local business owned and operated by the Beelzer family for 7 years. GSR currently has a permit to operate from Washoe County Health District to receive up to 3,800 cubic yards a day of solid waste and recyclable materials per day. In a recent study, the capacity was said to be up to 5,600 cubic yards of these materials a day. It operates under strict environmental and other guidelines set forth by the Health District. GSR does not collect nor dispose of garbage, trash, rubbish, recyclables, or any solid waste of any kind. GSR is what currently is commonly known as a dirty MRF. It is a transition facility between the actual collection and disposal of commercial dry waste or trash. Our workers sort through and extract the recyclable materials from the trash. Recyclable materials are sold to third parties, recycled and put back into commerce. The residual waste is transported to and disposed of the Lockwood landfill owned and operated by Waste Management. GSR pays Waste Management fees for this disposal under a long-term arrangement. So what effect will this commercial franchise proposal have on Green Solutions Recycling? It's estimated that castaway trash hauling is approximately 68% of GSR's business. After accounting for the excluded materials and materials from Sparks and Washoe County, it's estimated approximately 40% of GSR's intake is the commercial trash haul in the city that is proposed to be franchised. The current proposal mandates that these franchise commercial hauls collected in the city of Reno be transported to facilities owned or operated by Waste Management, including the MRF being proposed. Net effect is that GSR will not be able to receive or even compete for those franchise materials for the term of the commercial hauling franchises, thus eliminating approximately 40% of our market. A small local business just can't withstand this hit right now. If this proposal is adopted as written, the harsh reality is we'll have to consider laying off at least 21 employees and quite possibly forced to close our doors in the very near future. I do want to publicly thank Waste Management for trying to work out our issues before this meeting. Both sides attempted good faith efforts to do so, and we just weren't able to reach a solution. But I have a solution for you today. We believe there's a solution. If the city is inclined to move forward with this, we respectfully request that the City Council agree to remove the exclusivity in the ordinance and the resulting franchise agreements and disposal agreements only to the extent to which it would allow GSR to continue to receive and compete for the materials collected by franchise haulers such as Castaway. And why is this request appropriate? The most obvious reason is to preserve this local business and the down economy. The other reason, preserve competition, it's good for consumers. And the last but obvious reason, and not so obvious reason, is in my research, I do not believe the city has the legal authority to grant an exclusive to Waste Management in the context of an MRF, and here's why. And I'll be brief.
Thank you.
NRS 268-081, subsection 3 is very clear in its language and intent in granting the franchise right. It specifically states that the city may displace or limit competition in the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste. Collection and disposal, those are the two key terms we're dealing with. It is clear that GSR neither collects nor disposes of any waste. Again, GSR is a transition and recovery facility.
We might have a different definition of brief.
Collection is done by Castaway and other haulers. Recyclables are not disposed of. The residual waste is put in the landfill. We do not dispose of anything at that site.
Okay.
So I respectfully request that we're able to work with staff, work with the city attorney to get some language to that effect.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Scalari.
I was fast as I could be.
Mr. Beelzer, followed by Bob O'Connor. Well, Mr. Beelzer, I'll disclose that I've met with Mr. Beelzer and Representative Castaway and Waste Management. I think most of the people up here also have.
Bill Beelzer, 1954 Greenfield Drive, Reno, and I'm representing Green Solutions Recycling. We support the concept of the Eco Center, and we support the zones, if that's what it takes. However, in that process, we don't really want to be put out of business. We have found in our review of this proposal, as outlined by Mr. Duhan, that we have not been able to see or review a financial analysis of the entire picture relating to rates and the viability of an eco center, particularly rates for residential people, and the issue of the commercial subsidy. Mr. Duhan had indicated that the income was both from residential collection and some commercial balancing payment under this proposal. What we know was not included was the profit center that Waste Management has, both at its transfer station and at its disposal site. Those two locations also generate a profit for the company as a result of the Reno waste stream. And we think that income, that net profit relating to the Reno portion of waste ought to be considered in the financial model. So that's one thing that we have had an issue with both the city staff and Waste Management. We have not been able to get a complete financial analysis other than the one that you saw on what Waste Management's income really is. Point two, the residential collection rates here are low, in part due to commercial subsidy. However, one of the big issues on keeping the rates low is the proximity to a landfill. We happen to be 15 miles from the landfill. If you look at Susanville, California, they are 105 miles from the landfill. So the haul cost creates higher rates for them. We're fortunate to be next to the landfill, and I think that's nearest to the benefit of the residents of Reno. We ask that our business be carved out of the exclusivity to the extent that we are licensed for recycling and our operation as permitted by the health department, Washoe County, who controls our operation. So we request the carve out. We have no objection to all of the rest of it, except that we'd like to see the financial analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beelzer. Mr. O'Connor, followed by Candace Pierce Beelzer.
Ladies and gentlemen, council, it's been many years since I've stood in front of the council, but I've had franchises and I've dealt with councils many, many times through the years. We started in the rubbish and garbage business in 1958. We are a broker that handles many major chains that are in your city. Some of them, as you well know, Circuit City, Len's and Thames, Mervyn's, of all accounts, they job their rubbish and garbage out to people like ourselves that are supposed to know the landfills, know the waste managements, know the republics, and know if they're getting the best deal, if they're not getting the best deal. The reason I'm here today, I've been asked by some of the major chains to represent because of the financial situations and the Chapter 11s that are taking place on your major chains today. There are very many of them that are very concerned, and trash and garbage has got to the point where it's getting higher than what their labor is. By handling approximately 13,000 accounts now with these major chains, they know the value of what the cardboard, the plastics, the styrofoam, and all these items are. The one, I am very familiar with Waste Management and a lot of their facilities. I've been in them, quite a few, and also by Omega handling and having MRFs of their own of what you're seeing up here on the podium this morning is the potential of the saleable of product back to your merchants. This is a factor today. You have one or two companies, the one gentleman who was just up here in front of me, that is situated and can handle your major chains at major reduced rates of what the costs are for the hauling of your disposal from Waste Management and two or three other companies. I'm also would like to have you, I'm not representing them at this time, or will, of your small haulers that's been here for years, that we use to job these accounts out to or subcontract these accounts out to. And the recycling plant that the gentleman was just up here, they are situated, they're licensed, they're permitted. I do not know them other than by name. They are situated where they will pay rebates back to your retailers that's in your cities. I'd like to have you take that in consideration of where we're at today and the economy and what's taking place with the garbage rates and the recycled materials. Of all the materials, I can give you a percentage of a compactor. You've heard compactors, you've heard front-end loader bins, you've heard carts. On a Best Buy or on a Ross Dress for Less or on a Lowe's store, you can look at about 2% that is actually going to a landfill. So figure your 40-yard box, 2% of that is going to end up in the landfill. These major chains that we're talking about, they know they have garbage, they're trash. They subscribe to garbage service with the cities, if the cities are doing it themselves, or with the haulers like Waste Management and Castaway. The small haulers today are very concerned of the years that they've been here and the years that we have used them. So I'd like to have you just take that in consideration. But basically, your merchants in the city of getting rebates paid back for that material instead of it going to Waste Management.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Mrs. Beelzer, followed by Mark Pingle. Welcome.
Thank you. It was funny because earlier you were voting on something and the guy next to me, when you went, I did too. And he said, what are you doing? I said, I guess old habits run deep. I don't really have a lot to add, except, as you know, my husband and I are senior citizens. We've put our savings into Green Solutions Recycling. We thought it would be our retirement. And it's real scary when all of a sudden one thing can happen and you can end up with nothing. We have been paying taxes for many years. Some of you know me. I've owned businesses through the years. Bill has owned businesses. We've been paying taxes for years. And we really believe in recycling. That's why we've been doing it. We don't have a problem with this idea. The problem is now that Waste Management's decided to do it, they sort of want us to go away. And, you know, we know that's not your problem. I don't mean to be up here to whine, but it is, you know, our financial future. And also for other people here, we give them an alternative that's cheaper. If we go out of business, I can assure you in a few years, Waste Management's rates will go much higher than they are right now. And as much as they may say this is for the good of the community, Waste Management is in this to make money. They do it very well. They're nationally known. And I would just remind you, you know, you all know this, that your position is to do what's best for the citizens of Reno. We do think the recycling is a good idea. One of the things I would point out, their attorney said that next week they're going to meet with the stakeholders. They've been doing this for 5 years and a year. Yesterday was the first meeting with the stakeholders. I think that that's not been done inadvertently. I think that there are a lot of questions out there. You all know that. There's a lot of questions, and they really need to be answered before you take a vote. The one thing I think, at least I totally believe, I agree with Councilman Guston. I would really like to see it done while people who have been dealing with this for a few years are in office, because it'll take a new council a long time to get up to speed on it. Other than that, that's all I have to say, and everyone in this room appreciates the job you're doing, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Pingle, followed by Jana Roger. Rager?
My name is Mark Pingle. I'm a professor of economics at UNR. I own rental units in Reno and live in Sparks. I'm commenting here both as a citizen and as an economist. As an economist, I want to say relative to this issue, I think it's important to recognize that the commercial market really is different than the residential market. To be efficient in a residential market, it doesn't make sense to have a bunch of different companies sending out trucks to a given area. It makes sense that you would offer a franchise, reap those economies of scale. Same with disposal. But with commercial, that's really not true. A competitive market is going to be more efficient. And so I'm a little concerned that you would combine these under a franchise agreement. And I think what you should think about is when MCI back in about 1980 sued AT&T for the right to use the phone lines. Prior to that, we had phone service. It was good to a certain extent, but it was very expensive. It was not innovative. I think what needs to happen here, and I was alerted to this issue by a small hauler, I think what needs to happen here is a way to keep the commercial market competitive. It's kind of interesting that the Castaway representative said, well, we wanted a competitive commercial market until now. Now we know at least where we stand, and it seems like, yeah, we know where we stand. We're part of the franchise. And that's just not the way I think you should operate this. The last thing I want to mention as a citizen is it seems there's an ethical issue here. One of the small franchisees sent me part of an email, and I don't know the whole context to this, but it was sent by a representative of Waste Management, and it asked them not to oppose this. And I'll just read you part of it. This was sent a week ago. Commencing on the date of this letter, and I'm going to skip certain parts of this because there's a lot of legalese, but we're asking you, Mr. Small Waste Hauler, not to oppose, challenge, or make any oppositional statements in any public forum, including any meeting of the Reno City Council, about any part of the franchise agreements, disposal agreement, or any ordinances related thereto. What kind of a process is this? So I would just ask you to really consider the concerns of these small franchisers, both because of that statement. So I ask you that as a citizen. And as an economist, if we want efficient service, we need to make competitive those parts of this market, and I would argue the commercial market is that part. We need to make that part competitive. You can do that just the way they do with phone service. You can have the small haulers pay the fees that Waste Management would collect to support the overall effort, which I think is admirable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jana, is it Rager?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Followed by Anne Marie Carey.
Good afternoon. Jana Rager with Empire Waste Systems. We've been a small hauler in the Reno-Carson area for over 10 years. We service homeowners, construction companies, businesses, industrial companies. The currently proposed franchise with Waste Management, along with the proposed changes to the municipal code and the process involved, did not include any of the small haulers until yesterday. However, you guys have been discussing this for 5 years, and you've relied on Waste Management and Castaway's word. And as you can see, it's a self-serving document that they've come up with. We did meet yesterday, and I think all of us small haulers do feel strongly that a resolution can be obtained. But we need more time, and we do have a meeting scheduled on Monday, as Mr. Geddes has said. If the changes are not made, the proposed changes, we will lose customers to Waste Management and Castaway. Customers will be forced to pay their rates and possibly have severe effects on the future of our business. Somehow, Reno's desire for residential recycling 5 years ago has manifested itself into commercial recycling and then further manifested itself into stifling other commercial solid waste. This is Waste Management's MO. They come into municipalities, they say, if you don't do this commercial stuff, your residential rates are going to go up. And then guess what? All your residents will be in this room mad. That's why they threaten. They've done it in Incline, they've done it in Lyon County, they've done it in Sparks, and they've been unsuccessful. Those boards told them what they wanted and made them change it. And guess what? Waste Management did, because they're still in the business of making money. The small haulers, we don't have a problem with recycling. We wish we had more choices ourselves where to take the byproducts that we all haul. But there just aren't any at this point in time. However, Reno's recycling goals should not affect the haulers and other commercial and residential choices for their waste hauling needs that are above their weekly garbage service. All of us small haulers also agree, curbside garbage for stuff that can rot and get icky, that needs to be franchised. None of us disagree with that garbage service for commercial or for residential. That's needed. But if you've got a house that you need to clean out because someone passed away, or you've got so big of a yard, little Joe's gardening service can't haul it for you, they need to have other options and other viable options. We would ask that you allow the small hauler to be heard and allow us to continue to work further with the staff and Waste Management to come up with a solution for everyone. We have no intention of conflicting with the city's recycling goals. However, we do want something that's fair to the rest of us who have been around and who have serviced the customers of this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anne Marie Carey, followed by Michael Kimmel.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm not going to restate some of the things that have already been stated. I think that the message is quite clear. One of the things that I would like to reiterate at this point, though, to start this conversation, is that we do fully want to support anything that is to the benefit of the city and the residents. And we do appreciate and understand that via this franchise agreement, there are some well-needed and well-deserved revenues that the city can benefit from, and as a result, the residents. However, and this is where it's a very big however, I do not believe that it is necessary to eliminate the small hauler to achieve that goal. And I don't expect anyone here to know some of the nuances of our business. And therefore, upon first blush of that agreement, you may have thought, this looks good for all. And the question I would have is this: if it looks so good for all, then why were we deliberately excluded from the information? Why was it withheld? Now, I can tell you that Mr. Duhan did a fine job of the presentation, and much of it, there's nobody here that would disagree with it. What I have not been afforded the opportunity of, however, is to prepare a counter presentation. And I think that having the opportunity to do that would have been able to illustrate to you very clearly the adverse, perhaps unintended adverse impact, nevertheless adverse impact, not only to me, the small hauler, and all the other small haulers, but to my customers. What they're not explaining to you is part of the self-haul. And I'll give you one very quick example. I know we're running out of time. One of my customers is a landscape company. In short, they have 3 yards. In those 3 yards, I have bins. I dump and return those bins several times a week. However, as it is suggested today, they would no longer be my customers because there are two zones, one for waste management and one for Castaway. My customer is precluded from the right to continue to work with me. He is therefore precluded from the right to shop rates and to work with me, and there's a reason he works with me, because I do give better service. It gets better though. Now we have 5 sets of staff out doing jobs. Let's say there's a crew of 5 people for this company, for the landscape company, doing a job on Vassar. There's a crew of 5 on Skyline, and there's another crew of 5 somewhere else. This is how landscape companies make their money. They conduct work, landscapes, for residents and for customers, other businesses sometimes. Here's the problem. Each and every single person must know the zones, they must know the rates, they must know the individual policies of that particular hauler, and apparently that's not me or any other small hauler. So that does impact their ability to bid a job, to be awarded that job, and what their potential profit margin is. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Michael Kimmel, followed by George Hutchinson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Kimmel. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hoy & Hoy, and I'm here representing a couple of the independent haulers, Trash Co. and Rubbish Runners. Actually, I'd just like to confirm that there's not going to be a vote or a first reading today, and if that is in fact the case, then I'm going to bypass and step back.
We want to hear the comments. I mean, you heard the comments from us, but the council can take action. So if you have a comment, I would make it now too. So.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bypass.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. George Hutchinson, followed by Corey Cormier.
I'm George Hutchinson, associated with Trash Co. It's one of the small haulers that have been excluded pretty much from this process. I'm going to repeat a little bit with respect to the short notice. Again, the small haulers have not been involved in this at all, and their first notification was a letter on Friday to them to come to the meeting on Tuesday in anticipation of this meeting. That isn't quite fair in any respect. Just to, again, and that, again, I believe it was not an accident. It was intentional. The memo that you folks received from staff states that on June 22nd and December 14th, 2011, Waste Management made presentations to council to improve recycling in Reno. After negotiations with other impacted haulers in Reno, Waste Management submitted revised proposal. At our meeting yesterday, when I asked Waste Management who were the other impacted haulers other than Castaways they talked to, they said none. Now, so I think you folks have been misled. The staff was misled. These are the things, this is who you're kind of getting in bed with. You're in bed with them now. It's going to get worse. The language in the agreements is very ambiguous, very hazy, and again, I don't think that's by accident. I do think because of the significant impact on the businesses in this city that they need to be notified once the final package is ready for review by you. They need to be notified. It's very significant to many, many of the businesses. And we're in the day of transparency, which I don't think this has been very transparent. Again, we all agree with the recycling and the need for that, and we support that in every way we can. But the reduction of competition ultimately is going to cost businesses more. The costing the businesses is ultimately being passed along to the consumer, and they pay for it. They may not pay for it in their residential garbage bill, but they're paying for it. And I don't know why you folks don't bite the bullet, have the residentials pay whatever it is, the expense, and then you can have free competition in the commercial market. But you're not doing that. I don't know why. Would anybody like to answer?
We haven't done anything yet. That's why we're having this meeting.
Okay, why?
So we haven't done anything yet.
Okay, but why has the why has the residential bills been maintained below the cost? Why are you subsidizing it now?
That was an agreement that was signed in 1980.
Okay, well, I suggest you change that.
Well, that's why we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Cormier, followed by Howard Rakestraw.
My name is Corey Cormier. I represent Trashco, and I thank you for your time. I'm not sure what else I can emphasize that hasn't already been presented to you, but the reality is the proposed agreement being presented to you puts people like myself out of work. That's the fact. The wording in this agreement that looks good on paper puts people like myself unemployed. It's not a benefit to the public, and it's not a benefit to the citizens or the businesses of the city of Reno. I do believe this is the intention of the contract as it is practiced all over the United States. The city is relying on the generator of the contract to tell the city specifically what each item in this contract means. Now, I would, however, like to ask, the city has an independent, unbiased, third-party firm been hired to do an economic impact to the citizens of Reno. I think that's very important, and the businesses definitely need to be notified what is being shoved down their throat on the basis of greed and elimination of competition. We do not oppose recycling whatsoever. We're not against this at all. We are, however, against being put out of work. That's the bottom line. Everything I have is at stake. Everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Howard Rakestraw, followed by Harold Wickland.
Good afternoon, council members. My name's Howard Rakestraw from Banner Construction Incorporated. We have quite a bit of debris that has to be hauled from our construction jobs. And what we like is the service that we're able to get by the independent haulers. It gives us, we get, like, say, sometimes we have to wait like a week or something to get something hauled. I need it done the next day. And if we only have one person per area, we're going to look very bad to our clients. We're trying to get jobs done efficiently. If we have something that has to move quickly, we can't get that taken care of. And this has happened in the past. That's why we use the independent haulers. We also feel very strongly and back them. I'll speak a little bluntly, we feel that this is more of a monopoly. What would happen if we have 85% of all the debris picked up by one company in an area already, and if it goes to 100%, that's not giving us free competition for price, service, and timeliness. So we just ask that you guys take a look at that as a contractor here in town, that this is our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Howard Wickland, followed by Cindy Bielzer.
Hello, my name is Harold Wickland, and may I say I'd just like to, I'm an employee for Green Solutions, excuse me, and maybe give the council put a face on one of those 21 people who are going to be directly affected by the acceptance of this proposal with Waste Management and Castaway. Although insignificant in the overall theme of things, I would ask the council to please reconsider this proposal and keep the competitive spirit that built us as a nation and as a city. We're all directly involved, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Cindy Bielzer, followed by Jason Pantone.
My name is Cindy Bielser. I'm here on behalf of my son, Chris Bielser, who is an owner in Greensource. He's an owner in Greensource. Much of what I wanted to say has already been said.
Pull that down. Yeah, there you
Much
go.
of what I wanted to say has already been said, but I do want to make a few statements in there general. What's wrong with our country is killing our nation. It's a cancer. It's killing our free enterprise, and it's called corporate greed. And it's a sad day when a Houston-based worldwide corporation can come into a community and dictate who's going to be in business and who is not, and then try and legitimize their issue by legislating whatever they want. And that's basically all I have to say. I hope we can support our people and free enterprise and keep them in business here.
Thank you very much. Jason Pantone, followed by Rick Lake.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Pantone. I work for Green Solutions Recycling. I feel that if this does go through, that my job and other people's jobs will be lost. And also, I was kind of curious about it as an American citizen. I thought we were given the freedom of choice. If this goes through, it sounds like that'll be taken away from local businesses, and that's basically taking away people's rights. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Lake, followed by Michael Reynolds.
Good afternoon. I work for Green Solutions Recycling as well. So I had no knowledge of this proposed franchise agreement. None of my customers had any knowledge of this agreement as well. As I'm still reading this document, and I find that it only serves waste management. What about my customers? What about the other small hauling companies? Has there been an unbiased and independent economic study conducted? I have 187 new customers that don't want to use waste management, that have chose to use me instead of Castaway. Some of the reasons are waste management charges additional fees, inactivity fees, lock gate fees, delivery fee, fuel surcharge that fluctuates weekly. Their rates are unpredictable. My customers, they tell me when they come in one day, their equipment isn't measured, so somebody eyeballs it and says, oh, that's 7 yards. The next day, they measure it accurately, and it's 14 yards. So their prices for operating go up and down. When they use me, they know exactly what their trailer is measured at and how much it is, $9 a cubic yard plus the environmental fee. So when they walk in my door, they know exactly what they're charged. And I have some bills here. I've been looking through what the city and county have been charged. I have some bills for the Washoe County water rights. I'm not speaking here. It's the Washoe County water resources. And for a 14-yard bin, it's $448. For my 12-yard bin, that's $275. So this is how they're billing their commercial customers. They bill twice as much, and if I'm out of the way, then those prices are going to keep going up. I ask that you please not let this go through, because it affects my job and my ability to make money and feed my family. Thanks. My name is Rick.
Thank you very much. Michael Reynolds, followed by Vince Mohammed.
Hello and good afternoon. I work for Green Solutions. I actually just worked there for 4 months now. I come strictly just because I will lose my job if this happens, and I don't know if it matters to you guys, but I am becoming a father in a few months, and I just I couldn't find a job for 7 months, and this is, I just got it, and I work as hard as I can every day, and there's no reason why there's not enough trash for us all to recycle. Thank you.
Congratulations. Vince Mohammed, followed by Jacob Gunzel.
How you doing? Me too, just started with Green Solutions. I work for Green Solutions. I just recently lost another company, went under because of the way our economy is. I went out and got another job. I have to pay my bills. I have my child support. This is really important to me to keep my work. You know how tough it is out there right now to go out and get work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jacob Gunzel?
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Gunzel. I'm here on behalf of Green Solutions Recycling also. I'm here strictly because this agreement will also affect my employment. And not only my employment, but all of my customers, all upwards of 80 a week that I go to, will no longer receive the service that I provide if this goes through. And they can't afford to go through waste management. That's why they chose us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I have 3 public comment cards of people who did not wish to speak. Aaron Schmerber in opposition, Deidre Branson in opposition, Laura Joseph in opposition, and Pamela Kelly in opposition. I don't have any other public comment cards. Anyone else wishing to make a public statement at this time regarding this issue? Seeing that, I'll close the public comment portion, bring it back to the table, and first off, I'd like to ask Mr. Reeser, will you come tell us your last few points, please?
So I'm going to assume that everybody remembers where I was at, and I'm just going to pick up there, and if I need to refresh my recollection, you'll ask me. My fourth point, my last point was the wet-dry debate gets resolved. My next point is that this proposal provides the kind of certainty that is necessary to incent investment. And I'm going to give you a specific Castaway example. As you know, we have wanted to build a MRF. But if we do not know whether or not the commercial waste stream is going to be franchised or not franchised, or a portion is or a portion is not, you cannot go out and get the financing to go and build such a project. You have to have certainty in the legal scheme. This helps provide that so that you can actually go out and develop a competitive MRF if we wanted to. Fifth, this stabilizes through a number of transfer payments the free services available to the city. The commercial franchisees are going to be providing that along with the disposal franchisee. And the sixth point is that it achieves the policy objectives the council has previously indicated to us in conversations are important to them and that we weren't providing solutions for, and that was single stream residential recycling, the construction of the ecosystem, and fleet modernization for waste management. All of these moving parts, these 6 moving parts, these policy objectives, depend on this carefully crafted scheme between the 3 franchise arrangements. Amongst the residential and the commercial franchisees, the disposal facilities, and what you are defining as a waste stream that's going to be within the franchise and what waste streams are not going to be within the franchise. I understand, as Castaway's representative, as Spike and Brad and Keith do, the other small haulers' issues. We understand them. We are not, that's our business too. So the point I want to make, and what I wanted to make when I was up here before is, as you move forward, there are issues and definitional, as Mr. Geddes indicated, there are definitional issues that have to be resolved. There's some clarification that needs to be involved, and you're going to be asked by stakeholders to make more exceptions. As you make those exceptions, they need to be implicit in the economic model. They can't be hidden, because if you're going to ask somebody like Castaway to go out of the market, to go out of a free market and into a franchise and be a contributor to these transfer payments, because we're the next biggest provider in town, we have to be able to calculate all the costs. So if you're going to say a certain amount of the commercial waste stream is going to stay competitive, we need to be able to quantify that, because you're going to have to figure out how the cross subsidies are going to work. Finally, I do have to comment as a trained economist to Mr. Pinkel's comment. What he's ignoring is the decision you want to make. Mr. Pinkel's assuming that you don't get to make the decision, or you shouldn't make the decision, whether or not to franchise the commercial segment of the market. That is the nub of the issue, whether you want to franchise that and use that to subsidize residential rates. If that's what you want to do, then Mr. Pinkel's theory of economics doesn't work, and you have to use the franchise theory that's been given by the state legislature. Well, I was ready to make that point already. I'd be happy to answer any questions on these points.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser. Okay, bring it back to the board. Any questions? Who wants to start? I'm sure there'll be a lot. Okay, Pierre?
Be for staff on this issue about the economic model that Mr. Reesner just made. If we give you the time to meet with all the stakeholders and the haulers to get those comments that we heard, from them today, and then incorporate something in whatever we decide to adopt, if we decide to adopt something, do you have the capability of looking at that economic model and saying, okay, if you carve out this, let's say, for example, this commercial material will not be part of the exclusive franchise, what does it do to the the overall economic model? Do you have the capability of doing that?
Jason Geddes, we're not entirely sure yet. We think we might. That was part of the discussion we had yesterday, where we're pulling records of gross receipts from all the haulers to find out what their market share is, and then they're going to self-report on what comprises the percentages of their market. So as we look at the exclusions and the carve-outs, we're hoping that we can get to that point, but we won't know until we actually get the numbers.
Okay, and then that goes to the issue of these volume limits, right, as far as a carve-out?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I guess, so now you know what they've done historically.
Yes.
Okay, so next step, then that becomes part of the volume limits as far as, okay, we'll carve this out, guarantee you this revenue stream that you've enjoyed historically. Does that then translate into a volume limit for that hauler?
It could, I guess. I mean, it depends on where their waste comes from. If it's from C&D, if it's from industrial, if it's from the yard landscaping, and how that makes up the overall composition of the waste stream. I think we can get into the ballpark, but I'm not sure how detailed until we actually get the numbers.
Okay. All right. And you think if we continue this, you'll have enough time to do that?
I'm hopeful we can, yes. I mean, I think the issues that we discussed yesterday, it was a very good and frank discussion, and we kind of zeroed in on a few key points. I think one of the people in the room summed it up very nicely. There's a philosophical issue about free market and how far you want to go in extending the franchise and where free market cuts off.
Right.
That's nothing we can provide you with information on. But as far as what the impact to all of these haulers will be based on historical and what we think is there, I think we can provide you with that quantitative analysis.
Okay. And then I also have the same disclosure, Mr. Mayor. I have met with Waste Management, Representative Castaways, and some others, so I do want to get that on the record. And then I don't think I'm going to have any questions because it looks like, I apologize for coming, I was late, but it sounds like that there may be a continuance today based on what staff has said, and I would be in support of that, provide we meet with the haulers and try to understand what their concerns are, because with that one gentleman that spoke, I mean, he has everything at stake, so obviously we're not in the business of putting people out of business. And I know in the past when in this public process, if people feel that they have been excluded, then we usually continue and then incorporate those comments and then hopefully come up with a better ordinance. So I would be in favor of that.
Yes, Councilman Hascheff, and we did meet with the impacted haulers yesterday, and we've scheduled a meeting for Monday to go over the issues again. They're providing some of that information as far as their waste stream and some proposed language changes that we'll get together and discuss on Monday and hopefully improve this so that we can accommodate everybody in there. While I'm here, I do want to make two other points over there. We started with residential, but at that first meeting in February, there was also a concurrent commercial recycling group that the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority and the City of Reno was leading, where there were about 50 businesses in the area looking for commercial recycling options. So the direction to staff was to look at residential and commercial options. Right. So that's why it's included there. The second, although we did not look at how how it would impact individuals, we did, with the City of Sparks and Washoe County, contract with the University Center for Economic Development to look at what the cost of a dirty MRF, a clean MRF, and the impact of rates to that would be, and that information was provided to council previously as well.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to hold my comments or questions if this item is going to be continued until we meet with the haulers and incorporate their concerns.
One thing I'll mention to you, Pierre, that you might have missed, we're trying to stay on a timeline. If you have any questions that you think need to be answered for the next meeting, you should bring them up now so that they can get answered by the next meeting, so it doesn't, so if there's a question you have about the original, at least before the next meeting, bring it up to staff.
Well, my question to Jason is, and he said he's going to have time to look at this economic model, and if we start to incorporate some of these changes, what that would do, because I would be interested in seeing what the results would be.
And we will do our best to get that information, sir.
Okay. Mr. Gustin, followed by Ms. Zadra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions for you, Jason, but let me go ahead and also disclose that I met with Waste Management and I also met with Mr. Beelzer prior to this meeting. So in what you've had, the meetings you've had, discussions you've had, do I understand that there is a carve-out for the small haulers and also a formula to keep them competitive and keep them in business? Is that part of the discussion you had? Is that still within the scope of what you're working on?
That is still within the scope of what we're working on, yes. If you look at the proposed ordinance changes that you had today in section 590 in the definitions, the two primary issues that came up were the definitions under self-haul and excluded materials and what was excluded. And as we crafted the proposals that you have before you today, we put in a lot of exclusions such as construction demolition material that we thought addressed most of the issues of the small haulers, but our definition is not clear enough in what we presently have. So that's what the discussion yesterday was, and the discussion next week is, can we clear it up enough, and can we carve out enough for everybody to still be able to play in the market? And if not, where are those decision points, as Councilman Haschef was looking at, is what are those costs and what are those impacts?
Because that was my understanding coming in, that there was a carve out and there was a segment of the business of the market in hauling that would keep those people, I probably have to put quotes around whole, but keep them as close to whole as they could and still make them competitive in the market, not put them out of business. Like Mr. Cormier got up and said, you know, if it's taken out, then he's out of business. And okay, so that's where you're headed that way, that there's a carve out and those people would remain competitive in the market.
And that's the definitions we need to work further on. And I think you also got an email from one of the vendors who use third-party hauling, and the way we defined it here, they could haul it themselves, or in the current definition, they could not hire a third party to do it unless it was one of the two franchisees. And that was something we thought we had addressed, to your point, but it's not clear in the definition. We need to work to address that.
One other question that's entirely separate from that, I think Mr. Hutchins had asked it. Do you know what the cost of residential would be if there wasn't a subsidy from construction? What, in a percentage, what that would go up? Because it would go up substantially, wouldn't it?
It would, and that was in the presentation. It's also in the staff report. It would go up from roughly $14.72 to about $21, so it's a 47% increase.
47% was the number I was looking at. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Zadra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, Jason, the comment that part of the conversation you just had is that you are apparently looking to protect the small haulers. You had your first, and I really will emphasize first, meeting with all of the other players just yesterday. And many of these individuals indicated that they were at that meeting, yet they're still here today with a lot of confusion. I think that just is a significant expression that we need to get this nailed. And you're going to have to either work quickly or unfortunately, it will spill over to 4 new individuals, which will really slow the process. I understand that, bringing them up to speed, but we cannot jeopardize their businesses and their opportunities at Free Enterprise and to earn a living. It was weeks ago, I forget which meeting in particular, that I specifically asked, are there any other, players other than Castaways? And it was a kind of, yeah, maybe. This is a lot more than a, yeah, maybe. So we really do need to get that resolved. In addition to the haulers and the, I forget what you call, what green management is, your collection piece too, and I guess your 65% that goes off to Castaways. But regardless, so that's part of my disclosure. I met with Castaways, I met with Waste Management, and I'm missing, and with the Beelzer operation. In addition, I have gotten emails as late as 8 o'clock last night from someone who I'd never heard from before, and that's a whole new, the nonprofit group, and in particular the Salvation Army. I probably got 4 different emails from people representing or speaking for the Salvation Army, and what's that going to do to their abilities. So these meetings that you're having need to be broader than just the haulers, but the types of businesses that are utilizing it as well. I don't know how you make that outreach, but it's something that I will expect that you will accomplish, that you'll make sure that we're talking to people who really are feeling that they're going to be impacted by this decision. In terms of the proposal itself, the agreement itself, I'm uncomfortable that I don't see any binding language in it to specifically go to the capital investment of the facility, the new facility. It's not binding, it's, best effort kind of a language. I'm uncomfortable with that. And why is it? There was reference on page 16 that's under the required investments and the asset and facilities investments, that they purchased land from the city for $1.1 million. However, if I'm looking at this correctly, the facility isn't even going to go on the land that they purchased from us, but actually at the river. Why would we do that? Why would we be a partner in building this type of a facility right at the river? We've really struggled as a council to try and recognize a river runs through it. And we put a great deal of money into a report several years ago from the property that we picked up from Retrack. That great report that we got, I always forget who did it, one of the best that we've ever had of how we could utilize that, those parcels, kind of some long-term, real good visionary thinking. And we turn around and look at a proposal that will put this kind of a dirty operation, even though it's for clean, it's still a dirty operation right at the river and not on the land that they specifically purchased from us. Unless I've misinterpreted that in the report, I would like clarification on that as well.
I would have to defer to them on their plans for the construction of the facility and which lands they own and acquired and where those will go. So I would defer to them on that point.
Okay.
I would have to defend staff in the fact that it was never staff's intent not to include anybody. I mean, we have had this at public meetings, at neighborhood advisory boards, at green summits. For 7 years, we've been talking about recycling and MRF proposals and commercial waste, and we've been discussing this out there. So I do apologize that we, as the city, did not send a letter directly to the people on our list until last week and get them into that meeting. But I think it was a very productive meeting, and I think we will make great progress before this comes back to the council.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Frezza.
Yeah, a couple questions for the attorneys first. Do we need a business impact statement on this? Because I thought anytime we were doing something with a franchise fee, we had to give notice, and I mean, we did it on sewer, we did it on water. Why no business impact statement here?
Well, there's a couple different concepts there. There's business impact under 237, NRS 237. For the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney. That really applies when you're passing an ordinance that will raise a fee to a business. The ordinance that's currently contemplated doesn't do that.
Well, absolutely it does. We're bringing in a new player under the franchise, so right now, they're not paying that fee.
Well,
If this is approved, theoretically, they would be paying a fee that they aren't paying now. Is that correct?
No, the franchise fee remains the same. It's going to be 8% or 3% or whatever the council, it's going to be equal or less than what currently is on the books. So on the books right now, it's 8%. There is also, in addition to the ordinance piece, there's an exception for essentially fees that are agreed to by contract. So there's an exception built into that for franchise agreements. And so that's the 237 piece. Garbage, yes, is somewhat of a utility. It's kind of akin to gas and electric, but gas and electric is dealt with differently under 354 in terms of gas, electric, telecommunications are called out, and there's specific things that you have to do relative to those. Garbage doesn't fall under that.
Okay,
So-
then I want to get back to, I think it was Mr. Scolari had referenced, I believe, NRS 268.081 on the franchise that discussed collection and actual disposal. Is that a correct assessment? Because then you would have, how could we enter into an agreement then with Waste Management if we're eliminating another transfer facility that does not fall within the franchise agreement?
That's the first time I've heard that as an argument. I'd have to go back and take a look at that. I'm not prepared to really give you an analysis of that at the podium.
But wouldn't you do an analysis before you brought this agreement forward to make sure that what we're doing is even legal?
Yes, yeah. That's the first time that issue has been raised. That's kind of a novel reading of that statute, and that's why I would have to go back and do an analysis of it.
Okay, and then on the Waste Management's proposal, it talks about the residential rates going from $14.72 to $21.58 per month. Jason, under how much time do they have left on the existing franchise?
The existing franchise goes until 2019.
Can they raise the rates on residential from $14.72 to $21.58 within the current franchise agreement?
They have the right to raise the rates to recover the costs of the system. So if they demonstrate to this body, is my understanding, I'm going to have to defer to legal because I'm crossing my comfort zone.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from legal on that. I mean, wouldn't we have to have?
Yeah,
I thought it was
essentially
a cost of living increase.
It's not a
that's allowed
cost of
under the
living increase, and
franchise.
again, I'd have to go back and double check, but essentially, their rates are tied to a fixed return. I think it was in the neighborhood of 6%. So to the extent they're not making that return, or 8%? 8%. To the extent they're not making that return and they can demonstrate they're not making that return, they can adjust the rates accordingly.
Okay, has staff verified that they're not making that return? Has anyone seen the numbers and independent analysis?
Robert Chisel, Finance Director for the City of Reno. We have looked at their audited financials. What we're seeing is a erosion of their revenue rates, and right now they are recovering the 8%, but it is based on the trend, it is reducing down. So we will probably, if it continues, the trend continues, we will probably have to see a rate increase in the coming years. When, it's hard to say.
Okay, but I mean, we're being presented, again, I want to get to the facts here, because we're being presented that, like today, we would be raising a rate from $14.72 to $21.58. So I'd like to see that analysis from staff. If we were to go with the current franchise agreement and do absolutely nothing, what would they be entitled to under a rate increase on the residential side?
Currently, for this fiscal year, nothing.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get that on the record. The other question I have is on the, going back to what Sharon's comments are. Jason, why didn't we, with the small haulers, why wouldn't we go out and, I mean, I think this has been on the council agenda like 10 times. Why wouldn't we do some outreach to the small haulers? Now we're kind of at the ninth inning here and being asked to go through, and let me clarify, Sharon, for the record, my comments is that, you know, whether it's a new council or us, I want to make sure that we're getting all the information, factual information, because this is a huge decision. But why didn't we do outreach until Monday?
Well, quite frankly, because as we were creating the new excluded materials franchise language, we were working under the fact that we would continue the excluded materials section. The issue we were running into was the wet-dry distinction and the commercial garbage, and that's where we started running into the issues. And in that marketplace, we weren't really running into the small haulers as part of that. So when we were crafting the exclusions, we thought the exclusions would handle everybody there. We were wrong. And we found that out in our conversations yesterday, and that's what we're working to remedy.
Okay, and so that's what I want to clarify, Jason. So currently, in the current franchise agreement that we have, if we were to approve what's being proposed, what would Waste Management and Castaway then have the exclusive right to collect on the recyclable portion?
I think we won't have that definitive answer until we meet with the haulers again and get the
Okay,
exclusions.
what I'm
the
asking though,
recyclable material.
what's being proposed though today?
What's being proposed today and where the issue falls out is in the current franchise, people could third-party haul landscaping materials.
Okay.
And in the current definition, there is no third-party hauling of landscaping materials. So that's the first one. In the second one, we have the issue of industrial commercial properties where this is the issue that you've been hearing, where at one point there was a 4-yard dumpster that serviced a commercial property, and it took all of the garbage and trash, and we called it all one thing. And then in the way the market's been working, they would be given a 96-gallon toter for their garbage and a 3-yard dumpster for their trash, and then you would have separate haulers for that coming in and doing that. This was meant to address that issue by closing that definition to figure out what is garbage and what is trash. That's the second component that we need to work on over the next week is there is the definition of de minimis, how much garbage can go into a trash bin before it's garbage. And the haulers here have some commercial customers that fall into that area that we didn't think there were that many working in that space. We were working with primarily B&L Division of Waste Management, and Castaways.
So on the landscaping, is that defined under the NRS regarding garbage and trash, or right now is that truly outside of the current franchise agreement? I'm assuming it is, since we have other haulers collecting it.
Currently in our franchise agreement, the landscaping is outside. And in the proposal we had here, if it's a landscaper who self-hauls, it's still outside. If somebody who comes in and does a cleanup service, it's still outside. But if it's a landscaper who hires a third party to haul it, then that would be included, and that's how most of the people here are impacted.
Do we know?
And that's the language we're really trying to work on.
Do we know what the dollar amount is associated with that?
No, that's the data request we're working on right now. That's considered proprietary information by each of the companies here, so we have not asked for that previously. After yesterday's meeting, in our conversation, we decided that would be important, so we've requested that from the second floor. We're going to get that information, and then we have requested them to estimate how much of their revenues are from the different waste streams. So as we craft that exclusion language and modify it, we have a sense as to what the impacts will be.
And then has staff had the opportunity to verify the job numbers? I think in this presentation it says that Waste is going to be providing 15 new jobs. However, under the current, and maybe I need to hear from them, Mr. Duhan, because you have, right now you have 2 people in a truck doing the collection. Under this scenario, you'd go down to 1 person. So what's the actual net impact of jobs? And I'd like to hear from Waste on that.
Gary Duhan for Waste Management. Greg Martinelli, the area director, will be answering the question directly.
Greg Martinelli on behalf of Reno Disposal.
we don't believe that there's going to be a negative impact because it's going to be phased in over time. So the jobs we're talking about are ones that would be in the facility itself, not the, we operate one-man recycling trucks today. So those drivers would just go into a one-man recycling truck that's just powered by CNG if this went through. So there's going to be no impact there. The only impact may occur down the road as we upgrade our fleet to single-man trucks.
So, but you're presenting here today for council to look at for this franchise agreement. You say in your own presentation that you're going to be creating 15 new jobs. Is that true?
That's correct.
If you go to these new trucks, are you really going to be, I mean, is it a net impact of how many jobs?
The jobs are going to be in the plant. The drivers that are driving the one-man recycling trucks today will just go into a new truck.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Are you going to reduce any drivers' positions in the future?
In the future, meaning,
Yes.
what do you mean by the future?
I don't know, the next few years. How long is it going to take you to build a facility?
Well, not in that time frame, no. But as we upgrade our fleet, well, on two-man trucks that we have today, if we turn them into a single-man truck, they would a job would be lost at that particular time.
Okay. So when do you anticipate that happening under the time frame?
Well, the 12 trucks that we're talking about that are under this proposal would occur at the time that we put this in place, which is hopefully sometime next summer. At that particular point, as we replace our trucks in our fleet, we would go from diesel trucks to single-man CNG trucks.
Okay.
So if I get 12 new trucks next year, it might be 2 years after that before I get any new trucks. So I can't definitively answer your question because I don't know. It would be under the normal replacement schedule of our fleet.
And then just one more question for staff, just to look at, Jason. Did staff do an analysis? Because to me, we're trying to make everything an equal playing field, and I've always understood the argument of creating that equal playing field because you have some collectors that aren't doing the 8% franchise fee. But we had an ordinance come forward to the council, and then it got pulled for some reason to make this issue so it was competitive. And correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, the smaller haulers are here, but in meeting with them, they're willing to pay the same fee that Waste Management does on the franchise side. So have we looked at that? Because that, I mean, that would make the city whole in that respect.
We have looked at it. It wouldn't, and the legal interpretation is that we cannot impose that.
Why not? Sparks has a business license fee. Aren't they collecting it? And I'd ask the other haulers to address that. How did they do it?
Well, the way that works is we're capped by NRS in terms of how much we can raise a business fee rate on an annual basis. And at the time we looked at that several months ago, we were beyond our cap. We couldn't have raised it. I think we had in our cap, we had something, we could raise it to the tune of 0.5% or 1%. We couldn't have raised it the full. I think at the time we were talking about a 5% raise
5%, yeah.
without going to the Nevada Tax Commission to get a waiver of that. So as far as Sparks is concerned, I mean, as we talked about.
We were never presented with that option, though, with the tax commission.
Yeah, we did. We did.
We did go to.
Yeah,
and
if you recall, we had a discussion about here. There was a discussion. Then you directed staff to talk to Mr. Reeser, and we were to address potentially going to the Nevada Tax Commission on that. And that has not happened, I think, because of a variety of issues. But the bottom line is, right now, how did Sparks do it? That's a question. I can only surmise that they had either room in their cap or they weren't aware of it.
So if I mean, that's an option we have in front of us today, though. If all the small haulers wanted to do that and they went in favor to the tax commission.
To be clear, yes, that is potentially an option. To be clear, though, that only really potentially addresses the franchise fee piece.
I agree.
It does not address the subsidy to residential where the big dollars are. So just so we're talking apples and oranges there. Okay.
So, and just finally, if we can get those numbers on the rates from Mr. Chisel, what they would have to go up to get their 6% rate of return, so we can see that over time, that would be helpful. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jason, while you're up there, On this sheet here that was presented, these 12 CNG trucks, were those going to be strictly for recycling?
I would have to defer to Waste on their presentation.
Okay, I'll wait for that one for them then. In our current contract, when they buy new trucks, is that normally in the rates that they look at to say, well, we want to raise the rates so we can buy new trucks, replacement trucks? Or is that just the cost of doing business?
I think all of their operations are built into the rates that they show they show the revenue that they report to the city for the commercial and residential, and they show their expenses, including capital costs and O&M, and I believe it's built into that section of the rates.
So as they currently recycle their trucks or get new trucks in, it's just calculated in, it's not like we want to buy new trucks, we want to raise the rates. It's cycled into their 6% return.
I would defer to them as to how they actually account it. It is an 8% return, so, that 6%. Okay. They're guaranteed at least 8% on a rolling 3-year average in the current franchise.
And on this sheet, should we have, from the city's point of view, I see their costs, but I don't see any of their savings. When they're looking at, we have to raise so much money to build this thing. For instance, going to CNG, it might cost $2 million, but they're going to save so much in gas, it's going to pay for itself, in my opinion. So should the city be asking them to see the difference in the savings?
That is your direction, yes.
No,
we will.
I'm asking.
I have not seen that presentation until you saw the presentation.
So we haven't ever asked them for what are I understand that they say these are the costs going forward, but like reducing the people on the truck is a savings, and I'd just be curious what the savings part is. Because I'll tell you what I'm looking at as another alternative is residential is going to stand alone, and residential is going to build the MRF. If we're going to do all that, what will we have to raise the residential rate to? Just to sort of compare those. So if I left the commercial out and said, okay, with our residential rates, we want to do the MRF, we want to do all this, how much do we really need to raise the rates? So then on the contract itself that they propose, what's the timeline in there for construction of the MRF?
28 months.
28 months from the date of approval?
Yes.
And when would the rates go into effect?
I believe the rates would go into effect next summer once all the new bins were out and on the street.
So what's the penalty for not building it in 28 months? They've been collecting the money, and if it doesn't get built, what happens?
Yeah, the short, quick answer was we could terminate the agreement at that point in time for a material breach.
Like the parking agreement?
Well,
so I'm just wondering, we got to talk about that. And if they don't meet that standard, is it a rebate back to the residential? I don't need to terminate it, but
I think
that because they're accumulating the money all this time. I would anticipate so they could build this.
I think we're open to, direction on that. You could be looking at things like liquidated damages. You could look at things like adjusted rates. If you had if the council had any thoughts about something short of termination that they would like to put in there.
And what's the timeline in here for the CNG fueling station?
I believe it is 36 months, but I will double check.
And when are they going to buy the trucks, the CNG trucks? They said they wanted those in operation, but how are they going to fill them up?
It is within 36 months to acquire the trucks and build the fueling station within.
Jason, I believe it's 16 months, if I'm not mistaken. As I recall, I think the time for providing the trucks or the CNG station is 16 months, if I'm not mistaken.
16?
Yeah. I believe that coincides with the trucks.
And Mr. Duhan, let me ask you while you're up there. I got this at one of the meetings I had with you. It's the same one you put up there. The numbers are the same, except the bottom of this one, it talks about the commercial subsidy to the residential.
Right.
I want to see if that's correct. It says with the 8% franchise fee, the commercial subsidy is $2.3 million.
I believe those numbers are correct. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, and I don't recall it from.
Okay, so but that's this figure right here. Because my question is, if the subsidy is $2.3 million and there's 62,000 commercial residential, I would think that the rate wouldn't have to go up because $1 a year raises $744,000. So $744,000 to $2.3 million is $3.10 a month. So where'd we come up with the $7 a month increase? We'd have to do this, to stop the subsidization from the commercial.
Well, the calculation of that is based on a very complicated financial model. We'd be happy to share that with you.
Not
if you'd
like
to see it.
62,000 divided by
I'm not
12,
sure,
divided,
Mr. Ozzie,
I
I'm
mean,
not sure you
I
can
think
make it that simple. I don't know that, but I can't answer your question.
Okay. Then, can you answer the question that Ms. Zadra had about where you'd be building this MRF?
I think the plan is to build a MRF on the property we purchased from the city of Reno for that purpose last year, and I think at the time we made that clear. But that's the plan, and it will be across the street. I think located to the north of the existing facility, with all the attendant safety requirements and environmental requirements that are in place today.
So you're absolutely confirming it will not be access to the river, immediately alongside the river?
I believe that's the case, Greg.
Well, if we can, I mean.
If that's so, that'll be language that'll be in the agreement.
Greg Martinelli on behalf of Reno Disposal. We have a significant footprint down there on the river. In order to expand what we have to move some existing facilities. So where our operations center is located is what is going to be built on the land we purchased from you last year. The facility is going to be the transfer station, the east end of the transfer station has what we call a tipping floor on it. The intent would be to increase the size of that tipping floor so that you could push material to the east if you wanted to put it in for recycling, and push it to the west if you wanted to take it for landfilling. That's the intent of using the existing footprint. So we would move our operations center across the street on the land we purchased from you. We anticipate that the fueling station and the new facility would be built probably, I would say, in an L shape as opposed to what that rendering is. But we haven't had any engineers look at that. So it would move back towards Commercial Row, not long ways along the river. It may run that way, but we just don't know what the engineers are going to come up with.
Greg, I'm going to need a little bit more commitment on that. And what you're moving, what would end up there, adjacent to the river?
What?
Yeah, I mean, that just wasn't firm for me.
I'm not an engineer. I mean, I conceptually, what was done, that drawing was done so many years ago that I don't think that once the engineers look at it, that's going to make the most sense to run it the same way that the existing facility does. It makes more sense to me that you would come out a little bit and then you would turn back towards Commercial Row, and that there would be an L-shaped facility there, which would make the traffic control a lot easier and would allow us to increase the size of the tipping floor for the management of the solid waste and the recyclables. So I don't know what you mean by a commitment. I mean, once you get engineers involved, they may change the whole thing. I just don't know. But we can't go in and take down the facility that our drivers are housed in today and not have some place for them to go. They have to go across the street. We needed that land for parking, for further expansion, which is the reason we bought it from you.
That sounds like something we could look at in the next 2 weeks and drive over there and get more information on.
Mr. Mayor, while I'm here, could
sure,
I answer
absolutely.
your question with regard to the trucks?
Please.
You were very astute. We cannot operate CNG trucks without a CNG fueling station. So they will be built at the same time to coincide with when those trucks arrive. CNG trucks aren't like going down to Champion Chevrolet and buying a vehicle. So we have to order them. If the delivery schedule says they'll be here next summer, we will plan the construction of the CNG facility so that it is up and running by the time those trucks arrive.
Yeah, and I think that's a great, I'm just concerned about when we raise the rates and when those will happen, you know, the timing, because we're looking at financial models.
I understand.
And that's what my concern was, because I love going to CNG. On the Eco Center, and maybe you can answer this, it was said in your presentation that it was going to be a state-of-the-art center. To answer the first public comment, can people drop off their hazardous materials there?
Yes. There will be a household hazardous waste facility on the site.
Okay, so people from here can take their paint and
pesticides,
oil
and that sort of
pesticides
things,
there.
Yes.
And is that rate established in what we're doing in this, or is that outside of the franchise agreement, the rates for hazardous materials?
It was contemplated to be outside.
Okay.
But we can include it if you'd
I
like.
just want it clear right now where we're sitting, so Christie can look at that and think about it too. And then you're going to have people actually separate it here, or is it going to be bundled up and shipped somewhere else to be separated?
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be a little bit of both. We will have some sorting take place here, and we will do some just bail and ship. 95% of everything we do in the Truckee Meadows, whether it's us or anybody else,
Yeah,
has to go
eventually
to
has to get shipped. I understand.
It has
But
to
I'm
go
just-
west.
That part, I'm just going on the jobs that you're saying are here, so.
Correct.
If those are going to be there. And how often can, I ask you this privately, but in the overall scheme of things for residential, you're going to give a list of the different types of bins and stuff that people can have. How often can they change their service? For instance, in the summertime, they might want the 296 gallons. In the wintertime, they might want to move down. Can they change those at will, or is it like AT&T, you got to sign a 2-year commitment to get it cheaper? Or how are you guys going to handle that?
They will just call in if they want a service change, we'll make a service change.
Okay. I think those are my only questions for right now. Any other questions? Comments? Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one more question that I wanted to bring someone up. Jana, can I ask you a question? What I want to think about in the next 2 weeks is, because I'm getting a little more clear on the exemptions that they want to make about hauling those things that they're going to be exempting so you can still haul those. And I think the issue is whether someone can hire you to do the hauling or not. Is that the way you understand where we are right now?
Correct, and that is our small haulers, other than being left out of the process till the 11th hour, our biggest issue is the ambiguous definitions in that franchise agreement. They don't match with current definitions, and they don't match with other definitions in other municipality jurisdictions, and that's doesn't allow us to complete our business plans. And so that's our biggest thing, is the
I just want to see if we're all on the same page about where we are right now. So you think we're on the same, we think what the issues are?
Yes, I think we all agreed yesterday as to what the 3 or 4 major issues are, yes.
Okay. And you think we understand what those issues are?
I think you do, yes.
Okay. So I wanted to know. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Come on. This is a big issue, so.
Well, it's a huge issue, and I apologize, I get excited.
That's okay.
Emotional about it, but I think as you're looking through, several of you have suggested maybe looking at the deficit that's on the residential side. I might suggest, and I'm not sure what I'm talking about here, other than they get an 8% return on the operations, as I understand, of the residential pickup. Does that also include any profit they make on the landfill? Because this isn't really an arm's length transaction nor a competitive transaction. So are you looking through the whole flow of income to them? And if not, I would suggest you do, and also maybe make a comparison with other dump fees.
And do you have a copy of the current franchise agreement?
I do not. I
Okay,
think I can get
we'll
one.
make sure you get one if you want one, so you can look at that yourself also.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Answer that on the rate of return. Does it include the landfill, Jason?
Jason Geddes, in their expenses that they report, they do report the tipping fees in their expenses.
So, but I guess to answer his question though, is that included, those profits in the overall rate of return? When we're looking at potentially a rate increase?
The 8% is on the gross, not on the net. So the 8% franchise that goes to the city is on their gross, so it's included in that portion of it. When we talk about the 8% guaranteed rate of return, that is on the net. So they do pull out all their expenses, including the tipping fees to the landfill.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Guston.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. You were asking for comments, so I'll make a comment. Because when I first made a statement about it would be nice if we could have this taken care of and agreed upon by the time that the current sitting council leaves. And that would be nice, in 2 weeks if we could do that, or 3 week, or the 4 weeks by November 6th. But the more I hear the proposition, I thought the carve-outs and the business that the independent trash haulers what they currently have, excuse me, I thought it was clear that they were going to maintain that, or at least be able to be competitive and keep that. And I'm not sure, maybe you can tell me differently, Jason, from the meeting you had yesterday, if we're closer than I'm thinking now that we are. But I guess my statement, the bottom line is that this is such a huge deal. We need to get it right rather than get it fast. So I would like to be part of that decision-making process and body that does that. But I think from listening today of what I've heard, I may be wrong, and I still think we may be closer than I think. There may be carve-outs for the people that are not fully vetted and explained yet. But if they're not, then I guess it doesn't matter whether I'm part of it or not. But it needs to be done right. And so I know you've got a mountain of work to do, and in 2 weeks to get it back to us on the 24th for the first reading. If that happens, terrific. If it doesn't, I guess I backed off a little bit on my position earlier about that, because I know from sitting on the health board, and when we had, I just learned to say de minimis now, garbage, when we went through that ad infinitum, on, and we finally got a resolution, but we didn't get it in 2 weeks. It took some time. So again, I repeat it, it needs to be right when it's all said and done for Waste Management, for Castaways, and for the small haulers.
We will hope, we're hoping we will have it right for you on the 24th, and if we don't, we won't be able to move forward.
And I understand what Dan's trying to say, but I think this needs to be a high priority to get back by the 24th. From that standpoint, I think trying to get a new council up to speed on all the issues in this, I mean, then you're probably putting this off several months. So I understand what you're saying, Dan, but I think Jason realizes it's a high priority to get this back to us, have whatever meetings you have to have and work through the issues, but get it back to us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Basically, same comment. I mean, it's not ready for decision. I mean, that's obvious. There's some more work to do, and if we can get it done by the next council meeting, great. But if not, we'll get a staff report and an update.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I just think, to me, following up on Councilman Ayazi's comment, it seems like there's two issues that are outstanding, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding this so staff can look at them at this meeting. Number one, the transfer station, whether it falls into that definition of NRS and whether there can be a carve-out on that piece, Jason. And then number two, on the landscaping, it sounds like the carve-out, the landscaping seems to be the issue, whether the landscapers can hire this third party. Is there any other outstanding issues that came up at the meeting yesterday, since I didn't really hear that during public comment? Was there anything else that really came out?
I would say that just expanding the self-hauling, it wasn't just landscaping, it was cleaning out homes.
Okay.
You know, when somebody moved out or somebody passed away, and they provided that service. So it is that third-party hauling ability. I think that was part of it. And making it clear that the bulky item hauling was also a component of that. So beyond where we had the landscaping, if you self-hauled, those other two items, I think, are the primary hauling issues. And then the disposal facility, yes. I think those are the key issues we're working on.
Can I ask one more question before we wrap up? Mr. Duhon, can I follow up on that? Because I agree, if we can get something, because I know I've been critical of waste, but also we are trying to get to single stream recycling, and I think this is good. It's worked in other jurisdictions, the 2 cans. I think it's good for the whole community. What happens if we give the carve-out provisions, and I know I've had this discussion with you, why not give the carve-out the carve-outs to the existing haulers now and to the transfer facility? What would that do to the overall picture?
I think a carve-out will work fine on the basis that we talked before, as long as we have a limit on volume. The risk that we run if we don't have a limit on volume, tying it essentially to what they do now with a reasonable growth alternative, is that we have that erosion that could destroy the system again, and then force the rates up, and we're back into that same erosion issue. So one proposal that we're looking at, and we've discussed some with staff and with some of the council members, is that we can do a carve-out, but it has to be limited in volume. And our thought would be that they can have a carve-out to the extent of their current volume. And we're only talking about franchise materials here. We're not talking about the other stuff. We don't, whatever they have there, there's no limit. But with regard to franchise materials, we establish what they've done historically, and that's carved out. And then we have a limitation on that, and we think should tie to maybe a local gross domestic product, which indicates the growth of goods and services in the area, so that they have some growth potential. And if we do that, it protects our existing business, it protects the integrity of the system, it protects waste management, it protects the rate holders, and still achieve all the goals under this program. So we think that's a very realistic solution.
Okay, and was that discussed yesterday at I'm sorry, on Monday, whenever you guys met, that option?
The purpose of the meeting yesterday was to gather information so we knew what the issues were, and we did that. And I think we identified 3 or 4 important issues, and we got a lot of good information yesterday. As I said when I opened my comments, we have a lot of information now, and we're looking at how to formulate that. We've actually had those discussions, and I think it's a very viable alternative to do that by the time we can get it approved on the 24th and again on the second
That's
reading.
going to be my next question. You think you can get that together on the 24th?
I think so. I think if everybody cooperates, the solution is right in front of us. If people don't cooperate, it's going to be more difficult. We're happy to cooperate.
Okay, and then can I hear from some of the small haulers on that? Because
You said, can I ask one more question?
well, I'm asking another. It's a big issue. Sure. I'll ask you a question. What's your comment?
Pardon me?
We have to ask a question, so what's your comment?
First of all, yesterday, we, the small haulers, suggested to, I believe it was the assistant city manager, and asked permission for the opportunity to collectively and cohesively discuss a series of possible solutions. So, when we talk about the carve-out, I still think that there's some misunderstandings, because the way we understand it is that it applies only to construction. Now, I don't really understand how I can compete in a market where I may not go after anything other than construction.
Let me stop you right there, because I'm getting Gary shaking his head no. So if there was something where they could do a carve-out based on the existing licenses now that are within the city of Reno, I think is what I'm hearing, and that you were allowed to grow based on GDP, is that something that the small haulers would entertain?
Yes, I think it's something that we'd all like to explore, but, you know, in theory that sounds good. We really want to have a greater sense of what that's going to look like.
And that's what
and
the Monday
today we don't
meeting's gonna-
have that.
That's what the Monday meeting's going to be.
And that would be great.
And
But
then-
we are, I just want it stated that we are eager to be cooperative. We do want to participate in this process. So you will not get pushback from us unless what is being suggested just simply doesn't solve the problem of us staying employed.
And then if I could, Mr. Scaleria, follow up too, because I'm seeing the 2 issues with the transfer station and the small haulers. Is that something that you guys would be amenable to?
We have had those discussions with Waste Management. Our objection to a carve-out for, you have to kind of separate the haulers from a recovery facility like ours. A recovery facility by ours, if this went through today, we wouldn't have the opportunity to have Castaway deliver those franchise materials to our facility. What we would be asking for is to allow us to continue to have Castaway and any other franchise haulers bring those loads to our facility. And really, we're limited. We didn't really agree to a limit on our volume because we're limited by what Castaway will grow in their service area. So if Castaway ends up building a MRF, we're going to have issues. We know that. Or if Castaway goes away, we're going to have an issue. We're really linked to Castaway and their volume, and that's the volume of these franchise materials that could...
But let me get back to that. Let's say that it wasn't precluded under the franchise agreement, that again, you guys were grandfathered in and there was opportunity with the GDP. Is that something you guys would be amenable to?
Absolutely, as long as the limitation is reasonable. And
Okay.
we think we're already limited, like I said, but as long as the limitation is reasonable.
Mr. Duhan, can you address that? Is
You're-
that the
are you
same
gonna get
thing on
this
the
solved
trans?
today?
Well, I want to know. It's coming back to us quickly.
I'm sorry,
Is that something
repeat the
that's
question.
amenable on the transfer station, or is that a different subject altogether?
No, in our view, it's exactly the same thing. And I'll add that in addition to Castaway as a customer, of course, they have the other small haulers that can haul to them. And if we put in the carve-out in place that we're talking about, all the haulers will be able to haul everything they could tomorrow that they can today. And if they want to bring it to Mr. Bilzer, they can certainly bring it there. So there'll be a carve-out for the disposal, there'll be a carve-out for the haulers. He'll essentially stay in the same place with a GDP kicker. And again, with the limit, we protect the system. That's our goal, is to protect the system so it doesn't fail like this one is.
Sounds like it could be solved.
Mr.
I
Guston?
think that was going to be the nature of my question, because I had mentioned that the haulers, and I'd mentioned Waste Management and Castaway, but GSR is also included in the discussion, because I think Mr. Scolari said there was 38 tons a day they're currently, historically,
Right, now
recycling.
that's what they're permitted for. I don't know what their volume is, but it's very important to keep in mind, the only limit that's relevant here, the only limit that the franchise agreement places on them is the collection materials. Now, that's apparently a fairly significant portion of his volume, but it's not all 3,800 yards. So the goal is to identify how much the haulers and the disposal facility is doing now and historically, so we get a baseline now of the franchise collection materials. Again, nothing else is restricted, so you don't need a limitation or even to address that. We establish what the franchise materials are. They can continue to take that much material, and then they can grow it by the GDP. So they have their growth opportunities.
And is GSR part of your discussion on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments, Ms. Edra?
Yeah, Mr. Duhan, for you as well. My point about the, what I consider to be non-binding language in the agreement that's in front of us, it doesn't say shall build in X timeframe the eco center.
Actually, I believe the agreement does, Ms. Zadra. There is a time frame in the agreement for construction
it's
of
where
all the
it's-
facilities.
The words I remember seeing, so if it would be helpful if you point out where it's shall, where it's binding, versus, best efforts to, or
No,
work
actually, I think it
toward.
says we will build it, well, actually, no. We will commence it by a certain date and diligently prosecute to completion. So that means we got to start it and finish it with reasonable diligence. I think that's how the language reads, if I'm not mistaken. And if it's not that way, we will make it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
For me, I think this is overall 95% we're there. It's a good proposal about what we've told the public we wanted was a stream to do recycling a lot better. There's a group of people here who have been left out, but to defend staff a little bit, this is a waste management proposal, not a proposal by the city of Reno. I think it was their job to go talk to everyone and bring them in. We've all seen over the past months emails supporting the single stream recycling, so Waste Management's done a good job of getting out the supporters. And there's another group of people that they're hearing this for the first time, and that's the residents of Reno, to see what their residential rates are going up. So we may have a whole nother group of people in here in 2 weeks. People say, I don't want my rates raised, I don't like this or that. So I just don't want to have everybody thinking that it might be just clear sailing if we solve these problems. This is the first time that the people in Reno who pay these extra rates are going to see what it is. So we're going to have to hear from them also. I think that's very important, and why another reason I want to postpone this, because again, this is 300,000 people haven't seen these proposals. I think they're good proposals. I really do. I think that the different levels of class on the residential side, I think it works really well to get the MRF that everyone wanted to do and the single stream recycling. And overall, I think it's a very good project, and we can move. Like I say, we're 95% there. So if we do some due diligence and work with these folks Monday, I think that would be a good way to get forward, and we'll see what happens with the public. I hope we get it out there somehow, this chart about what it's going to go up to. If Waste Management doesn't do it, or the newspaper doesn't do it in the story, I think we should put it out there, somehow, that here's what it is that we're going to be considering. And those are all my comments. Yeah, well, should we do a motion to continue this so we don't have to notice again, or?
For the record, John Shipman. You just have the ordinances on there today, so, I mean, we can just bring them back. I mean, there's not a public hearing,
Okay.
physical
But if we
notice
don't- I thought
requirement.
if we didn't continue, though, then it would have to be reintroduced.
Well, it's not a public hearing.
Yeah, it's
So-
not a
Okay.
public hearing, and you didn't refer it to the committee, so.
Okay.
And let me bring up one more thing to the council. The staff recommendation was the 3% franchise fee. Currently, it's 8%.
So
Right.
go down.
And I haven't heard, I mean, for me, I think it should stay at the 8% for the good of the city. I mean, everybody wants us to act like a business. Why would we lose that revenue? Personally, that's my thought. But that's also going to come back to us in 2 weeks about what that level should be. Because it amounts to about $1 per person per month, I think, the difference.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, do we need a time certain for this at our next council meeting? Because I would think that way would at
Probably be
least
a
let
good
the
idea.
haulers know and everybody else that wants to comment
Good
that
idea.
Do
We
like
have a-
2
we have a
2
time-
o'clock or something?
that sounds good to me.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. It's preferable if you assign a time certain that you actually do a continuance, so it dovetails with council's direction.
Okay. Dwight, you want to make a motion then?
So we'll continue, I'll move that we continue this to the 24th at 2 o'clock time certain.
Second.
Do we want to do it at
I
night?
have a motion and a second. Comments? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do we need to take a short break?
Yes.
Okay, 5-minute break. I'm tougher than the,
No, you run a tough meeting.
call the meeting back to order and take us back to our 2 o'clock time certain for F10 Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2. And Clerk, this is a public hearing.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given. We received 2 letters in opposition, one from Christine Harsinski and the other from Kimberly Rodemeyer.
I have 2 public comment cards. Do we want to, a presentation? Is this- Let's go to the public
Council
comment then,
does.
and then we'll, okay.
We had one last time.
Kim Rodemeyer, followed by Tanya Tavkar.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you got my emails from yesterday, and I'll just go ahead and read what I can in my allotted time. I would again like to request that the zoning map amendment be denied, but in case it is not, I would like to state the following. I've reviewed the core document provided by the applicant, and forgive me, but I see no criteria that states that the wetlands must be fenced off. What I saw was instances of failing to meet vegetation standards and extensive working of the system to change the requirements for stream and wetland restoration that needed to be met for relocating Steamboat Creek stream channel. I'm also a little confused as to how, if they're going to fence the entire project, they are going to get commercial uses inside their development. Is this commercial use going to be for the general public or just for residents inside the walls? First, I would like to state for the record that I support Tanya Tavkar's previous and current comments in regards to conditions that should be added to the handbook, and I would like to see added to the handbook the following. 1, I would like to reiterate the density should be significantly reduced to drop the number of vehicle trips that would be generated by this development. 2, height requirements must be to the 2-story level, and nothing should be allowed to be developed that exceeds the heights of a 2-story house in any area of this PUD. 3, all wild horse protection features should be completed and in place before the first shovel of dirt is turned over on any development. Cattle guards should be included in any handbook for the maintenance and regular upkeeping in the governing documents of any HOA or lease agreement. The wild horse protection plan in the handbook needs to include the provision that any area designated for water must be kept visible, clear, and accessible by the removal of white top, and that for the safety of the younger horses, the bank areas must be safely sloped to prevent any young horses from falling into the creek with no way to get out. It is indicated in the handbook that due to construction of the flood control public improvement, the property is no longer in the 100-year floodplain. It also indicates that the site will have storm drain detention facilities. However, the detention facilities that are proposed are irresponsibly small, and the detention capability should be at least double the proposed size. The handbook must be required to include that no fill material be allowed and that any building must be at existing elevations to protect impacts to downstream communities. Of course, all disturbed material must be tested for methylmercury to determine the contamination levels. Since this is most likely to be grid-type test, it must be included in the handbook that any governing documents for any HOA must require that any homeowner who wants to install some type of in-ground pool or pond, that methylmercury testing must be done to the depth of excavation, and that approvals will only be granted to those whose tests return clear of contaminants. The handbook must contain restrictions on any commercial property to include no 24-hour businesses, to reduce overnight traffic to ensure both driver and horse safety, no car washes allowed in that area or in the vicinity of any major waterways or wetlands, no businesses that serve alcohol that could impair driving on roadways that could have horses on them, and the height limits to 2-story or under. Just real quick, if I don't make this, forgive me. The staff report from January 5th, 2011, page 6, integrated design states T1, pedestrian and bicycle access incorporated into residential areas which provide links to existing developments needs to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanya Tavkar? I hope I got close.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Tafkar. I'm sure you're aware of my September 25th comments sent to you via email, as staff has included them in the staff report titled Bella Vista Memo 2. As you can see in this memo, the NDA is supporting Condition 6, but I would like to say that all these conditions were suggested to work together. I'm asking Council to approve all the conditions to ensure the safety of the public and the horses. In particular, I'd like to point out the following conditions. Lighting is extremely important in this area for the safety of nighttime drivers and for the horses. Number 2, there should be extensive safety devices to remind drivers in this, that in this area may have horses in the streets at night for the protection of the drivers and the horses. Number 3, and this is a very important one, the speed limits in this area on surrounding roads should not be over 30 miles an hour. If the speed limit is 30, drivers are doing 40. If the speed limit is 40, they're doing 50. Impacts as these speeds could kill drivers and horses, which leads us to number 4. Traffic calming devices on all surrounding roads would be important to keep speeds low for safety in case of impacts. Number 5, to keep horses from crossing roads to forage, vegetation of any type should not be allowed outside the projected wall surrounding the community. On number 7, to limit the amount of traffic and the potential for impacts between vehicles and horses, it would be important to make the Rio Wrangler extension 1 lane in each direction to reduce the amount of road that could potentially have horses on it at night, thereby reducing the amount of lanes that could be occupied by horses for the protection of the drivers and the horses. On number 8, it is critical that the horses have a clear and visible access to the limited water that is going to be provided for them by the agreements in the handbook. The handbook should be clear that future owners, residents, HOAs, or lessees be required to maintain this area by keeping the white top cleared and a significant size of safe access available to both adult horses and the very young foals. There should not be any place where the young foal could fall into the creek and not be able to get out. Number 9 is vitally important, that all future residents, owners, renters, or leasers be required to have in any deed, agreement, contract, etc., that they acknowledge that they are moving into an area where there are wild horses and that they are conditioned to accept any property damage that may occur from their foraging. In addition, they must agree by signing that they will do the utmost to ensure that they use extreme caution when driving at any time in this area to avoid impacts with horses for the safety of both drivers and, once again, horses. On number 10, please reduce the density of this project. It is critically important that traffic is kept to low speeds and roads at low usage to reduce vehicle-horse impacts. Please include all the conditions into the handbook for safety of residents and horses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are the only public comment cards I have. Anyone else wishing to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to the board.
Yeah, I did. I asked council to continue this from last time, and we did have a town hall meeting. I'm sorry, we did have a town hall meeting, and some of the issues that were addressed are outlined in the supplemental memo that staff had given, and I would like to add those as conditions, and also the zoning was an issue at that meeting, reducing the density from 30 units per acre to 21 units per acre. And Claudia, if I could get clarification, the property adjacent to it on the other side is, what was the zoning on that, SF6?
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. So the site is the hatched area here, and you've got the other Bella Vista 1 over here. We've got 2.5 acres up here, and then Damani down here, which is equivalent, is MF 14, I believe, over in this area.
It's mixed. Burn Close Senior Planner. It's mixed residential, allows 30 units to the acre, 65-foot building height.
Okay, yeah, so that was the concerns that came up at the meeting, was reducing the density to 30 units per acre to 21. Also, there was concern with the building height of 65 feet and reducing that to 40 feet. The bullet number 5 would have, they were concerned about prohibiting gas stations, and under the proposal, gas stations are not allowed within the plan that's being proposed, and it gives a list under number 5. Also, we requested clarifications. If you remember last council meeting, to clarify, we had asked for that letter from the Corps on the horse issue. That's included in the staff report. I don't know if staff wants to address, would number, yes, the Corps. And then I don't know if staff wants to address Ms. Tavkar's comments, whether or not they should be added to the handbook or not. Is speed limit something that we can do? Or can we ask for signage? I think that's important to let people know that there are horses out there.
Burn Close Senior Planner. There is a requirement in the handbook to fence the project as it develops. So essentially, it will be entirely fenced to prevent horses from coming into the project. So a lot of the, with cattle guards on Rio Wrangler at the north and south end, you know, when it eventually builds out to that point, but there'll be a perimeter fence all the way around so that a lot of those issues, the horses aren't supposed to be able to get into the development. That's the purpose of the perimeter fencing plan.
Okay, but what about the access, even having signs that state that, you know?
I'll let Mr. Gall address the traffic.
For the record, Bill Gall, Senior Engineer. The internal streets on the PUD will be designed on a lower speed limit. Rio Wrangler itself is 45 miles an hour south of this connection. It'll connect through. It's an RTC, regional roadway. To drop the speed limits down and provide speed bumps and those types of things would be, inconsistent with the area.
Difficult.
We would be able to sign that. To provide some sort of marking and signage to let people know that there are horses in the roadway, to identify that.
So we can add that as a condition?
The signing we could add, but I would not be in favor of reducing the speed limits or providing traffic control devices.
Yeah, well, you would have a false sense of security because you'd have 45 throughout. And we've had, I mean, I don't think we can do it from an engineering standpoint. I mean, we've done these throughout the city. It sounds good, but you can't go from just a 45
Right.
bam on a thoroughfare to 25. It's actually very, very dangerous. Gives a false sense of security. So, but the signage.
We can increase signs for warnings for horses in the area.
Okay. All right, so those would be the changes that I have based on the town hall meeting that we spent, I think, 2 or 3 hours out there. So I want to thank staff and having all the folks there from the Department of Ag and everyone else. So I think it was a productive meeting. So I just want to thank staff for coming out and all their hard work. Claudia, Vern, I think Fred, Bill.
Just to expand, Bill, on the signage, we, of course, as you know, have this very issue over and further south in the Damani Ranch area and the horses. And for the signage, if we could absolutely specify, because they're even more predominantly a problem in the evening, so if they could be lit signage and not just, you know, the standard.
Absolutely, we can put the morning signs on
they've got to be that,
those.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Hashef.
Yeah, is the staff okay with those additional, not only the staff, but also the applicant? Then you need to come up and say something then. I mean, I need to know where the applicant is.
Good afternoon. For the record, Randy Walter with Places Consulting. I'm here representing the Corona Cyan LLC, which is the applicant in this case. Corona Cyan doesn't have an issue with the height as long as we can reduce it to 45 feet, which basically gives us a 3-story component. That's an issue that's, from our perspective, acceptable. As far as the density is concerned, the project itself, which is 30 dwelling units per acre, which in reality only occurs in one spot in the project. The only portion of the project that's 30 dwelling units per acre is Village A and Village B. Village C is non-residential, and the rest of it's open space. As a practical matter, if you look at it just from a clustering standpoint, if you took the overall density of the project, took the 77 acres and the approved units from Village A and B, the density is only 7 dwelling units per acre if you applied it to the entire project. Because over 40% of this project is open space, the only way to really accumulate some density is through clustering, which is what we propose in the handbook. If you took another look at it and just looked at if it was a more conventional project, didn't have all the open space associated with it, say it's 10% open space instead of 40, you end up with a density of about 12 units per acre, which would exclude the non-residential as well. So we don't feel that the density we're proposing is out of character with the neighborhood, certainly not out of character with what's already been approved for Damani to the east of us, and certainly not out of character with the Damani, or with the Bella Vista Ranch to the west. So that's our position. We'd like to retain the 30. We'd be happy to modify the building height.
I want to make sure I understand what you were adding to the PUD. Jessica, you want to add a report as well? The conditions of the report?
Addition of a sign, and then also the, just for the record, the Corps of Engineers, what was discussed at the town hall was, at that point, we hadn't seen it, if you remember last meeting, they wanted that record entered into the, this letter entered into the record. And there was a condition that was also done by the, let's see.
I guess I'm trying to get a sense from the applicant of all the things were just mentioned by Councilperson Ralston. I mean, there's a whole list of things here, including, that's in the staff report, 1, 2, all the way through 5, with a bunch of subsets. Are you in agreement with any of those?
Again, the submittal that we had, the request we made, from our perspective, the height is the only issue that we're willing to accept as being lower. We would like to retain the density that we have. The signage I don't have an issue with. The warning signs are something that would be, if it'd be helpful, that's fine, we can do that. Again, the whole purpose of the fencing plan is to keep the horses out of the project, so there's really, the horses are going to be outside of our project that are actually going to have this warning signs attached to them.
Okay, but what about number 5 with the land uses? Are any of those acceptable, those changes?
The changes to the land use are acceptable to us. We've been through staff on all of these issues, and we don't have an issue with it. There's a couple of changes in terminology. If you look at the portion that says delete neighborhood commercial and add general retail store or commercial use, it's just a semantics thing. They're basically the same thing. We agree with that change. That's not an issue. And making sure that the perimeter fencing will meet the requirements of NRS 509.431 through .471 in the Wild Horse Protection Plan. We don't have a problem with that either. That's fine. And then there's just some general corrections to the figures and page references that happen as a function of our changes to the handbook. We don't have an issue with that either.
Okay, so then for staff, the, I don't know if I'm quite there with Councilperson Ralston. What the applicant is saying, although they have 30 units per acre, that's basically the zoning they're getting. Really, the actual density they're going to get is going to be something less once you cluster, obviously. Do we have any sense of what that is?
Vern Close, Senior Planner. I haven't done the math on that, but we have a 77-acre site, and they can do 575 units. So you divide 77 into 575, and that's roughly 7-8 units per acre. Gross density. So it's similar to like on a hillside area where you stay off the steeper slopes and you can move your density over into other places. And also that's allowed to the south and to the east of the property in Damani Ranch. So we felt it was appropriate based on it's in between, it's not on the edge, it's in between two similar type densities and building height situations. So we felt that was appropriate.
Same as what's next door? The same density as what's next door?
To the east and portions to the south,
right.
Yes, to the southwest.
Okay.
Yeah, can I follow up on that? Because I thought, Claudia, when we saw the map at the meeting, that there was, the adjacent was only, that the adjacent parcel was 21 units per acre.
That area there?
Yes.
It's mixed residential in the.
So it allows up to 30?
Correct.
And does every adjacent parcel allow up to 30 that surrounds this site?
This area here, which is Damani Ranch, not this is obviously 2.5, no. This Bella Vista to the west is around 6 to 10, depending on which village you're in, but it's roughly 6 to 10.
Units per acre?
Correct. And then this area, this is kind of a wetland area in Damani Ranch, but this is mixed residential here. They're putting single-family houses on that area, but it does allow up to 30 units per acre. They're just choosing not to do that in that area. We did a tentative map on that in the last couple of months. But again, it's more of a flexibility issue, what they ask for. Again, there's a lot of steep slopes on this area here, so they're probably not going to get 30 units to the acre on all of it. They'll, in the flatter areas, they could potentially get something in that range, and in the steep areas, they're probably going to get nothing. So again, it was based on where it was in relation to what's been approved around it was part of our thinking in that, and then also clustering the density in areas that are usable and leaving as open space areas that need to be open space.
So I guess then I'd ask the applicant, because I...
Yeah, as I understand it, and you need to make sure you're perfectly clear on this, that you're okay with all of the changes that are in this staff report, except, because I understand you're going to reduce it from 60 to 45, right?
Correct.
And the only thing you're not okay with, given you're doing the height reduction, is the density. And you want to leave it at 30, and ultimately what your actual density is going to be something less, obviously, because of constraints.
Yeah, and again, the whole purpose behind what we're trying to do here is to react to an existing market that's uncertain. We don't know where we're going in the future with this area. We like to be able to have the flexibility to react to what takes place. That's really what the intent is.
You're okay
we don't
with
anticipate it being developed at that density, quite
right,
frankly.
and you're okay with the additional signage, which is also another condition that's being added.
The signage, I don't think that's an issue at all from my perspective.
And just to clarify, it's the 5 items in the memo that you looked at, you're okay with all of those except for the reduction in density?
I don't have the memo in front of me, so I don't know which 5 items we're
Some
talking
of them
about.
are already required, though, the 5 items. I mean, I don't understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, I
That's
just want to
why-
make sure he's, I just want
That's
But
why I
Pierre,
said
you
you'd be-
keep asking, and they're already 1 and 2 and 3, they're already kind of required. It's not that they have to agree to them.
I know, but
No,
we're
I
sitting here talking about it, I
understand.
just want to make sure he saw it.
Right, I'd like something on the record that says, you know, we've looked at this and we're 100% in agreement, accept, and let's find out what the accept part is.
Just for clarification, it's those 5 items on the second page of the memo.
Correct.
That Ms. Veraza had indicated what she wanted to have them consider.
You're changing the zoning in Village C, so I need to know.
Yeah, the uses in Village C and the land uses that are listed are what's in the handbook.
Right.
Today. And
that's
that was
not
for
a change.
primarily
Yeah,
for
that's
Village
my
C.
fault.
So
I
that, and that's
misspoke.
fine. That's what's already there. 1 and 2 are already covered in the handbook. 3 is just a clarification on the Corps of Engineers letters. And 4 is the only one that we have concerns about.
Okay. So at least from my perspective, I mean, they've pretty much, I agree, there things are already in the handbook, but their actual density is going to be something less. So, I mean, I would support your motion if you were going to change it.
I'm sorry, Pierre, what did you say?
I said I think we're on the same page with the motion and what the applicant has agreed to, except for the density. So what I was asking Jessica, if she would be willing to change it to 30, since the actual density is going to be something
okay.
less, then I
I
would
would agree.
support, I would support that motion.
I would agree.
Kim, you wanted to say something? I'll ask you a question.
Thank you, Councilman Swaza. Kim Rodemeyer, we're a little unclear because we don't have that memo about what you guys are talking about. And we also wanted to make sure, thank you, that maybe some of the other conditions, like keeping the area where the water is supposed to be accessible, be required by whoever buys or whoever's going to be there, and the methyl mercury for the testing for anybody who wants.
That's in the condition.
Is it? Okay, thank you. I'll
Correct.
take a look at that. Thank you very much.
Here you go.
Form some sort of a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I think that Councilman Hashep, you bring up a good point because of the open space provisions, which really it's undevelopable land, that I'll be okay with the density because the surrounding density does allow 30 units per acre. Doesn't mean that they're going to build 30 units per acre.
Right.
But I'm not going to waver on the 65 feet coming down to 45.
They're okay with it. They're okay with
That's absolutely.
And I would agree.
And so I would keep those conditions as outlined in the staff report, 1 through 5, with the addition of taking out the 21 units per acre, leaving it at 30 units per acre, but also adding the signage for the, there's horses, I believe, Tanya, am I saying it right?
Tanya.
Tanya, and I think we all have concerns about the horses here, so I think adding the signage that there's horses out there is absolutely imperative. So I'll add that condition, and I'll make a motion to approve with those conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I do just
Yes.
have an interest question, not that I'm looking at this as being a requirement, but I see that your cul-de-sacs, and we have a lot of cul-de-sacs out there already. Residents who buy those homes do not recognize, for the most part, that there's no snow removal on cul-de-sacs. Is that ever a disclosure in the home purchase?
There's probably no snow removal on 95% of the streets in Reno.
Yeah.
Larry Lucero with Corona Sand. Not that I know of. I don't know that it's a disclosure item
Yeah.
to date.
Thank you.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F10-2, ordinance.
Bill number 6823, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a 77.37 acre site located southeast of the eastern terminus of South Meadows Parkway, north of the north terminus of Rio Wrangler Parkway, and east of Steamboat Creek from 65.24 acres of UT 40 unincorporated transition 40 acres and 12.13 acres of LLR 2.5 large lot residential 2.5 acres to PUD planned unit development on 77.37 acres to allow for development of mixed residential up to 30 DUAC, commercial park opens and open space uses together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item E4, that's the staff report that was from the consent agenda.
Yeah, we have to
E4
do.
and 5.
Just want to make sure, for Mr. Thomas, and I'll do this quickly, I know we got a lot going on. For the park, if you could just go through the bullet points of this agreement, Bill?
Certainly, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. To summarize what the park agreement does is in effect, what it does is it moves the timing of construction of the park to the city. The city will collect park tax to build the park, but we will determine when it's the proper time based not only on the amount of development, but also our revenue for maintenance. It does set aside that the 14-acre park site will be dedicated to the city upon the city's request. And that in the intervening time between now and when we actually take it, it'll be maintained by Corona or their successors in interest, and it'll remain on the tax rolls.
Yeah, and that was important to me, that it remain on the tax rolls and it's not dedicated right away. So I just want to make sure that on bullet number 2, it says in the current PUD, it says 850th single-family unit. That goes away, correct, in this new agreement?
It doesn't because of a notice inconsistency, but we will be back to remove that at a later date. The intent was, since the city's going to be building it, that there wouldn't be a threshold at which the city had to, but we were not able to.
So can we take that out today? Why would we keep that in there?
I think it was some miscommunication that it was left in, but we'll be back to clear that up. I don't think we can today because of the way it was noticed.
Why not?
Because there was no specific reference to the change to the park in the PUD.
So maybe we hold off on this and wait till next week, because I'm uncomfortable with that threshold in there. I don't want to agree to this without,
Without removal of that, yes.
Yeah, that's a huge point here, because if we agree to this, we're essentially saying that they could build 849 homes and this park never gets built. And I think that was the concern some council members raised. So
Actually,
for this to still be in here is...
Let me just clarify. What it does is it would put the city in the position of having to build at 850 units. That's the inconsistency that we found out. In other words, it used to be when we were expecting the developer to build it, that was the threshold. But we've transferred the responsibility and the timing of the park to the city. So the reason we would be motivated to remove the 850 is that we may or may not be in a position to maintain a full park at the 850th unit. So we have removed the developer from the timing. So it's no longer an issue, the same issue that we had before, which is him building to the 849.
Okay, so just a question for legal. Can I make a motion to approve the staff recommendation based on the fact that the condition 2 is left out?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Then the notice on the 850 would have to go back through Planning Commission, I think is what Mr. Thomas is indicating.
Why would they have, I mean, they just give us recommendations, so
Yeah,
if we
why
don't
can't
agree
they
with their
change it here?
recommendation, we make changes all the time.
We would certainly go back and make that change. If you chose to do this on the agreement, we would go back and
Well, I think the question is, why do we have to go back to Planning Commission? I mean, often they bring us something and we make modifications to what they've said.
Again, Tracy Chase, I think you can make modifications in the items that were noticed, and I haven't looked at the notice, I think that Craig Scott did and Mr. Thomas, as to what was actually told to the public would be under consideration.
Just to clarify, it's not the agreement that's the issue, it's the PUD. So if you took the wording out of the agreement for the 850, it would potentially be inconsistent. I would think we can go back and correct the PUD to be consistent with the
Then let's
agreement,
just continue this piece then.
whichever way the council chooses to.
I mean, and we're adopting something, we're approving it before.
Craig Scoff from the City Attorney's Office. One thing that I would like to bring to your attention in the agreement itself is that the construction of the park calls for the agreement for the construction to be built in 2 phases. So if a first phase of the park is built, it would be built prior to that 850th, as things are right now. Then that phase could be done in the residential construction tax would be available to build the phase, or that phase would be designed up to that expense. And then the rest of it would be constructed at a later date when there's more residential construction tax.
I just gotta say, I'm irked. You guys knew how important this was. Now we're down to the wire. It's not gonna be completed. So, I mean, we've been talking about this for months. Months and months and months.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it because the agreement's incorporated into the PUD? Is that the rub? 'Cause we just made the changes to the PUD. We just approved that. So why can't we just go ahead and approve the agreement subject to those changes that make it consistent with the PUD?
The agreement itself says that the park will be constructed in conformance with whatever PUD might be in effect. In other words, as amended, it simply mentions that currently there's 850. That was the contemplation. It would be built at the issuance of the 850th. But the way it is drafted, if there is an amendment to the PUD, then that would be the controlling figure under the current version of the agreement.
Right, and I guess I'm trying to get the yes on this. So it seems to me that we all know the changes that need to be made. Why don't we just approve the agreement subject to those changes, and then staff run through the process, so at least we get the approval of the agreement as amended today?
Let me make a suggestion, perhaps that would work, which would be to strike the 850 and simply say consistent with the PUD. That way then we could go back, the agreement would be right, we could go back and change the PUD to eliminate the 850.
Is this the PUD we just heard?
Yes.
Can we reopen it and, I mean, do a reconsideration and change the PUD right now?
Oh, I'm sorry, it was phase 1. So it was on a previous council.
We had phase 1 today, too. Or was that South Meadows? I'm sorry.
I'm getting confused myself. Vern Close, Senior Planner. It was Bella Vista, the original one,
Yes.
that this park agreement is related to, or the 850.
Yes.
So if you want it, a potential way to do it would be to or not do them, don't approve what you approved on Bella Vista today, but continue it for 2 weeks, and we could renotice it and put the, that reconsideration on the parks thing, because if you don't believe this is a substantial enough change to send it back to the planning commission, then you could just make that change, but we would renotice it so that it would be in the notice, so everybody would know, have the ability to comment on it, and then it could come back to you in 2 weeks. So basically, we would just have to renotice this for 2 weeks, and then you just need to reconsider the Bella Vista one and continue it for 2 weeks so that we can get that notice cleared up.
But was Bella Vista 1 on today?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was Bella Vista Bonaventure.
Bonaventure. Okay, so
I know
let
it
me
is.
ask the applicant, because you guys have been talking to me about getting this finally done. Do you mind continuing if we reconsider and then get this all done next meeting?
Larry Lucero for Corona Cyan. We would like to wrap this up. The requirement, we would at least like a date certain for the park, which was the same requirement that the city was asking of us. We would like to know that there will be a park out there so we can tell potential home buyers when they will see a park. The same concern that the council had when they were asking us to build the park. So whether you do it by the 850 count or you set a date certain, say, by the end of 2019 that the city will build a park, I'm fine with the date certain, but there should be an outside date. One for our future homeowners, so they will know that there's going to be a park there. Secondly,
we have an option in this park agreement to build the first phase of the park if we want to do it earlier. And if there's no date certain, our obligation to maintain that park goes on into infinity if the city chooses not to build the park until some outside date. So having some trigger in this agreement for the park is, to me, a necessary element of the business deal to make this work. And we also have a fire agreement coming up for discussion with you. We really, view those two agreements going together.
So I think the question was, if we reopen F9 and continue it for 2 weeks, that gives staff time to notice it, and maybe if that's when the fire agreement comes, we can solve all this in 2 weeks, rather than have to go back through and modify the PUD again.
Yeah.
So we can get this done. Is that what I'm hearing, Bill?
We could do the fire agreement, I think, separately, because that didn't change, but.
But I mean, just if it comes
as far
forward,
as
then
the
they're
fire
all
issue
done as
or
far
the
as they're
parks-
concerned in 2 weeks,
That's true.
instead of, okay, we do this unconditional, but then you gotta
Except
open the PUD
The
open
fire
again.
would give the $1 million in 30 days from the agreement, so this would put it off another 2 weeks. I don't
So
know.
let's do fire now.
So I'll go ahead and do fire now.
Okay.
No, they have to be done together. They have to be done together.
Okay, then this will make it quicker. The way I'm proposing to reconsider, if not, this is going to take months.
We would like to get some indication perhaps from the council of direction to staff on what council would
And what
like to see
number
in
would
the
it be?
agreement for an outside trigger for building the park. If we understand that, then, we can move forward
Bill,
accordingly.
can you address that?
I can, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. The reason we don't want the date in is the same reason that you were concerned in the first place, which is the developer had the 850 threshold. However, he controlled how many homes he built, so he could build up to the 849. If the city puts it in at 850, we have no control on when that could happen. So we could be in a position where we have to build a park before we have the resources to maintain it. Same thing on the time frame. There was originally a date in there by which it had to be built. That day came and went. And so we would not want to put ourselves in the same position they were in, which was they were not able to perform on that date. So the thought was, like any situation where we're collecting a tax, we have an obligation ultimately to build the park. The decision on when we build the park is going to be based on how much money have we collected in terms of residential construction tax, what are our resources available to maintain that park, and probably most importantly, what is the community asking of the council? As you all well know, the people out there will know there's a 14-acre park. They'll know also there's money collected. They're likely to be the ones coming forward to you saying, we want the park now. So I think there's a built-in control, which is the people there paying the park tax, that's going to make sure that someday it gets built. I'm just nervous and I guess concerned about putting a date in that may or may not be realistic for us.
And part of the solution maybe, Bill, is to not say a park at a date, but you can actually even phase in a park.
You could
know,
say
because
some
that's
portion
the
of the park
problem
could
is
be built by a
the
certain
whole
date.
park, if they don't build the
that's a
houses,
good
there's not
idea.
enough to build the whole park, but we can phase it in as the houses are built so that everyone sees, like a certain percent will be done at 200 homes, we'll spend 200,000 on a park. However that works, but that would be, that might come back in 2 weeks for that development.
Yeah, the struggle is putting a time frame in.
Right.
None of us, we don't
It should
control.
it should be tied to the number of homes, because
Homes,
that's
yeah.
where you're getting the money to build the park.
Yep.
Right.
So you
We'll
want to
revisit that.
Want to come back in 2 weeks and they can work out an agreement based on that?
Yeah, that would
Yes.
be great. So I'll go ahead and move to continue.
E4,
For 2 weeks.
E4
Yes.
and E5?
No, E5, I'm going to go ahead and.
Okay, I have a motion to. Right.
All right, then E4 and 5.
Okay, I have a motion to continue E4 and E5,
Okay, to work out the trigger.
to work out the trigger.
Okay, second.
And a second.
Discussion, Bill?
Discussion, yeah. Let's hear what they got to say.
Bill, if we're continuing E4 and E5, fire, does that have any impact on the bids and accepting for the process of building the fire station out there? The 2 weeks
I
that
don't
we're looking
believe
at?
so, no, because it's my understanding we won't get the bid prices back until the end of this month. So it shouldn't affect it at all.
Any other discussion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item F9, did you want to
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I think staff has direction on this to go and fix the PUD.
Do I have to reopen the public hearing? Is a public hearing, Madam Clerk?
For the record, proper notice was given and no correspondence was still received, not received.
Anyone from the public want to make a comment at this time regarding item F9? Seeing that, I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the table.
Yeah, go ahead and make a motion that we bring this back
Con-
for sure in October.
Continue it till October 24th.
Continue till October 24th with modifications to the PUD regarding the park.
And we have to have a time certain on this because this is a public hearing.
So does
You
that have to
could
be at
set the
2?
12:15 public hearing
Okay.
if you chose to.
So-
That
so
would
you
For
put it in the
12:15.
motion. I have a motion.
Yeah, second with emphasis on for sure.
Yeah.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we have our 3:30 time certain, item J1, parking kiosk update.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. At the last meeting of City Council, we had an item for requesting extension of time, which the applicant stated that they did not need any additional time. And so in reaction to that, staff was asked to go out and to run a test of the kiosks for performance. That test was completed on Thursday and Friday. On Thursday, the 27th, the day after the last council meeting, staff went out, and actually, I actually went out with one of our engineers, and Kane Dutt was present for the test as well. And we tested 45 kiosks. The next day, Kurt Dietrich and Kane went out and tested an additional, or the remaining 29. As a result of that test, we found that 44 of the 74 kiosks were performing as we expected in terms of accepting payment and reporting number of minutes purchased and minutes remaining on the space that was paid for. However, 30 of the kiosks were not able, a customer would not have been able to make payment by either credit card or coin. I received a response to this late yesterday, and it's apparent to me that maybe there's a little bit of a disconnect in terms of how we look at performance. I'm looking at performance as if a customer goes to a kiosk and wants to pay by the method of their choice, that they are able to complete their transaction. And I think that maybe Curb Systems is looking at it that as long as a customer has some ability to pay, whether by phone, by credit card, by coin, or going to another kiosk, that the system is generally still is operable. When we put out the RFP, we did not put an RFP that said that we wanted to make it so the person could pay by coin or by credit card or by phone or by some other method. We said that we wanted the customer to be able to pay by coin and by credit card and by phone or some other method. And so it was really a choice of the customer that we were trying to allow. Those were the results of our test for Thursday and Friday, September 27th and 28th. There was another test yesterday. I had requested that we look at the sensor technology. They had 103 spaces up. When I met with Frank Terrassus and Kane Dutt to do that, they informed me that they did not have the sensors. They were waiting for direction from the city regarding other issues and didn't have that ready to do a test for me. However, they asked if I would go out and do another test with them. Went out and did a test. We tested, we had just about an hour, just maybe an hour and 5 minutes. Went out as quickly as we could. We tested 27 of the kiosks, and 26 of them were performing. One of them was without power. That is the result of our tests and a report back to council. There is one other thing I would like to bring to the attention of council, if I could have the overhead. This is a graph of meter revenue and citation revenue for fiscal year 11-12 and 12-13, the first 3 months, as provided to me by the Office of Management and Budget. The tall bars here are actually the meter revenue. This was a spike in March because that was a time when Curb System deposited the coinage from the first 6 months of fiscal year 11-12. So that's why it's a little bit of an anomaly, but you can see what's happening with the parking meter revenue. And then, and it's always cyclical through the winter, of course. The other tall bars here that you see are the citation revenue by month. And then we have the current year. The dark blue down here is the current year meter revenue by month, and the yellow is the citation revenue by month. And you can see that through the continuation of the system that we've had in place, that we have a great concern because we're seeing the erosion of those revenues out there, and there, you know, is what we've seen has been a lot of complaints in our own testing of what is happening out there with the meters and the revenue and ability for people to pay. There's also been a loss of confidence on the meters working, and therefore perhaps we're seeing people that are not paying. Citations not being written because of concerns that we have, somewhat like that test we did on the 27th and 28th, where we had 41% of the kiosks that would not take a payment by the customer's choice. So that's just some information for you to consider in terms of how things have gone. Of course, also disclosing the test results just of yesterday with about a little over a third of the system, which is what we had time to test.
Okay. Would you guys like to make a presentation from Curb Systems, or?
Vice Mayor Ayazi, members of the council, Mr. Klinger, my name is Frank Terrasis. I'm here representing Curb Systems and am an employee of Tripp Enterprises, specifically Warren Tripp, one of the key investors in the Curb Systems company. Wanted to first of all thank you, both council and staff. A lot has happened during the last 6 weeks. There's been a lot of improvement made in the system. There's been a lot accomplished. I feel like we're absolutely collaboratively working towards this system being all that it was anticipated to be. Wanted to let you know that the concerns, the data that the council has given us, given Curb relative to input from the public has not gone on deaf ears. The Curb company has been working 24/7 over the last number of weeks to accomplish what it is that the city would like to have accomplished. The system, as we speak, is performing at an approximate 92% success rate. So that's based on, as Mr. Flansburgh said, the walk with the city yesterday, as well as our own independent walks, and mine personally. We also had a third-party company, Vista, come in and do a spot check on the system, and actually that report was, I think, provided to the council yesterday. In September, there were 12 complaints registered through Reno Direct, all of which have been resolved. We look forward to working with the city collaboratively going forward in resolving any issues that exist relative to the contract in an informal environment, and would welcome item number 2 as agendized relative to a city council member taking a direct role in this. That's all I have, other than to say again, reiterate a thanks, and available for any questions that council might have and looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I have one, Mr. Flensburg. When you said about the difference we have with Curb in your mind about whether they're operational or not, I'm assuming what you said referred to under section IA1, that they're supposed to provide a payment system which shall, at a minimum, include U.S. coins, charge cards, merchant validation, permits, subscriptions, and phone access, meaning, in your opinion, in order for a kiosk to be operational, all of those things have to be functional.
That is correct.
That's what we're using as a standard for functional or not.
Correct.
Okay, and how are we proceeding right now with the video system or the pucks or whatever? Where are we on that with the letter that was also sent out?
I requested some information from Curb System on, what it is that they're proposing. What does the system look like? Is there going to be recordation of the data? Some of the issues that were brought up by council before in terms of privacy, how does that work? Are there going to be any issues? So that we could analyze what that is and be able to make a judgment call on if that's going to work for us. Also requested a test or to view that. Received this morning, I had an email in my box from Kane Dutt that did supply some of that information that I had asked for, and I think that gives us some general idea of what it might be that consideration of if this is going to be an issue for us legally or not, so we can analyze that. But as far as seeing the system and seeing how it operates and how it'll integrate with the push enforcement for our officers, I have not seen that to date.
Thank you. Mr. Terrasas, can I ask you the same question, what your opinion is of what is a working kiosk? So just as we go out there, we can all say this works or this doesn't. What's your opinion?
Well, thank you for the record, Frank Terrasas, representing Curb Systems. Thank you for the question. I think that's one of the things, as Mr. Flansbury said, that we need to come to agreement on. My opinion is, in my interpretation of the contract, and I'm not a lawyer or even close to it, but it's really not a kiosk, it's a system. So what Curb has committed to doing is providing a system that does that. And the system does do that. Now, I want to make it clear, Mr. Ayazi, that the walk that was done on that Thursday after council, certainly Curb's vision aligns with the city that the system can perform and will perform and is performing actually at a higher rate. Does that answer your question?
Not really, because I don't know what you mean by, I mean, if we go out there and say that it's not 97%, this is how I interpret your answer to me, is if one kiosk is working, your system is working.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the way you interpret it?
No.
Because people can wander around and find the kiosk that works. So
I'd say
if I go out to the kiosk out here on Virginia Street Bridge and it can't take coins, is that an operational kiosk?
If it takes credit cards and and there's also a phone, one of the things too is that there's a phone number up top where there are other alternatives. The reality is no system's going to be up 100% of the time.
I understand.
And so we've built you a robust system that has payment alternatives, that as a base, at its most basic level, it takes all those forms of payment. But reality is a card reader is going to go down once in a while, a coin mechanism.
But then under your scenario, as long as one payment method works, it's not dysfunctional. I just want to put on here what you think, and I'm glad you're not an attorney because neither am I. We could just see what, because my interpretation is we're looking at the client, the people using it like a customer.
Sure.
I mean, if I go into a store and they say, sorry, today we'll only take cash, and you don't have the cash, you don't buy what's in there, you go to somewhere else. So you've lost that customer. And you can't say, geez, we have another store across town. You can go over there and use a credit card.
No, it's a great question, and I don't know that I can answer it fully. I think that we need to work together to come to that. I think that's one of our challenges here. In general, I would say that as far as the system maintenance works, system operation works, if something's not working, that's unacceptable. And that's why, from an operations perspective, so that's why Curb has a team that responds to items not working. That's part of the maintenance contract of the, it's part of the maintenance contract. That's why you have it. So they respond quickly, and will respond quickly going forward to any issues that the kiosks will have. And they'll have issues. There will be coin jams. There will be,
And we understand that. In
things like
fact,
that.
we got to come up with what is
Yeah.
a level, but if we also can't agree on what is not operational, then we're never going to get to that agreement either.
I think so, and that's why I was so enthused to see, as it's agendized, option number 2, for a city council member to sit down and we negotiate through these things and figure it out, and come up with a standard, because you know what, it's good for everybody. It's how we evaluate going forward, how the system's performing and how we can improve it.
So from what you said today, when we did our analysis the day after the council meeting, for the 2 days we went out, are you disputing that 47% of them were non-operational?
Well, let me give you some detail on that, actually. We had, I don't have my notes in front of me, but
Do you have them over
out
there?
of that, there was a really high incident of coin jams and card readers not working, like 300% the norm. And honestly, I wish I could explain that, but it can't. I don't know. It's an anomaly. I don't know why it happened. Curb does not know why it happened. I know that what they did is they responded very quickly, and in some cases cleaned those coin acceptors, cleaned those card swipes, and then they worked normally. There were some that they didn't touch, and they operated again. So I really think that it's dangerous, just like in any statistical analysis, to look at one set of numbers and say, well, that's our answer. I think it needs to be looked over a range. I think the mayor, during the last council meeting said there needed to be multiple tests and multiple evaluations. And that's very logical, because then you get a good data set. Look at just like I would say yesterday's outstanding results, they need to be mixed in with that, So
I guess my feeling, maybe under comments, but those data sets should have been done before the notice was over. When you sat up here and said, we are 100% functional as of midnight tonight, they will work. You didn't say 100%, but you said we've met all the obligations. And the very next day, they weren't. So the data set, you guys should have been accumulating that over the 3 or 4 months before that, when we first sent the letter out, so you could prove to us that you had met it. It shouldn't have been on us to prove. You guys just sent us a letter saying they all work. And the next day we go out there and they don't work.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. But to clarify what we said and what the letter said, and there was a complete analysis provided to council on this the day before that council meeting, was that we were in substantial compliance with the notice to correct, which we felt that we were.
I think you said it was in complete compliance.
Well, we can go double check the documents, Dave, but we didn't. That certainly wasn't the intent. I mean, we're not. I mean, there's an element of integrity and honesty involved here.
And here's my
absolutely.
concern right here, to keep, I'm here for the citizens of Reno, to keep my legal options open.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't ask for an extension of time. I have to go on what happened that day.
Sure.
And that day you said it was functional, and next day it wasn't. So if I don't do something legal today, I don't have that option in the future. To say, I have to send out another notice, and then you get more time, but you guys told us on that day that you don't need an extension and everything was functional. Now, if our position is it wasn't functional, what choice do I have but to terminate today and then still work through this and work together? But legally, to keep my options open, I'm thinking we might have to vote to terminate today. Not to say we wouldn't continue to work together, but otherwise I have no option. That notice we sent out was meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking for legal advice. I'm just sort of saying my opinion right now.
Sure.
So talk me out of it.
Mr. Iazzi, members of the council, Pat Cashill for Curb. The operative document is the purchase and maintenance agreement of the 8th day of December 2010. And as you so correctly referred to, Mr. Iazzi, paragraph 1A1 discusses a payment system. Now let's take your analogy. If a person walks up to a kiosk and doesn't have coins, doesn't have cash, the person can use a credit card. Now, you may walk into a shoe store and you may pull out an American Express card, and the vendor, the store owner says, I'm sorry,
We only take Visa and MasterCard. Happens all the time. So there is another mechanism. You have cash, or if you don't have cash in the shoe store, you go out to the to an ATM machine and you get the cash and you go in and buy your shoes. Well, here, the system provides a mechanism, a five-fold mechanism by which a person can pay. And on a given day, it may well have been, Mr. Ayazi, that the kiosk that John Flansburgh tried to put a coin in didn't work. Did he walk across the street to see if the kiosk across the street worked? Did he fulfill his obligation as a citizen?
Yeah, they went to every one of them.
trying to purchase a product would have to go through in order to avoid being ticketed. I don't know that. So the long story short, there were bugs that we think we have solved. We have followed the mayor's and this council's direction since the September 26th meeting, and literally the employees of CURB have worked 24/7 to solve the problems. We, sir, and we ladies and gentlemen of the council, are operating together with the city of Reno under a contract, which requires each of us to perform certain obligations and to act in good faith. We are people of goodwill who are dealing with you as people of goodwill and with the staff who are people of goodwill. We have invoked a mediation right we have. But I want to assure this council that in my experience, both as a mediator and as a lawyer involved in mediations from a party's side, negotiations precede mediation, if for no other reason than to narrow the issues at hand. My concern, to answer the specific issue that you raise for termination, is one, termination was not mentioned in the agenda, and there is no staff report to which we could have referred in preparation for this council meeting that used the word termination. There wasn't a staff report at all. And even Mr. Flansburgh, in his oral presentation today, to the extent that that constitutes any kind of a staff report, a meaningful document in terms of open meeting law and noticed agendae and that sort of thing, there was no mention of that. But, long story short, we want to work with this city to deliver to its citizens the system that we both bargained to provide. We pledge to this council, CURB, its employees, its investors, pledge to you that we will leave no stone unturned to cooperate with any council member assigned to deal with us, with Mr. Flansburgh, to avoid, as the mayor suggested, as quoted in the newspaper on the 27th of September, to avoid having to go to the formal mediation. In short, we want to work with you to assure each of you, to assure each of your constituents that the system is functional, that it serves the needs of the people, and it will generate the revenues that will legitimize your decision all those years ago when the city entered into the contract of 8 December 2010.
So can you address, if we can't get to one issue?
Yes, sir.
What the "and" means?
The "and" means that CURB was required to deliver, quote, a payment system, colon, which shall at a minimum include U.S. coins, nickels, dimes, and quarters, charge cards, merchant validation permits, subscriptions, and phone access. That is the system you have.
So if we go and we say this kiosk doesn't take coin, but it takes a charge card, it's your interpretation that it's a functioning system?
Yes, sir.
I think fundamentally we have a problem.
Yeah, we just disagree on that.
I just wanted to get what our disagreements were.
Yeah, and the fault, again, Pat Cashel, Mr. Dorch, on behalf of CURB, the fault may have been with the drafters I was not one, I don't know who drafted for the city. This contract could have specifically said a payment kiosk, not system,
I
kiosk.
understand when now you're making the distinction between system and kiosk. So if all of them are out on coin except for one at the far end of the town, you're saying the system works.
Well,
If 1 out of 72 works, takes a coin, the system works. If all of them are down and there's only one kiosk operational with all of these systems in it and none of the other ones work, the system works.
Mr. Terrasses.
You know, Frank Terrasses, on behalf of CURB for the record, from a common sense perspective, yeah, you could say the system works, okay, letter of the law, but I think what you're getting at, Mr. Ayazi, and I think it's absolutely right on target, is the system needs to perform at a higher function than that, and CURB agrees. Now so I think we agree on that. So now what's left is, what is that number?
Exactly.
And it makes no sense to terminate this contract when the parties are collaborating as well as we are, the system's functioning as well as it is, and what needs to be sketched out is framework and agreed upon. Both parties have demonstrated that we're reasonable and that we can work through it. We've had great success working with staff and with city manager's office in the last several weeks. And
not to be upsetting about it, but we only started working together after we sent you a letter. It took all that time. And then this, we had to threaten to start working together. And then actually you came on board too. I think that helped tremendously. If we can't even agree on what works and not works, how do we get to it's working? At the end of the day, how can we both sign off if we can't even agree that we have to have this many? I don't know how we can get there.
If we can't agree, we can't get there. But I respectfully disagree. In fact, I'm absolutely
so how many
positive.
Should have to be working
I'm absolutely positive that we can agree to that.
So how many should have to be working for us to say it's a working system?
I have no idea. I mean, come on.
I'll start with 100%. This is how negotiations go.
Is this a negotiation?
You stay with 1%.
Negotiate on the public rate. Well, I mean, to me, that's the intent of item number 2, is to be able to sit down. And this is not the only issue. I mean, there are several issues at play here. And we need to get in a room as reasonable people that are aligned to a common goal of providing an excellent system for the city, which, by the way, we're a fair amount of the way there, and hash it out and just make it happen. I mean, you made the comment since I've been involved. I appreciate that, but since I've been involved, what I've seen and what we've driven as Trip as a company is we have a no-nonsense approach to business. Our owner, Warren Tripp, has had that approach. And the family has had that approach for 65 years. And we brought that to this. And the goal was to be able to fund it as appropriate, to be able to cause rapid improvement as quickly as possible, arrive at the common goal, which is a great system. And I think we've made a great deal of headway. And CURB hasn't done it alone. They've done it with the cooperation of the city. And I think no, let me rephrase that. I know we can go forward on that track and arrive where we want to go.
Mr. Hashif?
When you actually looked at the system and you said there's a 92% success rate, did you use the same standard? In other words, if there was any payment option available, that's how you determined your 92% success rate, or did you determine it by saying all of the payment options were available?
Yeah, that's how we determined it. So in the city, in the walk with Mr. Flansburgh yesterday, for instance, there were 27 kiosks audited. All functions worked. All time remaining updates worked immediately. The one issue was with a kiosk that was dark screen. That's a kiosk, and that kiosk was off of, I don't know the name of the street, but it's right across from the Sands on a side street. That honestly probably generates $5 worth of revenue a month.
And then to Mr. Ayazi's point, can you deliver a system that we could determine by success rate that it has all the payment options, not just one or two, but all of them?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then a question for the city attorney. CURB elected mediation, right? We're in mediation. As I remember the contract, either party could unilaterally determine if there was mediation or not.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Yes, we received a letter from Mr. Cashel requesting mediation on certain items. We have not responded yet because we would, as a city, would like to put in all the disputed items if that's how council chooses to go. Council does have several options available to it today. Other thoughts for council's consideration are that I don't know if Curb Systems is willing to stipulate that you would reserve your right to terminate as of the facts given on a certain date at a certain time in exchange for some informal negotiations for a very short period of time.
And even if we're in mediation, we always have the option to sit down, right?
We do. The parties, if both parties agree and their attorneys agree, you can always utilize more than one method of resolving a dispute.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
May I respond, Mr. Hesteff, just in one very limited respect? Item Q, dispute resolution of the contract, speaks in terms of binding mediation binding on the parties. Well, those are, as you may know, somewhat inconsistent terms. Mediation is a process by which, through a neutral, two parties or more come together to attempt to resolve a dispute. Now, the mediator, as a general proposition, does not have the power to compel anybody to do anything. The mediator can attempt to draw the parties together to make a deal, and that's the objective. Any decision, any agreement that comes out of the mediation process would be binding. And if that is what the agreement meant to say, then we agree that any mediation agreement would bind the parties. But the context is a strange one by the use of binding mediation. We do pledge, again, to work with staff, to work with the city attorney, to work with any council member designated, to work with Public Works, to resolve as many issues as possible without the necessity of bringing in somebody we have to pay, if for no other reason than to narrow ultimately how we approach the mediation process itself. My sense, if I may, Mr. Hesteff, is that termination, a notice of termination, tends to entrench and tends to put people at the barricades. If, in a collaborative effort, as Mr. Terrasas has so well stated, we people bound together by a contract compelling us under Nevada law to act in good faith, act with the goodwill that we all believe we have, we can resolve these problems. And whether it's 60, 70 machines, Mr. Iazzi, or whether it's 20 machines, we can come with professional input from Public Works, from our folks, I think, to an understanding. But we have to get to the room to negotiate to do that.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Cashel, that sometimes it's a shot across the bow, which is why I questioned why you wanted to go to mediation before we even had this chance to have this discussion. I think you guys fired the first shot. Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, John, just a real quick, based upon the chart you put up earlier today, when we first started having this discussion, the city was down about $332,000 in revenues. Where are we at today?
At the end of the fiscal year, the difference was 332 minus 65,000. So do the math, 270 or where that stands. Today, based on what the revenues come in, we're probably well into 400,000, if not more.
So if they were to make us whole, it'd be over $400,000 today,
Yes.
based upon the contract.
Correct.
And then that's all I had, it's just from their discussion.
Any other questions? I have one more legal question about the open meeting law. Is mediation the same as a lawsuit regarding, when we get to meet behind closed doors and make discussions? Is this the same as a legal briefing, or do we have to have those meetings in public?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. A mediation is a legal process. We would recommend, though, that you have only a representative of counsel, just like a lawsuit. If counsel was meeting in a body capacity, we would have an open meeting law.
I was just talking about, like, if we do an attorney-client meeting, sometimes you'll go and you'll ask us for advice on how to proceed. Is mediation, does that rise to that level of you can have those attorney-client meetings?
I believe it would fit within a legal proceeding under the exemption to the open meeting law for us to get direction from you.
I just wanted to put that on the record because we've been told that we shouldn't do that. Okay.
May I have a moment just to talk?
Any comments or more questions from the?
Well, I agree with you.
I've got discussion.
Yeah. I would agree with you, Dave. I mean, they asked for mediation. Whatever the agreement says, it says. So, I mean, they've asked for it, so we're in it. So if there's an opportunity to try to resolve it before then, I think we should. I'm a little uncomfortable with terminating right now, as opposed to maybe putting it on the agenda in 2 weeks, but let's have that discussion.
Dwight?
Yeah, I disagree. I think we need to terminate today. I think regardless of how you evaluate the system, anytime it's 40% inoperable or more, that's a failure. And the fact that they said that they don't know what caused it concerns me even more. Because if you don't know what caused it, you don't know what you did to fix it. I mean, so if you don't know what the problem was, yeah, it's working today, but any time, and I don't care if you're doing tests to this week, next week, and the week after, and the overall is 85%, I think any time you've got a 40% failure, the system's not working. If there's any point in time where you've got over 40% failure, the system's not working, in my opinion. So I think when you look at those issues, I'm not convinced yet that this system is going to service the city the way we want it to service the city. And they did not meet the terms of our letter of default the day after they told us they were going to meet it. So at that point in time, there's our right to terminate. And I think we've got to exercise that right.
Mr. Guston?
I guess my question and problem and concern is that when I hear the people from CURB and then the questions from the council, I can't fathom what the performance standards are supposed to be. I don't know if that's a breakdown in the original communication, or both sides seem to be grasping what the performance standards are going to be. So if a termination gets us to that discussion that Mr. Cashel talked about, that we'd always negotiate, I think his description of that was it pushes people farther away. Maybe it does, but the performance evaluation and standards, then it would be a very easy way. It's a mathematical equation or calculation to find out if they're meeting it. I agree with Dwight. If it's 41%, they're not meeting it. And yesterday it's 95% based on 30% of the sample size. So how do we get to that point where we have those performance standards and it's either a yes or no?
Ms. Sadra?
I think that we absolutely do owe the response, which we never officially did. We just heard that from our attorneys for their request for mediation. We did not officially respond to. And I think that that's exactly what we the responsible action for us to take today would be indeed to accept that and enter into mediation. And by not doing that with the notice of termination, I think it shows that we are walking into that negotiation with the utmost respect and intent to get this resolved. To go in with the intent of termination, I think, suggests that we're just going through the motions, but that we already have our mind made up and that we want to take action in another direction. So I think we need to enter into mediation with the intent of fulfilling our obligation to this contract. We have been very considerate. I would absolutely, to the point of exhaustion, We've been considerate of failures, but we've had some of those failures too. Staff has been responsible to some degree for some of those failures, so I believe in mediation.
Yeah, I guess I'm not, I think we're moving to mitigation, and I'm just curious where the Reno's legal position is. And maybe we do it 2 weeks from now to talk about keeping that open for termination. Let's say we go to mediation, we do all this, and we still can't come to an agreement. Do we have to then send another letter and do another 120 days and then do the termination, which drags it on for another 6 months? That's just my question, not that I don't think we might be able to work together. I mean, maybe, but if we can't, what do we have to do then to terminate this agreement? Do we have to go through all of this again? And that would be my interest in saying we should terminate now. We still have to go to mediation. We could still work on things, and then we could maybe craft a new agreement if that's what it takes to solve. I mean, even their attorney said this wasn't very good. Maybe we do a whole new contract. Yes, sir.
Yeah, again, I think that's the key is if we don't terminate, then are we accepting the system? I mean,
right.
I mean, this system was failed the day after they told us that they didn't need an extension. The system failed. Now they're saying it operates at 92%. I don't know that it does. I mean, John went out yesterday and he took a small sample and it was operating, but I don't know that it was. Their own attorney, when he was talking about it, he said, we think we have solved the problems. We think we have solved the problems. So, I mean, from there, I just think that our duty right now is to terminate the agreement, and we can still appoint a council member to mediate. But I mean, we've got to exercise our right to terminate. I think.
Tracy, when did we send the first letter of correction?
Susan Ball-Roth, Deputy City Attorney, May 3rd.
May 3rd. So, I mean, the way I'm looking at it, we've been mediating since May 3rd. We have continued and continued and continued this. And I'm at my wit's end, I gotta say. And I think our constituents are too with this parking system. And I go back to what Councilman Dortch says, I'm in total agreement. They don't even know what caused the problem in the first place. But I'm going to say it again, this has been embarrassing. I feel like this city has bent over backwards, and staff. I feel our staff has bent over backwards to work with curb systems. I don't think staff's in error here. We expect a performing system. It's like going to a business. Businesses would be out of business if they said, oh, I'm sorry, some days we take American Express, other days we don't. Some days we take an ATM card. Oh, some days we just accept cash. Come on. Let's be real here. And I think that I am in favor of moving forward. I wanted to do this 2 months ago, but I was trying to work through the process and allow them to correct the system. And staff cannot tell me today on the record that the system has been corrected. So I'm in favor of moving forward and terminating the agreement.
Mr. Guston.
Can I ask legal, the question, I don't know if it was just a comment, Vice Mayor Ayazi, or you were asking for an answer to your question, because I think that would help make my decision. Do we have to start again on this, or where are we, Susan, with Councilman Ayazi's question?
Susan Ball-Roth, Deputy City Attorney. If, as Tracy suggested, an option of reserving the right to terminate based upon the conditions at a certain time, and then we sit down with informal resolution and come back, and if they would agree to that, we would not trigger a new clock. You've given the letter, the time has run. The letter, notice to correct of May 3rd, specifically called into play the termination for default provision, triggered the 120 days.
And let me ask, because I'm looking at, there was a question about whether we were agendized to terminate or not today. When I look at Article 1A7, it talks about the performance and the termination of it, and also in 4C2. And another question, looking at 1A7, the last sentence, after the installation of the final phase, if city has not notified company of its dissatisfaction, which we have, company's obligation to remove the system shall terminate, and the system is deemed to be substantially performing, just what you said, Mr. Dortch. So if we don't move forward, are we accepting the system the way it is? And maybe we don't terminate today. Maybe we have that more analysis and look at it in 2 weeks, because I'm with you, Dwight, that if we don't, under this provision, we may be accepting this as is. At least it removes the company's obligation to remove the system if we don't take an action.
And I just think that moving forward with termination today, again, we are in mediation, so we're still going to have to go through that process. And if we can work things out in that process, that's great. But I think our obligation is to terminate, in my opinion.
I also am concerned about if there is, obviously this might be in lawsuits, if we put it actually on the agenda to terminate it in 2 weeks, and we can have the analysis about what happens, would that be clearer to everyone and gets us out of a whole nother argument about it if we clearly put it in there? I think it is, but obviously there's two sides.
What's your point again?
That maybe we should agendize this in 2 weeks if we're going to terminate, to actually put it in writing there to terminate the agreement, rather than just do it here. But I'd like some analysis of, because my concern is keeping our legal options open. If we do not terminate under what we've done, how does that last sentence read? Just what you brought up, Mr. Dortch. Have we agreed to accept the system?
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I believe Mr. Cashel may have something to add.
With my client's authorization, we are prepared to proceed to negotiation and to mediation, including all issues that the city, through Ms. Chase and her staff, raises, including termination.
So in other words, and this is why I said I was a little uncomfortable with the termination right now, Mr. Ozzie, is what I understood from staff in the city attorney's office, that as long as they stipulated that we reserve the right to terminate, with all of the other things that the staff may want to add to the list, in addition to what's in the original notice of correction, then that would be an option to basically sit down informally and try to resolve this in the next 2 weeks, with this being agendized, that if it's not resolved in 2 weeks, we would have reserved the right to terminate the agreement, just like we have that right today. That's what I understood might be an option, and that's the option that I preferred, rather than just saying we're terminating the contract today.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I believe you have that option if it is agreed to by the other party. And again, I want to make sure, because I hear what counsel is saying, that your right to terminate would be on the day and the facts, on the first information that was received on the testing. Of course, there seems to be a question of how you interpret that language, and that would be reserved on both sides.
May I understand your offer is you're agreeing to that, right?
With one expressed concern, Pat Cashel for Curb. 2 weeks is not a realistic time. If we're going to negotiate, 2 weeks may be enough time. And everybody working diligently, I think that is possible. But there may be issues that we can't resolve that require mediation. If we want, the city and Curb, want a mediator worth a nickel, those kinds of people aren't generally available at the drop of a hat. Jerry Whitehead, for example, I don't know what kind of schedule Judge Whitehead has, but I know it's packed because of his competence and his demand. Other people of his competence in this area may have problems as well. All I'm saying, Mr. Hesketh, is that 2 weeks is not a fair amount of time to expect to be able to not only negotiate but get through a mediation process.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's suggesting we'd get through the mediation process in 2 weeks, but we would have informal negotiations. But as you can see at this table, you've got a lot of council people that have run out of patience. If you're 90% there, like you say you are, as I just heard, then I think you can get it done in 2 weeks. And again, I might be in the minority, but as long as that stipulation was in place, then I would be in favor of sitting down trying to get it resolved, but it would have to be done in 2 weeks. And if it's not done in 2 weeks and we can't come to an agreement, we're already in mediation because you elected it. So that being the case, the council would presumably proceed with termination.
What could also happen is that whoever we appoint to that, they come back to us with a report, are they making progress or not? You know, if they're making progress and that person thinks they're doing okay, we could give more time.
Yeah, for community, the important thing to me is I agree. I don't know how you can say the system is functional unless, when I walk up there and I don't have any coins, my credit card works. I can use my credit card, okay? But if I don't have a credit card, then I want to be able to use coins. And if one of those are taken off the table, then I have no option. I think that's why you see the revenues dropping. But what I'm hearing from Curb is they agree that when I go there, I should have the ability. That's how they should define what the success rate is. And I should have the ability to use whatever payment option I want. And that's the goal we got to get to. So if we have that disagreement in the next 2 weeks, then for me, we might as well just terminate the agreement because that's not an option that's on the table. That it's functional even though I can't select the payment option I want.
So if we do this and do this 2 weeks to do this, will you also stipulate that the city's hasn't accepted that? That solves my problem on the last line of that we haven't accepted the system yet? Okay.
We agree that.
That solves my problem.
Pat Cashel and Frank Terrasas for Curb. We also agree, Mr. Hesketh, that tripwires, timelines are critical. I assure you that Mr. Terrasas, Mr. Dutt, and I will keep the fires burning under our people's tail ends, and we will appreciate the city council's doing the same thing on your end. Let's force march toward a good faith effort to resolve our differences. If we can't in relatively short order, then Katie bar the door, I suppose.
Mr. Mayor, I think the mediation in 2 weeks, whether it can or can't come about, that's fine, but you can move forward on that. But I would also like to see, again, I don't know how many times we can do it, I don't know what is reasonable, but again, to check the system, the operational part of the system on an ongoing basis during the 2 weeks, because, I mean, the mediation may go well, may not go well, but if the system is up and working at 95%, then we know that we're on the right track. If it's at 41%, then we know that no matter how the mediations go, that the system's not going to work. I think that has to be part of the equation.
Mr. Guston, we agree.
Motions? You want to craft a motion to that effect, Peter?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we've got consensus at the table here. As I understand it, we would move forward with informal negotiations with Curb and then bring back a report to council at the next meeting. That's subject to that we're not accepting the system and we're reserving all of our rights. I think the agreement is terminated. We gave them a notice of correction. It's our position they haven't complied. It's their position that they have complied. But I think if both parties reserve all their rights and it's clear we're not accepting the system, 2 more weeks, and then we'll report back to council, whoever the subcommittee is or whoever the negotiating team is. And we're in mediation. So we're not going to be able to get it done in 2 weeks, a formal mediation in any event. So that's still on the table. It's just one more option, given the fact that the Curb is willing to stipulate to that we could maybe get this thing resolved in 2 weeks.
I have a motion. I have a second. Is Curb willing to stipulate to all the stuff you just heard?
We concur with Mr. Hesketh's statement of the motion.
Thank you. Discussion. Mrs. Raza.
Here, but I'm not going to support the motion. I had said last time when we continued this that I'd give the Curb the opportunity, and they came forward on the record saying that they would have a functional system, and staff went out the next day and it wasn't functional. So I'm not in favor of any more continuances. I think that we need to preserve our legal right for termination, too.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Hashef, is it implied, or do you want to state the fact that there will be other observations checking of the 74 kiosks that are out there during this period of time to find out what their competence level is?
I would leave that up to staff. I think we have a little bit of legal work to do. I'd like to have a lot of this conversation in a closed session. The only thing different is I'm giving this one more chance, and I mean one more chance. So if you're 99% there or whatever it is, we'll know in the next 2 weeks.
Yes.
And my motion is clearly with reservation of rights. And whatever those may be, not only those items listed in the correction notice, but any other items that we've discovered since that correction notice.
Mr. Hesteff, may I address your statement?
Mm-hmm.
We think testing ought to be involved, cooperative testing in your motion, and also that there be a council member or...
Yeah, that's the next motion we're going to make, a council member.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I understand your position, but I'm not saying yes or no. I think we need to have a discussion with our attorney about that option.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, I'm actually going to support the motion, but only because of the fact that we reserve our rights, and we still have the right to terminate in 2 weeks if we decide to. I do agree with Jessica that we should go ahead and terminate today, but I'll support this motion moving forward, just because we have reserved the right.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion also because I think in 2 weeks, one thing that maybe we can come to an agreement, and if we can't, whoever we put on the thing should be what is a failure and what isn't. I mean, why go testing if you don't understand what's working and what isn't? So the first thing they should look at is it a failure, and come to an agreement on what that means. And if they can't come to that agreement in 2 weeks, we're not going to come to any agreement.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear for the record, unless all of the payment options are available at the kiosk, then it's not functioning. And we're going to get that resolved in 2 weeks, and if we're not...
And if they don't agree to that, then...
Right, we're right back to square one.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Motion passes 5-1. The next motion be someone who wants to sit in on the meetings. Ms. Zadra, would you be willing to do that?
Is it only limited to one councilperson?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I would recommend one because I wouldn't want it to appear to be a subcommittee.
The one's
Okay.
not open meeting and two would be.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it, if that's okay with you, Sharon.
Yeah, not only is it okay with me, it's preferred. You've got the legal abilities that certainly I don't. I move that we have Pierre be our representative to mediate in these next 2 weeks.
Can we have an alternate
Well,
also?
actually,
You have an alternate?
There.
Would you like to be the alternate,
I'll
Sharon?
do the alternate.
Okay. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item J2 is the 3 parcels from the Washoe County Treasurer. I'm going to go back.
Can we
The
move
ordinance
the
adoption.
meeting on the 24th go to midnight?
Any question on J2?
Second.
Any further, we're okay with this, that? Okay. Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Back to ordinance adoption, G1.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. This is, oh yeah, G11 is the staff report and G12 is the ordinance, so we need
Do we have to accept the staff report? Okay. I was going motion is second to accept staff report. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. G12.
Ordinance number 6251, ordinance to amend Title 14 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Buildings and Construction, Chapter 14.05, Property Maintenance Code, Section 14.05.010, adoption of the 2003 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code to adopt the 2012 edition of the International Property Management Code with appendices and amendments, and repealing all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. G2, staff report.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Does that include
G22.
Dave's house?
Ordinance number 6252, an ordinance to repeal Title 14, Chapter 14.24 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings, and amending all references to the Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings to the International Property Maintenance Code, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion is, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. H1, resolution. H11 is a staff report.
Move to accept the staff recommendation.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution.
Resolution number 7767, Q1 augmentation/revision resolution.
Move to adopt.
Under discussion, Mrs.
Yeah,
Fryland.
I just want to thank the city manager and the budget office for doing this because it's very good and transparent. You can tell what the augmentations are, so thank you. It's very good.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I11, staff report.
There's no comment, Mr. Mayor. I'll go and I'll move to accept the staff recommendation.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I12, ordinance.
This is Bill number 6822. The number 6822 is a reassigned number from F 9.2, which this council withdrew. And so it is ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 8 entitled Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, Chapter 8.12 entitled Offenses Against Public Peace, further clarifying and codifying the boundaries of the downtown Reno Regional Center and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I21, staff report. You had a minor change you wanted to make to this?
Thank you, Mr. Ayazi. Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. The minor change has to do with the sections 1816-905N sub 15. It is on the first page of the staff report, and instead of going A through D in both the first section and in the second section, it should be A through C, because D has to do with the special exceptions, so you wouldn't have a special exception to a special exception. So it's just a minor change to clean that up.
Okay. I do have two public comment cards. Lori Ray, followed by Frank Gilmore.
Good afternoon, Lori Ray for Scenic Nevada. Scenic Nevada is opposed to most of the changes in this ordinance, and we urge you today to vote against this draft. The draft allows the new construction of digital billboards and requires new permits. And this violates the existing city code, which prohibits new construction and prohibits the city from issuing permits for new construction. And the city was required to put the prohibition in the code 12 years ago because the people voted for it. 57% approved a ballot initiative that was initially proposed by Scenic Nevada, prohibiting new construction and permits for new construction. Of course, digitals were not available back in 2000, so Scenic Nevada asked the people again in 2011. We commissioned a survey, a voter survey of Reno registered voters, and we asked them if they thought that the city should amend the code to allow digitals. 55% said no. 66% said they didn't want to view digital outside their home or office window. 80% said that there were enough or too many billboards in Reno already. And 90% were concerned about distracted driving. So the ordinance changes not only violates current city code, but the Federal Highway Beautification Act, which prohibits intermittent lighting on federally controlled highways like I-80 and 395. Digitals are powered by lights that function intermittently. The state law and the Nevada Administrative Code also prohibits intermittent lighting on federally controlled highways. So these draft changes, text changes, are contrary to the people's mandate, the city code, the state law, and federal law. We object to these code changes on many other levels. We think that digital billboards will mar our scenic views. They'll clutter our streets further in the city. They use far too much energy, and they're distracting to drivers. We know one of your goals is to reduce clutter through trades, but there's got to be a better way. Please, for 1 minute, think about what the people want. Think about the ballot initiative, the voter survey, the letters against digitals, the people that have come before you, and the Planning Commission over the last few years opposing digital billboards. Think about the people and what they want, not just what the billboard industry wants. Since I have a second left, I'd just like to say that I don't agree with Marilyn Craig saying that these are insubstantial changes today. They're very substantial. For instance, a special exceptions permit is being taken away from outside the clutter area, and that affects a lot of billboards. I just think that when you have that big of a change, that maybe we should be consistent and have this come before a first reading, after you've discussed the possible changes, and we can hear what the city staff has to say about why these changes were made. So thank you.
Thank you. Frank Gilmore.
Thank you, honorable council members. Frank Gilmore from the law firm of Robison Bellastegi, appearing on behalf of Saunders Outdoor Advertising. Members of council, Mr. Manager, there's a common theme today, and the theme is that there are self-serving industry giants asking this city council to sanction the monopoly to the detriment of the minority stakeholders. I unfortunately am going to have to continue that theme today. It was good to see the city take the Saunders lawsuit draft seriously. Serious enough that it resulted in another first reading today. The staff obviously recognized that the Saunders lawsuit had merit and that had addressed significant constitutional errors in the proposed ordinance. The staff reviewed, and I'm sure council opined, that there were changes that needed to be made in order to make this ordinance less susceptible to court challenge. For example, the prior ordinance patently favored on-premises speakers over off-premises speakers. I would comment on Marilyn Craig's suggestion that there were minor changes. In fact, the proposal that was provided to us on Friday of last week redefines fundamentally what an on-premises message is and will probably make several on-premises signs non-conforming in the future. That was not addressed. There are currently on-premises speakers who are able to use this technology without having to trade in inventory or without having to give up anything which they currently own in their businesses in order to use this technology to speak. I speak, of course, of South Virginia and California. The staff then made appropriate changes to errors in the definitional section of the draft. The definitions were ambiguous and unconstitutionally vague, and now those definitional changes have been made. After seeing the Saunders complaint, no doubt the staff attempted to revise the special exception process. I would submit to the council that they not only revised the special exception process, but they made it more restrictive. So now any person who has a sign outside of the clutter areas and doesn't have sufficient inventory to bank will not even have a ticket to the game, let alone be able to compete. They don't even have the opportunity to apply for a special permit because they've been exempted out of this by virtue of the change Ms. Marilyn Craig just mentioned today. This does not even begin to address the constitutional problems with the ratio system. The ratio system is unconstitutional, it's anti-competitive, and it's unfair. The ratio system is essentially government sanctioned favoring of one industry player, an industry giant with all the money and the lobbying ability to take the precedent over all other outdoor advertisers in this city. This ordinance, if not thrown out by the court, will result in an impregnable monopoly of all revenue-generating outdoor advertising in this city. The city has been told again and again that there is one primary reason the ratio system exists, and that is to benefit the 800-pound gorilla in the industry. The ratio will not clear up clutter. It will simply allow the one industry giant who has enough banked receipts to simply replace existing freeway signs with digitals, and even if they do have to remove signs, they will remove those that are meaningless and valueless and will relocate them to high-traffic areas. This will not solve the problem the council was asked to address. Thank you.
So all the public comment cards I have. Questions? Mr. Dortch?
I'll make a motion.
This is just the staff report.
Move to approve the staff report with the changes.
Second, and I do want to say this, I mean, obviously the simple solution would be to do no digitals, right? Then we wouldn't have this complaint about ratios or anything else. I mean, it's not a perfect solution, but it was much better than what the Planning Commission did. And I guess only time will tell to see if what the adjustments we made were fair and equitable, which I do think they were. Just like when we went through this process originally, I believe what we did was balance the interests of both the opponents and those that were the advocates for digital billboards as well as the prior billboards, and I thought we came up with an equitable solution. So I'm going to support the motion.
Under discussion, I also feel that we didn't do it to help one industry. We did it because, as Ms. Ray stated, the citizens voted they wanted to reduce the clutter. And I think what we took this out is a way to reduce the number of billboards. That was the whole purpose of us doing this and putting in that ratio, because that's what the voters told us they wanted to do. And I may disagree with Scenic Nevada about how to go about doing that. This, to me, is a legal way for us to do that, to reduce the number of billboards out there. And I didn't do it to benefit an industry. Any other comments, Ms. Fraser?
Yeah, same comments as you, Councilman Ianzi. I mean, a lot of these clusters are in Ward 3, Wells Avenue, the Mill Street, the Midtown area, and we've seen where those clusters of billboards are. So I think this was fair, and just the argument as well is that also Clear Channel is taking down a lot more boards. So I think it is in a fair and equitable, I mean, I'm with Councilman Hashef, it's not perfect, but I think it's fair and equitable. I mean, you're not entitled to digital billboards until we approve this today. So it's not an entitlement. I think that a lot went into this to come up with a solution.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I-22.
Bill number 6824, ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development by adding certain wording to and deleting certain wording from Chapter 18.16 Signs, Off-Premise Advertising Displays, and Section 18.24.203.4570 Definition of Sign to establish additional standards regarding digital off-premises advertising displays, including light-emitting diode LED, together with other matters properly relating thereto, and I assume that incorporates all the amendments suggested by Ms. Craig.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item K1, Boards and Commission Appointments, Ward 4 Neighborhood Advisory Board. Continue to advertise those? Okay. Item K2, discussion regarding council appointments to boards and commissions. I brought this up to some of you, and I talked to the mayor about this, about talking to the candidates and seeing what boards and commissions they might want to be on. Because we're sort of in a jam, I think they will be in a jam of the next time. So if it's okay, I'd like to put on the agenda for the 7th of November, boards and commission appointments of November.
Because the election will be over.
That's after the election, so the people who won, they won't be sworn in, but they can be here. And we could have a list there about, that we can vote on even before they're in though, but what boards they're going to be on. Because some of them, there's meetings on the Friday after they're going to be sworn in. And they should know what board they're going to be on. November 7th.
Yeah, we are.
2 weeks.
So, right. Yes. But they will be here, and they will know about what, I'm going around and asking them which ones they want to be on and try to do what we usually do. And that gives everyone notice about who's going to be on flood control and RTC, which I think meets the next Friday,
Okay, Wally?
if that's okay.
And that would include existing council members that are
Correct.
going on,
Absolutely.
continuing, they can pick and choose. Okay.
Absolutely. Of course, we could put the mayor on all of them. He's not here, we could just vote on it. And obviously, that leaves it open. If they don't like it, they can always open it up again. I mean, these don't happen.
I think it's a great idea, forward-looking, that you've got a plan in place. I applaud you for doing it, Dave. I think it's the right thing.
Okay, item L1, identification for future agenda items. Ms. Fraza.
One earlier about the star bonds discussion and whether the prevailing wage applies, and we did do did we do a development agreement on that piece, or was it just the district itself? So if you want to bring it back,
let's get
that'd
that
be great.
update.
An update.
And I'd like to bring back Mr. Oberg's concerns about his trees and what happened there.
And I think the lady was addressed. I saw Julie Conway talking to the lady about the parks and
The park, right.
the renting of the park. And
Do you want that back on a council agenda, or do you want just a memo to us saying where it was, and then we can put it on?
I think a memo is fine on it.
Okay,
Memo on it.
Yeah.
We'll decide from there if we want to.
okay. Liaison reports. Any liaison reports?
Yes, I have one, especially for Mr. Hascheff, because he had requested, we were talking about Our Lady of Snows, about the park and the access to it. Well, we had a Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, and people from Lander Street showed up in preparation for a discussion with the representatives from OLS, and they were unable to attend. So I asked Joey Arrasqueta to go ahead and recommend what he would recommend, and both he and Scott Youngs went out at your request and took a look, and they have differing opinions. So we'll have to sort that out, because we thought that at the Parks and Recreation meeting, that Joey's comment about not going over the wall and coming up from the side is better, and Scott says it's not because it might interfere with one of the basketball courts. So we have two opinions. We're going to try to give it to Parks and Recreation now and try to sort that out before we leave office. Well, I don't know, if that meeting on the 24th is going to be till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, I think we can get it all done.
Yeah, exactly. Any reports from conference or professional meetings? Anything from League of Cities you want to say? Okay. Discussion regarding the external financial audit. Has anyone heard from the mayor what he wanted to do here? Should we just postpone this? Okay. Item L5, donation to the Electric Auto Association.
Can I ask a question on future agendas? Do we have a meeting on the 18th? Joint meeting? That was in our 3-month calendar.
Yeah, do we
Is
still have
that?
a joint meeting on the 18th?
Sorry, that was
Yeah.
a
I'm
meeting.
not sure all of us could make it.
The Tri-Data report, right?
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. I am awaiting a draft agenda from the county. The meeting is still taking place. There's been some discussion as to whether it will be a joint meeting or a concurrent meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and other governing bodies. And so I'm hoping that this evening I will receive a draft agenda.
What's the difference?
That's what we're waiting to hear, Mr. Mayor.
Is there
So-
action required, Cadence, at this meeting?
There might be regarding the health board and the notification that has to be sent to the department, to the,
Potentially, and I think because of the nature of the report and how lengthy it is, I do believe that we'll want to agendize it so that you can discuss and give direction if it's appropriate, and that's why we're waiting to see the proposed agenda and whether or not it's going to be, again, I don't believe that it's going to be a joint meeting, but that perhaps each of the individual bodies there are going to post their own identical agendas. So I should have that, I hope to have that today, and we'll send out an update to the council just as soon as that's clarified.
okay, donation to the Electric Auto Association. Would someone make this motion for me?
The motion, Mr. Ozzie.
I will second it. Is this
Motion
Tallulah?
is second on the staff report. Since we've changed our thing, we have to have two motions now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. L52 resolution.
Resolution number 7768, resolution donating $213 from council donation funds to the Electric Auto Association for the National Plug-in Day Public Awareness Event.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L6, I just wanted to get an update. I didn't know it was going to be an L6 item on where we were with the fire station and have it come forward and say, you know, it's this much designed, this is the money we've got available and all that stuff. So if that's okay, we'll put that on the next, didn't think it would take a lot of staff time to do that. Just where are we with it and where's the location?
Okay.
So we'll put that on the next agenda.
That's fine.
Thanks. L7, discussion and potential directed staff ordinance regarding governing sleeping along the Truckee River.
Mr. Mayor, we really don't need to have staff go any farther on this because Mr. Woodley and Code Enforcement has told me there are other ways to handle this. It's with Mr. Flansburgh, and it has to do with some signage, and they will do some sweeps every so often more so during the warmer months between June and September to try to regulate that. So that's where we are right now. Right, Mr. Woodley? Anything else to add to that?
Yes, sir. Alex Woolley, Code Enforcement for the record. Yes, sir. As the council's aware, we have the CSAS team, the Community Safety and Services team. So instead of creating a new ordinance, working with the city manager's office, it seems like this is an appropriate issue that we can address through that team, which will bring in different departments to include Parks and Recs, Public Works, PD, and Code Enforcement. And we're actually actively dealing with some of the private property sections of along the river within that area that we already have cases on through Code Enforcement. So we will be pursuing that here coming up soon. And then, as Councilmember Guston stated, we will start in the future summer months, warmer months, do it on a regular basis, pulling the resources together to go down there and deal with that issue.
Once again, good work, Mr. Woodley.
Thank you.
We okay with this one then, Mr.
I am.
Guston?
I'm fine.
L8, discussion regarding naming the flat fields at Moana Springs.
Yeah, I put this on the agenda, and Richard J. Has been so instrumental with those soccer fields, going to the NABs. I mean, he lives and breathes soccer. It's not just those fields, but if you were out at Soccer Fest, I mean, all the volunteerism he does for soccer in this community. So I just thought that it would be great. This isn't the whole complex. I think we're moving forward with the Moana Springs complex. This is just the field within the complex, and I thought it would be fitting that we name the field after him.
What's his middle name?
That's a good question. I thought he was going to be here, but he's being all shy
Can we call it the Richard Moana Springs J Field?
Hey.
No, I'm just...
Guy with two first
Maybe
names.
so.
No, I would agree 100% with you. I mean, I've been around here for a while, and Richard J. has always been an advocate for soccer
Yeah.
and fields in general. So, I mean, it's many, many years of being an advocate, so I think it's appropriate.
Is that a motion then, Mrs. Fraser?
Yeah, that would be, well, Councilman George.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I don't mind moving forward, but I did get a call on this, and someone that was, I think, on the Parks and Rec Commission when they set the process in place for naming parks, and just felt it should go through the process. I don't mind moving forward, but I guess there is a process in place for this, and there was just some concern that it's not going through the process.
And yeah,
Well, I think that has to do with time left on the council.
Yeah, it does.
I should have spoken up about that, but I will talk to the chairman about that and make sure that, it's just a process, but we'll get that done.
When do they meet? They meet before...
First Tuesday of the month.
Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. Their next meeting will be in November, so
Yeah.
it's November 6th. So this
Yeah,
is
but we're
at
on
council.
November 7th.
But the dedication's on the 23rd.
23rd, right.
So that's why it's really important, and I can't see them, are they going to have an issue with naming this field after a hero?
Right. Just follow it on. I think this is a one-time deal.
I'll tell you
at
what,
least for us.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll poll them. The members of the Parks and Recreation. Does that work for you?
No, that's not a
Can't
good
do
word.
that. We can't do that.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I have to put in the record, we cannot poll them under the open meeting law.
Well, you can, but it would be illegal. There's a difference between can and won't.
Dan will just talk to the chairman.
I'll make a motion that we go ahead and dedicate the actual soccer field after Richard J. And let's get his middle name. I think that's a good point, Councilman.
If he wants it on there.
Haschef.
I would leave it up to him.
So.
Understood, but, at least his middle initial.
Right. I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L9.
This is in response to the item that we had on our agenda last meeting, where we dedicated about $71,000 to be done. It is a new day at the certainly a new board and new direction and activity. Much of it concentrated on downtown and job development. And there in serious need for funding at the state level has been significantly reduced, will be, continue to be. Our counterparts at the local government level have increased their funding, so we can strive for $100,000. That would mean about $29,000 more than we find, and I've already $10,000.
Not yet, you haven't.
So we'd be looking for about $19,000.
So you're asking for the manager to come back with something for $19,000? Okay. Do you have to have a motion on that? Mr. City Manager, can you put it on our agenda? Do you want to make a motion, Sharon, just so it's all official?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. L10, staff report.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. L10-2, resolution.
Resolution number 7769, resolution donating $10,000 from the council donation funds to the Economic Development Agency of Western Nevada, EDON.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I forgot at the start, I was asked by staff to pull item M1. So I have public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, I'll close that. Motion. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned. He can stay right here and comment under our next meeting, because we have another meeting right now. I'll call this meeting to order of the Reno City Council and the Redevelopment Agency for Wednesday, October 10th, 2012. Can we get the roll call, please?
Astchev? Guston? Zadra? Sferaza? George? Ayazi?
Here.
Kishel? Absent.
Thank you. Any public comment? Anyone wishing to make a public comment at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Approval of the agenda? Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of the minutes? Any changes? Motion is second to approve. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. E1, staff report to weigh potential conflicts. Any comments, or just we have to have a, just one we have to have a 6/7 vote on, or unanimous vote on? Sure.
Question on this? I guess it would be for you, Councilman Ayazi. I mean, I did meet, this is on the city attorney review of the salary.
Mhm.
Am I correct on that? So, I mean, and this is up to $5,000, and yeah, I understand what you're trying to do, but do you think that maybe a different course would be that we could actually bring back a resolution while we're still here that adjusts the salary of the city attorney instead of going this route for future city attorney?
He already just told us that we can't do that. We can't adjust his salary.
Well, we can't during his term of office, but we could bring some, instead of going and spending 5,000, we could change it to the future
So you want to punish
office.
someone who's not double dipping in favor of someone who is? They're not the ones double dipping. Why would we
It's
reduce their
not-
salary?
It's just, I think, the problem is, I think this is legal. I'm not an attorney. I just think that it's legal, and to go and spend $5,000, I'm on your side. I understand what you're trying to accomplish. I'm just saying, should we look at it for the future?
Well, I'm going to make the point again. I think what he's doing is legal if he would have asked us ahead of time. We're the ones who set his salary. We're the ones who set these things. I'm not saying it's illegal in its practice. I'm saying it's illegal the way he did it. That's the question. Not whether you can do what he's doing, but he should have come to us and tell us what was happening, because we're the ones who have to set those. That is the distinction I'm making here. That he could come to us tomorrow and say, I want this from now on. Okay, great. I might vote for it. But he shouldn't have been getting it all this time without making it, any more than anyone else here can say, oh, by the way, I decided that I'm going to, double my salary without telling anybody. And then later on say, oh, gee, it's okay. That's what my issue is.
Well, and I don't think this is going to cost us $5,000 for one thing. I don't think it's going to cost us much. And I think it's what this is going to tell us is whether or not, and I think it does, the resolution that the council passed setting his salary is what authorized staff to do what they did in setting up the account the way they set it up. But that's what this will do. This will give us that opinion from another.
And what is an equal? Because again, that's my thing, is I don't think what he's getting is equal to what other department heads are getting. Again, he gets it. If something happens to him, it's part of his estate that other people don't get. And I know there are other people doing this in the community, not here at the city. But I think the legislature is the one that authorized the, and again, I think
I mean, I really don't think this is going to cost us a lot. This clears it up. We'll get the opinion.
That's what I wanted to.
And it's over with at that point. I mean, it's just, I mean, if it is that big of an issue, I think we need to at least get the opinion.
Can we, the other question I'd have, can we get the opinion when we're still here, since it's Councilman Ayazi's initiative? I mean, can we ask that that opinion come back?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We have already gotten together the record from the prior 2 meetings, so we have those ready to send over to the council if he is chosen today, and we'll have the minutes from this meeting shortly. So it's given his timing, and we can, the city manager can give him a call tomorrow and see if that's appropriate.
Okay.
I just don't think this will cost that much. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but.
Mr. Hashif.
Yeah, I don't think it will cost that much either, but I want to make sure I'm clear on the scope of work. So is the sole issue that's going to be reviewed by this law firm is whether this PERS match had to come back to council for approval?
So it's sort of 2 things, because it's not consistent with other department heads.
Okay. Okay,
So
but
he-
even
so-
if it's
so
not
since it's not
consistent.
consistent, he should have come to us and say,
Okay.
this is the difference.
And then the other issue is, even if it's not consistent with department heads, based on the resolutions and all the other information that we have in the record, it was still authorized, because either, one way or another, it's either going to be, yeah, it's fine the way it is, or it needed another level of approval, therefore what?
If it needed another level of approval, then what he's been getting, he shouldn't have been getting.
Okay. Okay, so that's basically the frame, how we're going
Right.
to frame the scope of services, okay.
Right, not whether it's legal to get it, but how he went about getting it, and whether it is indeed, it should have even been reduced a little bit, so it would have been equal.
Okay.
That's what he'll be looking
Okay,
at,
so
those
as
2
long as I
things.
understand. From my perspective, I think it puts this issue to bed, as Dwight indicated, one way or another, so let's just do it.
Was there a motion? Okay, I had a motion
And
and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Appointment to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board for possible action.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on advice of the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, I want to nominate Nettie Oliverio for that position.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Appointment of a council member to the Western Nevada Development District Board. Did someone volunteer for this?
I think Sharon
Sharon?
wants to. I move
Okay.
to appoint Councilwoman Zadra.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Identification of future agenda items? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none? Motion is and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Dwight, I got you up by 6.
Why did you have to get out of here by 6?